Well, if you were a sports-mad kid of the 80s, chances are you remember Sean Curley, Imran Shawani. Where were the Germans? Just as clearly as Bros, Fame and the Spectrum. Hockey gold in 88. Today, the British men play for the podium again, trying to match the GB women.
And they are closing in on what would be a terrific bronze medal after the crushing disappointment of 2 nights ago. It is bronze for Great Britain's women here at the Riverbank Arena.
Britain against Australia for the bronze medal in the hockey from 3:30 this afternoon. We've got full commentary. Brazil against Mexico at Wembley for football gold. The modern pentathlon continues, the diving as well. And plenty of reflections, of course, on the action that we've already seen today, including a 26th gold for Britain out at Eton Dornay. And tonight, of course, a massive night in the Olympic Stadium away to our right here, with Mo Farah going for Olympic double. In the 5,000 metres at 7:30, the relays as well, 4x400 for women, 4x100 for men, and the women's 800-metre final with Caster Semenya as well. This is Jonathan Overend out and about in the Olympic Park. It's a beautifully sunny day here. The basketball arena in front of me here, this huge white structure which looks as if you picked it with a pin. It would eventually deflate in about a year's time. We've got the beatbox to our left here, this extraordinary red jagged structure, which is an audio visual art installation, and all around us here it's just the happy, sunny, glorious mood of London 2012. What I love about coming to the Olympic Park, as I've done a couple of times now, is once you come through security, you're just in happy land, aren't you? Everyone's happy, everyone's polite, there's no litter, there's no aggro, you're just in a nice place. And we're going to have a great day out and about today. I'm here until 6:30. Colin's feeling a little dizzy. Mark Pougatch will be with you in the Olympic Stadium after 6:30. And we're going to start by taking you inside the Riverbank Arena, which is where the hockey has been played since well, it feels like, Alistair Eake, in 1983. You've been permanently attached to your seat, haven't you? You wake in the night disturbed by penalty corner routines.
Penalty corner routines and blue and pink pitches, yeah. But
it's going to be a great day today.
But it's going to be fabulous today. The Riverbank Arena at the moment, utterly deserted, just a sit-on sweeper machine which is cleaning the pitch surrounds in preparation. It's a picture of calm before the chaos that will surely be unleashed here at around about 3:30. A huge task for Great Britain's men, battered 9-2 by the Dutch in the semi-finals. Jason Lee is looking for his squad to dig deep inside themselves if they're to pick up the bronze medal. A little bit of Olympic magic required to emulate their female counterparts. The Aussies, the world's top-ranked side, they lost to Germany in the semi-finals, and despite at times looking unbeatable, they've been flaky as well. They squandered a 3-0 lead over GB in the pool to finish with a draw. They were 2-0 up against Argentina before being pegged back to 2-2. It's possible. Bronze is on the line. 4 hard years of slog. It's the Ashes hockey style.
Brilliant. And we'll be inside with you after 3 o'clock today. Kick-off at 3:30. Thank you very much indeed, Alistair. Let's talk to Simon Brotherton now, who, well, you've covered, what, 3-4 different styles of cycling at these Olympic Games. Today it's the mountain biking in Hadley in Essex. And what's going on, Simon?
Well, if it's got wheels, Jonathan, we're all over it. And this time it's the mountain bikers this weekend, with the women's race today, the men's race coming up tomorrow. We'll just tidy up events here because, as you may have heard a few minutes ago, Julie Bresset from France took the gold medal, well-deserved gold medal. She led for most of the race. She was on her own. In second place, Sabine Spitz from Germany, at 40 years of age, the defending champion, an evergreen figure. She rode really strongly to claim that silver. Georgia Gould from the United States looked more than happy with the bronze medal, and even now, 15 minutes later, riders still crossing the line. Britain's Annie Last, a very promising young mountain biker, 8th today, 2 minutes and 55 seconds after the gold medalist. Rob Hales alongside me here. Annie Last, decent ride, and she got 1 or 2 big scalps as well today.
She did. I think we were expecting a top 10, hoping for that. So to come in 8th, only 2:55 down, is a good ride. And also finish 1 minute and 18 ahead of Catherine Pendrell, the current world champion from Canada. So, yeah, a great scalp.
So there we are then. Bresset, Jonathan, taking the gold medal for France, but keep an ear out for Annie Last over the next 4 years, and we look forward to seeing her in Rio in 2016.
And in terms of the scene and the course there, Simon, another meticulously designed and constructed London 2012 venue.
Yes, a Hadley Farm built on 550 acres, the site, 500 tonnes of rock used, 3,500 tonnes of crushed stone, a lap of 4.72 kilometres in length. A real test for these riders. They did have the test event last year, as they did with all of the venues, and the riders gave their feedback from that, and they adjusted the course on the basis of that. And I think, Rob, just alongside me here, I think it has been a fitting test for the cyclists here to decide who should be the Olympic champion.
Yeah, no, I think definitely. And talking of the course, Julian Absalon, one of the top favourites for tomorrow in the men's, has actually had a course allegedly identical, built, I wouldn't say in his back garden, but in France. So he's been training on something extremely similar to this.
So there we are, Jonathan. The length some of these athletes go to try and get that competitive edge over each other. We had a couple of countries making exact replicas of the BMX track ahead of the championship here, and also one or two riders, Absalon, the big favourite from France, having the mountain bike course replicated in his backyard.
And what I love about the fact they've taken this out to Essex, Simon, is that you've got sort of a perfect compass, haven't you, of out-of-town venues, with the rowing to the west, the sailing to the south, the canoe slalom to the north, and now those out to the east get a chance. If they haven't been able to get into the centre of London, it might be middle of nowhere, but for people from Essex, Suffolk, Kent, Norfolk, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it does look, when you see the camera shots, as though it could be in the middle of nowhere. It's not, but it's a great setting, and the crowds have turned out in great numbers, as they have done for everything, as you know, at these Olympic Games. And it's a good spectator sport because of the nature of the route and the way it almost switches back on itself several times, so you can see quite a lot of the course. And also this one, as you mentioned how meticulously that it had been put together, this purpose-built course, it's not in the middle of a forest or anything like that. It is actually on open hillside, so people can see a lot of what's going on. And of course the weather makes it, really. As great as the course is, it wouldn't look tremendous, would it, with horizontal rain and leaden skies overhead. The scene has been spectacular today, and the weather has more than played its part, as well as the athletes, of course.
I've just suddenly remembered, Simon, an April Fool's gag that we did in local radio when I worked out in Essex many moons ago, which was based on the Statue of Liberty, the famous statue as you enter New York Harbour. We said Essex County Council had decided to build a similar statue on the hill at Hadley of Essex Man with a pint of lager in his hand. And people genuinely did believe it at the time. Thank you very much. You'll keep us fully up to date, I'm sure. Simon Brotherton and Rob Hales there. Now, you know it's going to be a good day when Britain's already got a gold before you finish your breakfast.
They're off. Oh, and that was a great start from Makiva. Somebody seemed to be left behind him. I think it was the Spaniard Rivotto.
It was an absolute flyer of a start for Ed Makiva. He means business in this 200-metre final. He's leading the field. And
at the moment, Makiva has got a 1 metre lead, and the Canadian can't catch it. I think Makiva's got 100 metres to go. Can he hang on? Next in, Rivotto is making up a bit of ground. Makiva's got maybe 75 centimetres. On the far side, Salikov coming back too. But Makiva's bows coming up to the line. The red bows are going to get there first. Ed Makiva goes through the line. It's a goal for Great Britain. And when he talks to the world, Ed Makiva may come across as a mild-mannered Clark Kent. But this morning here on Dorney Lake, the quiet man has turned into Britain's latest Olympic Superman. It's gold number 26 for Ed Makiva, the fastest kayaker on the planet.
Martin Cross there with the commentary, and he joins us now from Eton Dorney. Martin, what a tremendous start to the day, and how things settled down since there.
Well, I'm not too far from Eton Dorney. I'm just across the River Thames at the Oakley Court Hotel, which is this kind of, Edwardian setting, which has been the home for the BBC working at Dorney Lake for the past 2 weeks, and it's been the Olympic village for the rowers and canoers. And I've just seen Ed Makiva with John Schofield and Liam Heath just come down the river with an escort of police boats and step onto the carefully manicured lawns. greeted by well-wishers and spectators, and in front of them are these beautiful white tables with sort of golden chairs, and I think the whole of the canoe sprint team are going to have a lovely lunch on the lawn. So that's just about 30 or 40 metres away from my bedroom window, Jonathan.
Well, it sounds like they thoroughly deserve it, Martin, and particularly Ed. You know, the start seemed so crucial listening to this morning. He flew away and almost never looked back.
Yeah, I think when you heard him in the press conferences after, I mean, he said, I'm just focused on my first stroke and just really getting the boat moving. And I think, not for him wondering about what the mid-course pace was going to do. He really, if he gripped the water and just was loose enough and moved his boat, just the instant that pneumatic shoe went down, then he was pretty confident he was going to nail the rest of the race, and so it proved. And he'd been in sparkling form yesterday in the heat and semi-final, but I don't think any of us realised just how good his start was going to be. I think it was exaggerated because Cravioto Rivero, the Spanish paddler, didn't quite get a good start, and I think he did really well to get back for the silver, but the Spaniard was the danger man as far as McKeever was concerned. But I mean, he never looks right or left, it's just straight down to the finish line.
And I know you touched on this with Mark this morning, Martin, but for some of these sports which we don't see or hear too much about at other times of the year, it's so crucial, isn't it, for them to match their medal targets in terms of their funding for future years. I was at the Taekwondo yesterday. They got their second medal. Absolutely vital, because it means that they will get that money, which helps them to basically exist for the next Olympic cycle. Same for canoeing.
Well, it is absolutely the case. And, you know, the slalom boys produced gold and silver, which was above their expectations. And Tim Brabants, he won that gold medal in Beijing, but here out at Dorney Lake, it wasn't to be the fairy tale ending for Tim's career. He came in last in the K1000 final, and there was just a hint of disappointment around some of the performances of the team. They were good performances, but no medal. And then it really put the pressure on the 200-metre sprint boys today. So, you know, you could see John Anderson's face light up the moment McKeever won gold, because they got £16.5 million in the last 4-year cycle, but he can now go back to UK sport and say, look, you know, I've got the first crew medals ever in sprint canoe with Liam Heath and John Schofield, delivered gold again, give me some money to really bring this sport on for Rio de Janeiro, and that's what it means. And you know, anyone thinking of going and getting involved in their local canoe club, I mean, these guys are not big giants. You know, they're pretty normal sized guys. Yeah, they've got big biceps and workout. That's because of the training. But you know, if you're a young woman or man, and you know, they're not huge like the rowers. It's a sport that anybody can really try their hand at and you know, maybe get to the top level.
Thank you, Martin. The same applies to so many of the sports that we've heard so much more about over the last fortnight. And you know, as a parent of young kids, it's just imperative, I think, just to get these kids hooked into sport now. Over the next few weeks, every sport has its own dedicated website. Just go and check it out, find out where the latest club is, and give it a try. Because, you know, if we're talking about legacy, that is surely the best possible legacy of London 2012, to inspire the next generation, as all the posters tell us. Now, Tom Daley, it's been an important morning for him.
Daley stands stock still at the top of the 10-metre board and then springs up and starts rotating backwards. Oh, that's his best dive of the day. That is his best dive of the day. Hardly a splash as he entered the water. Listen to the crowd here. They love that.
And Vassos Alexander commentating there inside the aquatic centre away to our right here. So, Vassos, where does he stand and what can we expect later in the final?
Well, he's through to the final, Jonathan, and that was by no means certain after his performance in the preliminaries last night, where he finished 15th. It was the top 18 who qualified for this morning's semi-final. The top 12 into the final tonight, where the scores are scratched, so it's no advantage where you qualify. But just for the record, he was fourth best amongst the divers in the semi-finals today, and crucially, there is room for improvement. After his first 2 dives, he was lying 9th of all the divers, and it was kind of on a knife edge. But then something seemed to switch in his mind, you know. He seemed to remember that he deals with pressure better than most, better than anyone, really. And then his last 4 dives were as well as I've seen him dive all year. So a really solid performance in the semi-finals, and that was important after the big wobble last night.
So is there a feeling now, Vassos, that he's obviously improved round on round? His best is still to come tonight, which of course is what we all hope for.
Well, yeah, well, let's hope so. He says that he dives best when there are medals at stake. He does find it difficult. He's 18 years old, remember. He does find it difficult to dive and to produce his best when it doesn't really matter. I mean, he is comfortably in the top 18 divers in the world, and he was thinking, I think, last night, look, there's 32 of us, for goodness sake, this is going to take 3 hours, and you know, do I really have to? He sort of went through the motions, I think, a little bit, and felt some nerves, you know, at a home Olympics, and this is his last chance for a medal. Last week, when he was in the synchro with Peter Waterfield, he wouldn't have felt such pressure because he knew he had the individual to come. Well, they came 4th, so this is his only chance for a medal, and he does feel the pressure. He does desperately want an Olympic medal, whatever colour. He says silver is gold because the Chinese are so good. Well, he pulled it together, and yes, there's lots of room for improvement. He could easily get on the podium.
It could be one of those nights tonight on 5 Live. Thank you, Vassos. The final, 8:30 tonight. Tom Daley inside the Aquatic Centre. The boxing as well, the bantamweight gold medal match. Luke Campbell for Britain against John Joe Nevin of Ireland. That's at 8:45. In amongst all the track and field that we've got inside the Olympic Stadium, including Mo Farah, 7:30 going for double gold, and the men's 4x100 sprint relay final, closing off the track and field programme at 9 o'clock. Now, I don't know if you were listening earlier and you heard John Hunt and Heather Fell explain to you the intricacies of the modern pentathlon. Well, we'll find out where they are now and what the stage of the competition is in a few moments' time. Before that, we'll get news of a goal in the Scottish League, 3rd Division. It's Rangers at Peterhead, and here's Roddy Forsyth.
Yes, the Olympic Stadium, Peterhead. Well, it might as well be, to judge by the reaction of the home fans just a few moments ago when a corner kick was punched by Neil Alexander in the Rangers goal. It fell to Scott McLaughlin, and he took one touch before lashing it high into the net, and that means this incredible scoreline in Rangers' first ever game in the lower leagues. It's Peterhead 2, Rangers 1.
You have to love the modern pentathlon. They've done the fencing, they've done the swimming, and now they've all got to drive on a bus down to Greenwich to do the show jumping. John Hunt, I think you've got away with the bus, haven't you? You're in a fast car. Where are you? What's going on?
Thanks to our fantastic driver, George. He's managed to negotiate the Blackwall Tunnel. We've negotiated stacks and stacks of tourists and event goers, of course, and we've just pulled up in King William Walk, just outside the south gates of the park, just by the Greenwich Tavern that's seen an awful lot of action over the last few days. So we're all athletic, Jonathan, and in pretty good shape, really. Our commentary position is in 200 metres time, and we're very confident we're going to make it on time for the show jumping.
I love the idea that Heather was giving us a little insight into earlier about the possibility of leaving someone behind. All the athletes have to stick together. They have to get on that bus because they've got to get to the next stage of the competition.
The reason I mention that is because I've been rather late for the odd bus. I'm always the last one out of the changing rooms, and it's literally running. The coaches are trying to stop as in our athletic coaches are trying to stop the buses from leaving without the British athletes to get caught up gossiping in the changing rooms or something.
You almost feel like they need to add a 6th discipline, a game of paper, scissors, stone or something like that actually on the bus, or a game of cards. John, what is the state of the competition right now?
Well, the state of the competition is that there's a Chinese athlete called Chow, who is the overall leader, but he's got some very good athletes right in amongst him. Svoboda from the Czech Republic and Alexander Lesson from Russia, who's a fantastic athlete, the world champion, a very, very close 3rd. Nick Woodbridge and Sam Wheel a bit off the pace in 8th and 11th, but a lot can still happen. It's the jumping phase next. They'll be underway in about an hour's time. And then, it's only then we'll know the handicap start for the run shoot, Jonathan, which ends this fantastic spectacle. And in Greenwich Park today, it will be really a really good watch for those who've got tickets, because they've got to, of course, run and shoot, and they've got to do the 2 disciplines in combined nature. They take 5 shots, do a 1,000-metre run, another 5 shots, another 1,000-metre run, and then the final 5 shots and then a 1,000-metre run for gold. So it's very, very exciting, especially when these athletes start missing, because the pressure then builds as other athletes gain ground on them in behind.
Could be a thrilling finale. Thank you very much indeed, John and Heather, who will cover that throughout the rest of the day, the modern pentathlon here on 5 Live. We're out and about in the Olympic Park. I've just bumped into a gentleman who has many, many stories to tell, and we will hear them after the latest news. Pat Rowley, how are you, sir? Nice to see you.
I'm fit. Well, I'm pretty exhausted.
Well, you look fit. Yeah, absolutely you are. Exhausted after Olympic Games, and this is actually your claim to fame, in a way, is you're the only accredited journalist at London 2012 who also covered London 1948. That's quite a claim to fame, sir.
I'm glad you said that. One or two people asked if I was at the first London Olympic Games. Yes.
But it must be amazing to be here. Well, we'll talk more in just a moment. But, I mean, just to be a part of this, so different from the last time.
Absolutely. It was a very quiet affair, really. The austerity games, they called it, and it really was. We just had a war, 1939 to 1945. And there we went into this stadium and met people from all over the world. We hadn't met anybody during the war because we were stuck in England, being bombed. And so it was a wonderful experience to go there and meet people, and I sat in the crowds and I met people from different countries. Some of them I've kept touch with all these years. Right? And that's the great thing about sport. You make friendships, you keep them.
And how old were you at that time?
I was only 14.
OK, but you got in on a journalist's pass. How did you manage that?
I didn't get a journalist pass at all. I was playing cricket one day with the editor of the Middlesex Chronicle paper, and he said to me, I asked him what we were going to do for the Olympics. He said, well, we haven't got any athletes from our area competing in the games. So I said, well, you have. He said, oh, really? I said, well, what are you going to do? And he said, well, we weren't planning to do very much at all. I said, well, what about a schoolboy's view of these games? Yeah, he said there's some mileage in that. I had written one or two little things for the Middlesex Chronicle before that, and he said, have a go. So I did. I sat there and made my notes up in the stand. I watched the hockey final then in 1948, and I was so far up in the stand at Wembley Stadium that I couldn't see the ball. But I saw how well the Indians played.
So the hockey was played at Wembley. Remind us of the other key venues.
Well, I must say, I went to the stadium. I bought tickets every day, and I managed to get into the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony, just like that. Can't get into the opening and closing ceremonies here, even with all my years of experience.
So even though you were covering the game as a cub reporter for the Middlesex Chronicle, you still bought your tickets?
I still bought my tickets from my pocket money.
That's dedication.
But I was interested in the Olympic Games from the moment my mother gave me a book on it. And it was the first time I ever sat down and read a book from cover to cover. And I read that book 4 or 5 times before the Olympics. I knew all about Olympic history. I knew that in the old days there was peace around the world. They stopped fighting at the old Olympic Games. Well, I wish they do that now, these days. It should be an ambition that the world should stop fighting for 14 days, and maybe then they'd stop fighting forever. Nobody ever wins a war, do they?
I suppose it's a silly question to say, how has it changed, what's different, but in terms of the magnitude of change, when you attended the Olympic Games in 1948, could you have imagined you would be back in our capital city once more, seeing the games, the scale that it is now?
Well, but in 1948, I knew that the Olympic cycle was every 40 years. We wouldn't get it for 40 years. So I did think that maybe we would get it in my lifetime. And I was so delighted when we did. And this is absolutely the opposite to what it was in 48. So many people, I more than anything, I hope that everybody's enjoyed every minute of it, that we'll get a lot more people playing sport. That would be the greatest legacy.
Well, that's exactly what I was mentioning a moment ago, and you do sense, Pat, don't you, when you look at the happy, smiley faces around us here, so many kids as well. They're going to want to get involved in sport, aren't they, if not already? Surely they are.
Yeah, for me, I'm certain of it. And we've seen it already in my sport hockey club. People are coming and saying, can we play hockey this winter? That's lovely. Because they've been to the Olympic Games, they've seen what a wonderful game hockey is now on the television. It's great.
Well, I haven't really seen my daughter all fortnight, but apparently she's been charging around the house just shouting Taekwondo. So there we go. Although as a father of her, I'm not sure how I feel about her potentially getting kicked in the head as a career. But it's a wonderful sport when you look at the self-discipline and respect you need to become good at it. As you mentioned, Pat, hockey has become your main thing, your main sport. Give us a word on the GB Australia match today for the bronze medal. Do the Brits have any hope?
Oh yes, certainly we have hope. We know how to play against them. I think our biggest danger is that they play a type of game which we have to play if we're going to win this medal today. We have to attack, and our defence is not quite as strong as I'd like it to be, but they're capable. They know what they've got to do. I think if we hold them for 20 minutes, it could be a good day.
They need to recover from that crushing defeat, of course, in the semi-final to the Netherlands. But sometimes you see that, don't you? The second chance, if you like, the rebound effect.
Well, yes, and the converse of that, Australia won their last match 7-0 before the semi-final, and they didn't find it in the semi-final because of that 7-0, in my view. So we're on the up. We can only go up, and they can only go down.
Loving the positivity among the Olympic Park guests today. And just tell us as well, is it true you're setting up a national hockey museum?
Yes, indeed. For 40 years, I've despaired that nobody knew anything about what happened in hockey in the old days. I've collected a mass of stuff myself. I found one or two other people very like-minded. We got together, got a lovely team. We've opened a museum at Woking, and it's amazing the response we're getting from all over the world. Everybody wants to be part of it.
Fantastic. Loads of old memorabilia, old equipment and stuff like that. Yeah?
Yes, every aspect of hockey. Got the old balls, the old sticks, the old kit.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy your day back at the park. Will you be submitting an article later to the Middlesex Chronicle, though? Does the Middlesex Chronicle still exist?
Well, funnily enough, I don't live anywhere near there now, but my local paper did interview me a couple of weeks ago, and I said, well, maybe I ought to write an article for you after this.
I think so, just for old time's sake.
Yes.
Pat, thank you very much. Great to see you.
Lovely to see you again.
Pat Rowley there, and here we are in the Olympic Park, but we are heading to Peterhead for news of another goal in the Rangers match. Here's Roddy Forsyth.
And the game is over. Rangers have not begun their first ever campaign in the lower leagues with a win, but they have salvaged a draw at the very end there. They had taken the lead through Barry McKine midway through the first half, only to be hauled level by Rory McAllister, who'd already seen a shot tipped onto the bar by Alexander. And then when Scott McLaughlin put Peterhead in the lead, Rangers really looked rattled. But Kevin Kyle, who only signed for them in midweek there, getting a header in, he's claiming it, the announcer's giving it, but I rather thought Andrew Little, the Northern Irish striker, may just have got a touch as it went over the line. All the same, Rangers are relieved, but can hardly consider that this is the glory start they wanted for their first ever campaign in the lower divisions. It's Peterhead 2, Rangers 2.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rebecca Bucchiello. Police investigating the disappearance of 12-year-old Tia Sharp have arrested her grandmother, 46-year-old Christine Sharp, on suspicion of murder. Her partner is still being questioned after a body was found at their home in South London. A 39-year-old man has also been arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender. There'll be more medals for Team GB today at the Olympics, including a gold. We'll hear more in the sport in just a minute's time. The US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton says Syria mustn't become a haven for terrorists. She's in Turkey for talks on the worsening crisis. Mrs Clinton is meeting Turkey's Prime Minister, President and Foreign Minister, as well as Syrian opposition activists. The chief NATO force spokesman in Afghanistan says the latest attacks by Afghans on coalition forces don't reflect the overall situation in the country. He was speaking after 6 American soldiers were killed in 2 attacks yesterday. The Afghan president's ordered an investigation into the shootings. And the operator of the National Lottery says it's had a claim staked for the £149 million Euro Millions jackpot prize won by a UK ticket holder last night. If the claim is valid, the prize could be paid out when the banks open on Monday. Let's get more details now from the Olympics. Here's Will Perry.
Rebecca, thank you. Well, I'm sharing a bench with some beautiful people in the beautiful sunshine here in Olympic Park. An extraordinary day, the penultimate day of London 2012. Let's bring you up to date with what's happened and what's happening this afternoon. Tom Daley qualified in 4th place for the final of the 10 metres platform diving. He's tweeted to say China seem unstoppable at the moment, but anything can happen. The final of that is at 8:30 tonight. There were 2 medals for Britain today then. Both came in the canoe sprint. Ed McKeever led from start to finish to win gold in the men's K1 200 metres. John Schofield and Liam Heath took bronze in the K2 200 metres final. So Britain now have 59 medals in total, 27 gold. They're still 3rd in the table. USA remain top with 94 medals, 41 golds. France's Julie Bresset won gold in the women's mountain bike event at Hadley Farm today ahead of Germany's Sabine Spitz and Georgia Gold of the USA. Britain's Annie Last came 8th. Nick Woodbridge is 8th overall after the fencing and the swimming events of the modern pentathlon. British teammate Sam Wheel is in 14th position. There are 3 events to go. Next up, it's the riding at Greenwich Park at 3:20. Sweden's appeal for the women's triathlon to be declared a dead between their athlete Lisa Norden and Nicholas Sprigg of Switzerland has been rejected by the Court of Arbitration for Sport today. Coming up in the next half an hour on 5 Live Olympics Extra, we've got Brazil against Mexico in the men's football final at Wembley. And away from London 2012, Tiger Woods goes into the 3rd round of the US PGA Championship in a 3-way share of the lead on 4 under par.
And a quick look to the roads now. First to Birmingham, the M5 northbound. There's been an accident at junction 8. One lane is closed there. Traffic is said to be slow. Merseyside, the M53 northbound. A lane is blocked on the exit slip road at junction 3 Woodchurch, and that's because of a broken down vehicle. In Greater Manchester, the M56 Sharston Link eastbound. 2 lanes are closed. The traffic is said to be slow. That's between junction 1 and junction 3. In Bridge, the A2 coastbound. Because of that earlier fuel spillage, queuing traffic. It's because of that spillage and congestion right back to Thannington Road, so do take approach on that road. And Bodmin, the A30 eastbound between Truro Road, that's the Innis Downs roundabout, and Carmin Road Cross. There's been a camper van fire. Police advise that the road may need to be closed for up to 3 hours. And finally to London, do expect delays because of the Olympics around Central and many other parts. Rebecca Bucchiello, 5 Live Travel.
Every story.
In a sense, the Olympic Games are coming home tonight.
To run faster, to jump higher, to be stronger.
Every moment.
I think he's going to do it! Chris Hoy claims the gold medal! What a moment in British Olympic history!
And on Thursday, I'll debate the legacy of the Olympics with an audience of 5 Live listeners and politicians, Olympians, schools and businesses. Has the Olympics changed Britain?
Victoria Derbyshire.
Weekdays 10 till 12 on 5 Live.
And this is Jonathan Overend. We are in the Olympic Park. There's a little bit of breeze around, which is beautiful because it's keeping the temperatures cool a little bit because the sun is shining and the crowd's flocking past us going from venue to venue. We can see the Riverbank Arena to our left. We'll have full commentary on Britain against Australia at 3:30. The basketball arena, the big fun bouncy castle in front of us, the Velodrome spectacular. The copper box is just to our right, and we're going to be talking handball in a few moments' time, although the handball for finals has moved over to the basketball arena. But inside that copper box has been one of the best atmospheres of the Olympic Games, and we'll be talking about that sport in a few moments' time. Beforehand, let's head to Wembley Stadium. It is the final of the men's football this afternoon. The gold medal up for grabs for either Brazil or Mexico. 3 o'clock kickoff. Mike Ingham and Dion Dublin are there. Afternoon, gentlemen. Mike, what have you got in store for us today?
An incredibly colourful scene, first of all, Jonathan. I mean, it's one of those where they hardly actually need to play any music or anything before the game here because the atmosphere speaks for itself, and we've got wonderful... the Brazilians have brought the colour, of course. They've got the Mexicans have the sombreros. We have... I'm just also trying to imagine the scenes back in, for example, the Zona Rosa in Mexico City, and also Copacabana Beach. I think they're 3 hours behind because this is a big deal for both of these, this South Central American clash. Neither have ever won the Olympic gold before, and of course for Brazil this has been quite a quest. Some fantastic famous names over the years: Ronaldo, Romario, Roberto Carlos, Ronaldinho. They've all tried, they've all failed to take gold, so they're hoping today's the day.
Dion, are these the 2 standout teams for you of the competition?
Yeah, there was a couple of others, but these deserve to be here. I haven't seen Brazil in a full game. I've seen them in highlights on the TV, just putting the ball in the back of the net at will. And Mexico, I think, are a decent side. When they turn it on, they can you hear that PA? It's incredibly loud. And when they turn it on, Mexico, they can actually play some really good football. So I've heard in the Mexican camp they're incredibly confident, so let's just see how it pans out.
And Mike, how do you sense victory, I suppose especially from the Brazil point of view, would be received back home in the grand scheme of things?
Well, I think really it's almost now a minimum requirement, because I would fear for the coach, Meneses, to be honest, if they don't do it here today, because obviously they've qualified already for the next Olympics. They're not playing it, they've qualified for the World Cup as well, so they've been able to give this absolutely their full concentration to such an extent that this is pretty much the Brazilian national side that we're seeing here today. I mean, they've got a game next Wednesday in Sweden, but this will be the same team playing in that as well. So I think Meneses, having put so much into this, if he doesn't manage to cross the line today and beat Mexico, with people like Scolari hovering in the background, he could find himself up against it.
Who's been their player of the tournament, would you say?
Well, from what I mean, this is the first time I've actually seen them in the flesh. This is the first time they've come to London, but the player who's really attracted me has been the centre-forward, Leandro. I mean, he's the top scorer in the tournament, absolutely lethal. I mean, there's a lot of spotlight, obviously, on young Neymar, and to be honest, whoever gets Neymar, because he will come to Europe, I mean, he's the next Messi, if you like. Whoever gets him, I mean, that is going to be such a huge transfer, and that is almost going to hold the key to the next 8 or 9 years or so of Champions League involvement.
And Dion, just as a final thought ahead of kick-off, how have you enjoyed the tournament, and you know, what's your verdict on where it stands in the whole Olympic picture?
I'm surprised how well it's been taken on board, to be honest with you, by the whole of Britain. People have travelled to watch football, you know, Olympic football, which, you know, some people debate, is it an Olympic sport? Should it be in the Olympics? I think it should, and I think, judging by the attendances we've had here, I know John Murray's actually commentated on the ladies, and there's been 60,000 people here at Wembley. There's been 80,000 people here, so yes, I think it should be in. It's been welcomed in Britain. The quality of football has been very, very good, and we've got to see some new players that we haven't seen before. So yeah, I think it's been amazing.
I think actually, Jonathan, I think this will be the biggest single attendance for any event at the Olympics today. That we're expecting a complete full house. Indeed, there are people outside looking for tickets. Final thought on the football. Interestingly, Arsene Wenger said before the Olympics, it's not a real tournament. He said, for example, he threw out the question, I mean, who won it 20 years ago? Well, I looked up who won it 20 years ago, and it was a Spanish team with Guardiola in it. So that sowed a few seeds for the future, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, guys. You will bring us full commentary from 3 o'clock over on 5 Live Olympics Extra, and obviously we'll update you as the match goes on this afternoon. Not the only team gold up for grabs today, far from it. USA-Brazil in the women's volleyball final, that's at 6:30. France against the USA in the women's basketball gold medal match, that's at 9 o'clock. Norway meet Montenegro in the handball. We're going to be talking about that in a few moments' time. The Netherlands will play Germany in the men's gold medal hockey match starting at 8 o'clock. Before that, though, Alistair Eakin, you've got the bronze medal match, and it's Team GB against Australia. Mel Clulo alongside you as well. And is the atmosphere building inside the riverbank?
It is, absolutely it is. They've actually hired a specialist DJ who is in, which will appeal to your musical sensibilities, Jonathan, as you join us here very shortly.
Specialist DJ?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what he does. It's his job. And he's whipping up the crowd, or trying to at the time being. We've got all kinds of flags in the air for the moment. We've got, of course, the final with the Dutch later, and they will be here in enormous numbers, still trying to work out exactly how the Dutch get their hands on so many tickets, Mel. I mean, yesterday, for instance, this was probably 50% orange, was it not, for the final?
Probably a bit more, in all honesty. I felt like I was in Holland yesterday. Clearly, when tickets go on sale, the ones that the Dutch fans go for are the finals, and at this tournament, rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've lent a very special atmosphere here to the Riverbank Arena. What about Great Britain's men today, in your opinion? Given the thrashing they were on the end of the other night from the Dutch, do you think they need to just modify their style a little bit, which is a fast-paced attacking game, risky, leaves holes at the back now and then, or are they just going to go all out and try and make it happen this time?
I think they'll try and make it happen and work on the basis that they drew with them in the pool stages 3-3, having been 3-0 down. And in some ways I think it's easier to bounce back from a thrashing of 9-2 because you just weren't in that game. If they'd have lost a semi-final by the odd goal like the ladies did, I think psychologically that is actually harder to recover from because you were so close to making that final. And in all honesty, the boys will be the first ones to realise that they weren't even in the game.
Yeah, it was their worst ever Olympic defeat, Jonathan. 9-2 against the Dutch in the semi-final. They'd lost 8-1 to Pakistan way back in Sydney, but it was unusual, I think, in world sport these days to hear the coach coming out and saying that it was embarrassing, players saying it was humiliating. We don't tend to hear those words in top-level sport, but they're very, very honest, this lot, have been from the word go, and if they don't measure up to their own standards, they tell us, and it's one of their most endearing features. Even if they don't come away with the bronze, we'll get a clear explanation as to why and how.
And of course Australia haven't got near to respectability on the medals table, so we can't let them make any progress today, can we?
Absolutely right. I mean, they're struggling, aren't they? Where are they? Are they in the top 10 yet? I think they might just have broken into the top 10.
You said it. Where are they? Thank you very much indeed. Back with you shortly. 3:30 kick-off for Great Britain against Australia. Bronze medal match in the hockey. Now, one of the hits of London 2012, I would say, from personal experience, having taken my family there on Tuesday, and also from so many other people that have spoken to me over the last week and a half, has been happening in a box away to our right, literally a box, a copper box. It's made of 3,000 square metres of copper cladding, and it's been hosting the handball, and I'm delighted to say two of the members of Team GB are with us here, the captain Lynn McCafferty and also Holly Lamb-Moores, who represented Great Britain. And the handball, Lynn, has been fantastic. One of the best atmospheres. I mean, what's it been like to play inside there?
It's been really amazing, like a dream come true. It's the first time we've ever played in front of so many people as a Great Britain national team, and we only dreamed about people coming to watch us play, and the first game against Montenegro, the atmosphere and the buzz we got, it was really, really inspiring. It was amazing. It definitely motivated us to perform our best.
Up-and-coming sport, of course, in this country. Nobody, expected you to make serious inroads into the competition. But Holly, did you feel that you showed enough to suggest that in future games you can be more of a force?
Yeah, well, we always knew that the sport itself would increase people's interest in it, and we've shown the whole of the nation what handball's all about. It can only do good things for us, and we really need to capitalise on all the exposure we've just got and all the hype that we've just got to make sure that we have a better future. And of course, in the next 10-20 years, we can for sure win medals if we continue with all the support that we've had.
Well, that's the key thing, isn't it? And we've been talking about that a lot over the last few days, getting the kids now into sport, and sports that maybe they knew absolutely nothing about before London 2012. Where would they go, Lynn, to find out about handball, or indeed to start playing it?
Well, we've got the British Handball website that's been extremely busy over the last couple of weeks.
Didn't it crash the other day?
I think it crashed a couple of times, and there's been a couple of club hits as well that have had so many more hits on it. Obviously, right now we're not in a situation to host everyone in a club, but it just means the more interest we can get, the more clubs we can create. But the most important thing is to get it into the schools, I think, just now, and the more kids that get a buzz for it, then hopefully we can start to get the more teachers teaching it, or we can go around the schools and get the kids started in it at least as well.
How did you guys get into it in the first place?
I got into it at school, at high school, and it was pure luck. There was just a club being set up 10 minutes from my house, and with there only being there's barely any clubs in the whole of the UK, so I was really, really lucky to have that club close to me. But if that club wasn't there, I don't think I would have ever come across the sport.
But that presumably was just one person who was into it, who was a coach, who thought, let's try and see if there's any interest. But like you say, without that, it's hard to get it off the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. And the man that actually came into my school to teach me is now the men's assistant coach for the national team. So it was pure luck, but I'm so glad I came across it, because I can't imagine myself being into any other sport than handball. So.
What about you, Lynn?
Well, actually, the man that coached Holly was also involved in the club that I played at. So that's how handball is such a small, close-knit community. There's been a club up in my local town in Tristan, in Cumbernauld, and that's been around for over 40 years, 40 years, and I just went along because my friend's sister was playing it, and I joined in, and I was sporty at school. I was 10 when I started playing handball, and I've just loved it ever since, just playing it for fun and got this opportunity to train towards the Olympics. And we would never have got this opportunity if it wasn't for London hosting the Olympics and of course our UK sport funding as well. So we just hope that we can really capitalise and get more clubs up and down the country, and maybe we have to cut a few people in two to spread them across the country, but we'll do it and we will make sure everyone can find somewhere.
Can't have been an easy journey though, from the age of 8 or 10 starting the game for fun at school and now playing at an Olympic Games. I mean, the club structure, the professional structure presumably has to take you abroad, doesn't it, to carry on playing?
Yeah, I moved to Denmark after I finished my GCSEs at 17, and I've played in Denmark, Norway, and I'm planning on going back to Denmark on Tuesday. So yeah, we did have to move abroad, but you know, that's just what we have to live with at the moment. We have to play abroad to make sure that, you know, we have a good enough team to come to the games like this. If we'd have never made that move, you know, we would have never ever been able to compete with these teams. We had to go abroad and learn from the best. It's kind of just like Denmark starting a rugby team. It's never heard of, and so that's just the move that we had to do, and the sacrifices that we've had to make.
And you are professional, yeah? You can make a living.
Yep, I've got a professional contract ready to move into on Tuesday, and it's a fantastic setup. It's just like football. You know, I'll be playing Champions League next year, and it's amazing. And I really hope that one day that we can get the same thing here, because I would love to play in this country. If I had a choice, I wouldn't play abroad, and I really think we can do it with. You know, we just have to capitalise on what's just happened. Otherwise, you know, this opportunity is never going to come round again, and we really, really have to make sure that we do it right this time, and really make sure the sport hits off, and then we can have good clubs competing in Champions League and European leagues, and you know, it'll just be fantastic if that happens. It'll be a dream come true for all of us involved in the sport.
The match we saw on Tuesday was between Korea and Russia, and Korea were in the lead all the way through. Russia, oh, goodness me, it got physical late on. They started throwing their weight around, and they got it to within like 1 point with 10 seconds to go or something. Because that's the thing, isn't it, Lynn? It's such a high-scoring sport. Pretty much every time you go up the other end, you've got that chance to score. Inevitably, you do score. So it means there's so much to see all the time, particularly for the kids. They love it.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most exciting team sports that you can go out and watch. I know there'll be other people out there that have their own favourite team sport, but we've had such a great response because, like you said, there's so many goals scored. There's 60 minutes in a game, so you're easily going to get at least 40 goals to watch, or nearly 50 most of the time. It's even spectacular when the goals don't happen, because then a goalkeeper has to do something to stop it, and the defenders have to defend really well. So defence and attack really makes the game, and it's so much fun to watch.
It's not much fun being a handball goalkeeper, though, is it? I mean, let's be honest. You have so many goals go past you. It must be so demoralising.
Yeah, but they do make saves. You'd be quite surprised. The Norwegian keeper had a saving percentage of over 52%. She saved over half of Korea's shots. So you would be very surprised. But the goalies do have the hardest jobs, and the goalies are normally the crazy person of the team.
They like flapping their arms around when facing penalties, don't they?
Yeah, most definitely.
The windmill effect.
It does put you off. It really does put you off.
Great. Well, what is it today? Norway against Montenegro in the final. Who's going to win that?
I think Montenegro's first Olympics, and they've managed to get to the final. That's absolutely amazing. But Norway are current Olympic, world and European champions, so I think their experience will really show in this match, and I think maybe Norway will take it.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to covering you at future Olympic Games. Good luck for your careers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There's Lynn McCafferty and Holly Lammours, who are Team GB members from the handball team. Fantastic. Go and see handball. Get involved in handball if you've got interest, if you've seen it on the telly. Of course, Red Button's the place to go tonight if you want to catch it. All the interactive options, of course, are always available through the BBC. Now, Gordon Farker joins us. Of course, it's the closing ceremony tomorrow night, and you've been getting a little insight, Gordon, haven't you, into what's been going on, and particular flag bearer news. What can you tell us?
Yes, just to say that it's now been announced that Ben Ainsley is going to carry the Team GB flag at the closing ceremony. I don't think that will be a hugely controversial decision, given what he's achieved at these Olympic Games. He's 35. He's become the greatest sailing Olympian of all time after winning that fin for the third time in a row, of course. 5 Olympic Games he's competed in. He has last 5 medals, 4 of them in a row have been gold, and I think that marks him out as being an exceptional talent, one of, if not the greatest sailing Olympians of all time. And I think, he will be very widely appreciated by his teammates. Just a couple of comments that we have from him. He's going to speak a little bit later on, but he has said that it's a proud moment for him and for sailing to have such an involvement at what's been an amazing games for the whole of the country, talking about it being our best ever performance at the Olympics, and thanking home support for the fantastic way in which they've got behind the team all the way through. And just a quote from the chef de mission here, Andy Hunt, the head of the chief executive of the BOA, saying he's the perfect choice to be flag bearer at the heart of Britain's Olympic endeavours since 1996, and his achievements are already legendary.
There's a lovely sort of symmetry to that choice as well, Gordon, isn't there? Hoy at the opening ceremony, Ainsley at the closing ceremony.
Well, if you had to back 2 people, frankly, to put your shirt, house and life savings on winning a gold medal at the Olympic Games, you would pick one of those 2, wouldn't you? Absolutely fantastic Olympians, both of them, enormously mentally tough as well as physical specimens of the highest order. That great one-handed hoist of the flag up on the pole, high in his hand from Chris Hoy. There aren't too many people with his mental acuity and desire to win. Ben Ainsley is one of them. They are made of really stern stuff, both of them, and I think it's great for the sailors to get recognition. It's been a very successful regatta for them. They've done very well. They've met their targets, and it's been it's good for them to feel involved at the end. Cut off a little bit in Weymouth. They won't be cut off at the closing ceremony. Right at the heart of it now, with Ben Ainsley carrying the flag.
Thank you, Gordon. And of course, we'll have full coverage tomorrow night of the closing ceremony in the Olympic Stadium. Before that, the final night of track and field tonight features Mo Farah in the 5,000 metres, the men's sprint relay, amongst other races. Now, they've only just kicked off at Wembley, but already there has been a goal in the football gold medal match. Mexico against Brazil. Here's John Murray.
Well, it is 1-0 to Mexico, with the goal coming. I made it 28 seconds on the clock that Mexico took the lead. Just too casual from Brazil at the backs, really. The ball was played across from the left-hand side, passed just a little short. Mexico were right on it, nipped in, won the ball back. Peralta on the edge of the box, right foot shot into the bottom corner. So a goal for Mexico, which sets up this final beautifully here in the Wembley sunshine, where it is Brazil 0, Mexico 1.
Commentary on 5 Live Olympics Extra. Find it on DAB radio or online. Half an hour away from kick-off here on 5 Live of Great Britain against Australia in the bronze medal match in the hockey. Can the British men get onto the podium as the British women have done and make it a first medal for the male team since 1988? Imran Shawani, Batchelor, Curley, Taylor and all that. We were actually trying to name the entire team in the office a little earlier, and I don't think we did too badly, which was a sign of the status, wasn't it, of hockey in those days. Half an hour away from kick-off there. It's 5 Live, live in the Olympic Park, and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rebecca Pucchiello. The grandmother of the missing 12-year-old, Tia Sharp, has been arrested on suspicion of murder. 46-year-old Christine Sharp is being held at a South London police station. Christine Sharp's boyfriend is also being held on suspicion of murder. A second man is suspected of helping an offender. A body has been found in Christine Sharp's house after the police carried out 4 searches. They've defended the amount of time it took them to find the body. Our reporter is Jane Bennett-Powell.
There were 800 hours of CCTV footage to be viewed when they thought they were dealing with a missing person. 300 calls to the incident room, 60 reported sightings. And Commander Neil Basu said that they now have to establish how long the body was in the place where it was found.
Jane Bennett-Powell reporting for us. There'll be more medals for Team GB today at the Olympics, including a gold. We'll hear more in the sports in a minute. The Republican US presidential candidate Mitt Romney has confirmed he's chosen the Conservative Paul Ryan to be his running mate. The 42-year-old chairs the powerful Budget Committee in the House of Representatives. The Afghan President Hamid Karzai has ordered an investigation into 2 separate shootings in which 6 NATO service members were killed. Yesterday, 3 coalition soldiers were shot dead by an Afghan civilian worker at a military base in the south of the country. Earlier, an Afghan police officer killed 3 US Marines. More details have been revealed about tomorrow night's Olympics closing ceremony. It will focus on music, and while organisers haven't confirmed the lineup, it's thought Muse and George Michael will be performing. Kim Gavin is the artistic director.
Generally, the whole show is called a Symphony of British Music. We wanted it to reflect on the UK music primarily. We think very, very strong in music, and I think that's the one message that I'm going to be saying, is that it's about how good British music is in the world.
Kim Gavin speaking there. Sport Now, here's Will Perry.
Rebecca, thank you. So, as you heard, Ben Ainslie will carry Team GB's Union flag at tomorrow's closing ceremony here at London 2012. Ainslie won gold in the Finn class, his 4th consecutive gold medal, to make him the most decorated sailor in Olympic history. And Tom Daley qualified in 4th place for the final of the 10-metre platform diving. He tweeted to say China seem unstoppable at the moment, but anything can happen. That final is at 8:30 tonight. Great Britain's men's hockey team take on Australia in the bronze medal match in the next half an hour. I can see the Riverbank Arena filling up to my right-hand side. There were 2 more medals for Great Britain today, both in the canoe sprint. Ed McKeever won gold in the men's K1 200 metres. John Schofield and Liam Heath took bronze in the K2 200 metre final. So Britain now with 59 medals in total. Still 3rd in the table, USA top with 95 medals, 41 of them gold. France's Julie Bresset was the winner of the women's mountain bike event at Hadley Farm. Britain's Annie Last was 8th. Nick Woodbridge will go into the 3rd event of the modern pentathlon, the riding. In 8th place, teammate Sam Wheel lies in 14th. The riding starts at 3:20. Sweden's appeal for the women's triathlon to be declared a dead heat between their athlete Lisa Norden and Nicola Sprigg of Switzerland has been rejected by the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Over on 5 Live Olympics Extra now, there's full commentary of the men's football final, which has just kicked off at Wembley. Brazil against Mexico. Mexico 1-0 up. Away from here, Rangers were held to a 2-2 draw away at Peterhead in their first match in the 4th tier of Scottish football. And Tiger Woods will go into the 3rd round of the USPGA Championship in a 3-way share of the lead on 4 under par.
This is 5 Live.
London 2012, day 15.
And this is Jonathan Overend. We are in the Olympic Park. It's a beautiful sunny day and we're off to the hockey very shortly. It's Britain against Australia in the bronze medal match. You see all sorts. You see all sorts out and about in the Olympic Park. There's a man here with a rainbow on his head. Man with a rainbow on your head. Why have you got a rainbow on your head?
It's a happy day to be alive.
Beautiful. What are you going to see today?
We're going to see hockey.
And why are you dressed so sillily?
We always dress really silly for sports events. We love it.
5 Live, best radio station.
Is it going down the radio?
There we go. We don't need to see any more. Have a good day. Magic. Not every day you see a man with a rainbow on his head. And he had the Olympic rings for glasses as well. We are walking at the moment towards the Riverbank Arena, where we're going to watch the hockey in a few moments' time. Of course, last couple of days, I've been at the Taekwondo. 2 medals for Britain. Fantastic return in the grand scheme of things. Bronze last night for Latela Mohammed. Fantastic effort in the coming through the repechage, having lost his quarter-final earlier in the day. And on Thursday, the wonderful, wonderful achievement of Jade Jones, spectacularly winning through the competition, winning the gold medal at the age of 19. And Jade's on the phone now. How are you, Jade?
Hi.
I bet the last couple of days have been a bit of a whirlwind, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been crazy, really. Just all seems surreal. Been a bit mad. Yeah, but I'm just so happy.
How many hours sleep have you had in the last 2 days?
Literally, I had 1 hour sleep after I fought, and then I had about 4 hours sleep last night.
Nice. But listen, it's not every day you win Olympic gold, is it?
No, it's not.
How do you reflect on it now? Gary Hall, the performance director of GB Taekwondo, was telling me last night that you've basically been training for this with your coach, Paul Green, imitating every single player that you could have played in the event. So you must have been set up absolutely perfectly for your challenge.
Yeah, ever since I knew I was going, honestly, I've worked so hard. We've studied every single opponent, and I've been getting my opponents that I'm training with to fight exactly like them. So as soon as I got in the ring, I knew exactly what they was going to do, and it just paid off. I didn't actually feel like the sharpest I've ever felt, but the tactics are just spot on, and that's what won me the medal, really.
And just looking back over your scores throughout the rounds, I mean, you were constantly getting into double figures, which, you know, looking at all the other weight divisions was really rare. There were so many cagey matches going on, but you just seemed to sort of come out firing from the word go. You must have truly believed that was going to be your day on Thursday.
Yeah, it's all thanks to me, Coach Paul Green, really. He said, like, you know, if you're going to win a medal, it's about getting the headshots, and you can't, like, just expect your goal to come. You've got to fight for it, and you've got to go and get it, really. So that's what I kept thinking every fight, and not holding back and just hoping I'm winning. I just had to go at it and go and get it, really.
And what did you think of Letelo yesterday? Obviously so much pressure on him coming into the competition, and he might have underperformed in his quarter-final, but he showed what he could do, didn't he, in those last two matches?
Yeah, Letelo's been amazing. He's been through so much, and not many people would have been able to cope with that and do a performance like that. It's hard enough going into the games with, like, the pressure of the home crowd and stuff, but the amount that he had on his back was crazy, and I'm glad that he got a medal just to show that he is an amazing fighter, and there's a big future for him as well.
And are you going to the closing ceremony?
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait.
Brilliant. All right, well, enjoy it. And where's next for you? What's your next competition going to be?
I'm going to chill out for a bit so that I can come back, like, mentally hungry again. My next competition, the big one, will be the World Championships next year in May.
Fantastic. And just a final thought, we've been talking a lot already today about getting kids inspired, getting kids into sport. I've just been talking to a couple of the handball players from Great Britain. Taekwondo, you know, people shouldn't be put off about the whole kicking people in the head bit, should they? Because there's so much more to the sport than initially meets the eye. It's a great thing, I think, for kids to get involved in.
Yeah, it's great, and it's so much good, like, for respect, and it's just an amazing sport, really. It's so flashy, it's dynamic. It's not just like a fighting sport where you're brawling. It's, like, pretty to watch as well, and yeah, definitely get into it. It's a good sport.
Have fun at the closing ceremony. Thanks, Jade. Don't worry about the sleep bit. You can make that up next week.
Thank you very much. See you. Bye.
Jade Jones, gold for Britain in the Taekwondo. Let's go inside the Riverbank Arena. We're standing right by the entrance to it at the moment with hundreds, if not thousands of people with their tickets coming into the arena, settling in for Great Britain against Australia. Alistair Eakin.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, with a couple of very special guests. I'm happy to have been able to call them my colleagues over the last couple of weeks. The gold medalist from 1988, now BBC pundit, Sean Curley. Sean, nice to have you with us again for one final flourish.
It's very nice to be here, Ali.
I know it is. I know. We've had a good time here at the Riverbank Arena. And alongside us too, the legend of the mic, the commentator whose words marked history as that gold medal was secured all those years ago, Barry Davies. Barry working for BBC TV in his 12th Summer Olympic Games. Forget Michael Phelps, Barry. I think you are the most celebrated Olympian that we have amongst us.
Yes, but believe me, I don't swim like he does.
Do you not?
No,
okay.
Not quite.
We'll let you off that. Working very hard, of course, next door to us for television, and they'll be calling the game if you want to be watching that this afternoon. Sean, what chances for Great Britain today? Smashed by the Netherlands last time out, 9-2. What kind of effects do you expect to see amongst the GB squad after that? It's going to be difficult to pick themselves up because that was properly demoralising.
Yeah, I mean, but I haven't actually experienced that quite that level of pick-up. But, you know, there is only one way they can go. And if they want to pick up some pride, because they were humiliated, whatever you say, the Dutch played well, but they were really humiliated in front of their own crowd, and they have got to go out and they've got to bring that little period, we've talked about it before, had a little purple patch against Australia where they scored 3 goals in about 15 minutes. That bit needs to come at the beginning of this game, and that's their only chance in my view.
Interesting to hear Jason Lee, the coach, talk after that match. On reflection, he perhaps wished that at half-time he'd tightened things up a little bit. Maybe the score wouldn't have looked quite so horrendous. Do you expect them to tighten up? Because they don't play a tight game, do they? They play a fast-paced, aggressive, risky game.
Yeah, but I think what happened was the Dutch pressed them quite hard. Let the defenders have the ball, let them start running with it, and then they pounced on them. And if Great Britain just make silly mistakes, they made 2 silly mistakes in the first 15 minutes and paid with 2 goals. They can't afford to do that today, and that's nothing to do with attacking hockey. That's to do with getting your head sorted out and making sure you do the simple things well at the beginning of a game that's a massive game.
Barry, what have you made of the GB team, the men's team here? Do you think it's a squad that's deserving of a medal?
That's a very difficult one to argue with. The trouble is, we've seen more than one team, if you know what I mean. I mean, they were superb coming back against Australia, but too many basic mistakes, particularly in the early part of a match, the beginning of a match. The girls were also guilty of that. Now, they solved their problems yesterday, played really well. It's asking one heck of a lot, because the Australians weren't humiliated, but they will feel very bad about losing to Germany.
Yeah,
so
and of course
the best opponents now.
No, and absolutely right. And if you look further back into the pool, not just the draw from a 3-0 position against Great Britain, but the draw against Argentina too, whom they led by 2-0. These are not the qualities we normally associate with Australian sporting teams.
This is true, but then it's taken the Australians quite a lot of time to get into this game, so they have towards the end of it. It's not the attitude you expect to get from a team coached and run by Rick Charlesworth.
Yeah, absolutely. The legend that is Rick Charlesworth. He's been such a terrific coach for years and years, led the Australian women's side to glory in 1996 and 2000. Barry, with all your years of experience, I mean, when you look at this British squad and you think back to Sean's motley crew, are there any comparisons that can be made? Is there a Sean Curley in amongst the GB side?
Well, I suppose if you're looking for one, you're looking at Ashley Jackson and maybe Barry Middleton. But I don't think you can make the comparison. I think it's an entirely different game. That was a very good side. They had their problems early on. I'm sure Sean will remember being held by the Koreans and then losing to the Germans. But as the saying goes, come the end of it, where were those people?
Yeah. Well, that is one of your favourite phrases. I'm sure you've been reminded throughout this fortnight, and indeed most of your life probably. Sean, how well do you remember 1988? Is it all a bit blurry now? Because you're a grandfather, aren't you? Let's remind people of that.
Thank you, Ali. Again, you've been very nice to me most of the week. What's going on now?
This is my last chance, you see. Yeah, well, it's all coming now.
Okay, in the short time we have left, so I mean, I remember things like how I felt before the semi-final. I remember how I felt during it, and at times felt that we were being overrun, and at times wanted to give up. But I can remember looking at teammates and just looking them in the eye and say, come on, we've come this far, there is not a time to give up now. So I've got feelings. I don't necessarily remember every blow by blow, and I know that when I walked on the pitch, we all had the feeling that there was no way we were going to let each other down. And I think that's the problem with the hockey the other night. They let them they didn't mean to, but they let themselves down a little bit by not turning up to play in a game full of expectation and hope.
Do you remember how you felt when you won, when the final whistle blew?
Yeah, relief. And a lot of people will say that. Yeah. Not having that opportunity and not letting it go.
Barry, what are your memories? Because of course the commentary's gone down in history, replayed ad nauseam. You're probably thoroughly sick of it, aren't you?
No, I'm grateful for it. It's nice to be remembered of it. Reminded of it, but I reflect on the fact that semi-final, last time that Great Britain beat Australia in the Olympics was that semi-final, and I remember his face when Sean's face when the Australians equalised at 2-2, because I wasn't commentating, I was walking around the pitch at the time, and I saw something in his face. He told me afterwards that he couldn't possibly play extra time. He didn't quite express it like that, but he went on to score again and complete his hat-trick, and that in many respects was a better match than the final, because the final had all the glory.
And just briefly, before we let you go off to your television duties, this your 12th Olympic Summer Games. Let's just say that again, because it is so remarkable. This has been entirely unique, hasn't it, here in London? For you, what are your emotions over what you've seen in the last fortnight, what you've experienced in the last fortnight?
I think it's been a cracking success. There's no doubt about that. It's been a success because of the people who've come in to watch it. It's been a success because everybody's had a smile on his face, and it's obviously been a success by and large from a number of athletes in all the disciplines who've serve their country and themselves, and that second part is extremely important. I think we get a bit carried away with medal tables. I think the Olympics is about individuals winning, and it's nice to do it for the country, but not the other way around.
Barry Davies, thank you very, very much indeed. We must let you go. They're off to commentate on BBC television, and Jonathan Overend is here.
Hello, Alistair. Hello, Alistair. And of course, in this amazing digital BBC age, so many different outlets to follow the games on, aren't there, Alistair? I mean, when Barry first started, just the one channel, I would imagine.
One channel.
Was television
black
invented?
and white. I think it was black and white back then, wasn't it?
Good old Barry, what a legend.
3 games a day he's been doing on television.
I'm sure last time I saw Sean Curley as well, it was in a dubious location in Beijing, but we'll maybe remind him of that later. How are you, Alistair? It's lovely to be here. This is my first time inside the Riverbank Arena. It's some place, isn't it?
What are your first impressions? Colour,
pink and blue, nice. Colour in the stands as well. Loads of nationalities, of course, hoping to cheer their team. Loads of Aussies away on the far side. Lots of noise and no roof.
No roof, no. Well, there is a small roof, but it's reserved exclusively for international hockey bigwigs and IOC bigwigs.
And there you are. For a fortnight, you've been telling me you've been shackled to your seat in the hockey stadium. There are no shackles here.
There are no shackles. We're shackle-free.
You're here for the love of it. Admit it.
I am.
And you've seen some fantastic matches, and you've seen your first medal as well.
First medal in 3 Olympic Games. It was a great moment. I think I worked out something like 240 international hockey matches between my first in Athens in 2004 and the brilliant bronze that we saw the British women win last night. It was so good to see them smiling and happy. I can't tell you what that felt like, because 2 nights previously, to a player, they were all sobbing uncontrollably, and it was a desperate scene.
These Olympic Games in London have worked like clockwork. There isn't a thing that has gone wrong with them in terms of the operation of them, the presentation of them, the transport, blah, 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 blah. One of the things I love about that is that at all the venues, you've got a precise, by the second, countdown on the scoreboards to basically the first bit of action. And, we had it at the taekwondo, had it at the beach volleyball that I went to as well, and we've got it here at the hockey as well. On the big screen, it's 8 minutes and 30 seconds right now until kickoff in Great Britain against Australia for the bronze medal in the men's hockey. And both sides lining up sort of at the moment before the introductions, Alistair. These are nervous moments, aren't they, in a really important match for these guys?
Yeah, really significant. It applies to all the different sports, doesn't it? The last few years, all that dedication, all that sacrifice, all the early morning training runs, the grueling regimes they've all been subjected to, the nutrition, the dietary requirements, everything that has gone into the hard work and preparation is about to come to fruition, you would like to think, for both of these sides. Mel Clulo watching alongside me. We've heard about the various different areas that this Great Britain team has tried to cover, Mel, not just on the pitch, in playing a more progressive style of hockey than they were used to, because they, let's be honest, played a solid game, say 4, 5, 6 years ago, quite difficult to break down, not terribly ambitious, and Jason Lee took an active decision, didn't he, after Beijing in 2008, to be more adventurous, to play with a bit of risk all for a greater reward. And here, the final opportunity to grab some silverware.
Definitely, and I think having lost the semi-final 9-2 the other evening to Holland, equaling their worst deficit in an Olympic Games ever, they will want to prove a point. But from what I'm hearing from the Australians, they are mad. They are not happy that they're not in the final. And having seen what Holland did to GB the other evening, they're hoping to do exactly the same. So it is set up to be a perfect game, but I think Great Britain have changed their style the most out of any of the teams that we've seen here this week. So it does promise to be an absolutely fantastic game.
Introductions now. Huge cheer, of course, for the Great Britain team, and all in red they go along the line, shaking the hands of their green and gold shirted opponents from Australia. Full commentary coming up here on 5 live from the Riverbank Arena, right out on the outer reaches of the Olympic Park here in East London. Before kick-off here, we'll return to John Hunt, who of course only really needs binoculars normally to watch the horses. Today, John, you need a personal taxi service to whisk you between the fencers, the swimmers, the shooters, the horse riders, and of course they're all the same people.
Yes, Jonathan, rest assured though, I do have the binoculars very close at hand. What's happening at the moment in the Greenwich Arena is that the draw of horses is being made. The 36 athletes will each, of course, go over show jumps fairly shortly. But there are only 18 horses, so each horse will jump twice with different riders on. So it's important. We'll get an idea of the riders that perhaps don't gel with horse A, for example, and then later on horse A again will come out maybe to be ridden by one of the fancied riders a little bit later on. So it is quite important in determining how the shape of this contest develops towards the thrilling climax of the combined run shoot. Just to remind people, if they're just tuning in for the first time, we've already had fencing this morning. Nick Woodbridge and Sam Wheel, the British guys in the competition, had sort of average mornings really to finish mid-division. And then we had the swimming, and again Sam swam well, Nick a little bit disappointing, certainly relative to his personal best and his season's best, but that still leaves Woodbridge within shouting distance of the leaders. He's in 8th place as we head towards this jumping phase. The Chinese athlete has the lead, Zongrong Chao ahead of the Czech David Svoboda. And then the big guns of Russia, Alexander Lesson and the dual Olympic champion Andrei Moiseev, they're 3rd and 4th, with the Egyptian Amro El Ghaziri in 5th place, Woodbridge in 8th, and then a bigger gap back to 14th for Sam Wheel. So it's exciting. These jumpers are on their horses. They will want clear rounds. If they get clear rounds, it means they won't lose ground on other athletes, and they will make ground on other athletes that do make mistakes. So it's an important phase of the competition coming up over the next couple of hours or so.
OK, thank you, John, and you will keep us fully up to date, I know, from Greenwich. John Hunt there. Coming up a little bit later on, Mo Farah inside the Olympic Stadium at 7:30, going for gold in the 5,000 metres. The women's 800 metres after that, featuring Casta Semenya amongst others. The women's 4x400 metres at 8:25, with Great Britain involved in that final, and the men's sprint relay at 9 o'clock, concluding things, of course, sadly, without Great Britain after all the drama of yesterday. Mexico still lead Brazil by 1-0 in the football gold medal match. Commentary continues over on 5 Live Olympics Extra. Full time in the Scottish League 3rd Division. Peterhead 2, Rangers 2. Hockey next, after the national anthems of Great Britain and Australia. Just behind us here in the stand at the Riverbank Arena, singing that with such gusto. Everybody around us turning around to see who they were. Become so familiar to hearing it, haven't we, over the last couple of weeks? But that just for the introductions here at the hockey. But I tell you what, we'll celebrate it again for Ed McKeever, the gold medalist this morning in the men's 200 metres K1 canoe sprint, the 26th gold medal for Great Britain of these Olympic Games. But right now on 5 Live, it's hockey all the way. We are going for a medal here as well. It's the bronze medal playoff. Can the Great Britain men match the achievement of the women? They're playing Australia. Commentary from Mel Clulo and Alistair Eakin.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, the British side have just raced inside their 25-yard line for a huddle. A last-minute word from the captain, Barry Middleton, perhaps a little bit more urging on motivation and inspiration needed at a time like this, Mel Clulo, to bounce back from what was a 9-2 drubbing at the hands of the Dutch 2 nights ago, and it is going to take something very, very special. A little bit of magic, as Jason Lee suggested at the end of the interview I did with him 2 nights ago. A little bit of magic to get their hands on the bronze medal. Let's be honest. Let's be realistic about it.
Definitely, and I think the first stages of the rebuilding process was the honesty in the press conference after that game. They didn't try and butter it up and make it something that it wasn't. And having seen the girls win that bronze medal yesterday, that will without question have inspired them, because they will want to go home with one as much as the girls did yesterday.
They've had very similar experiences, haven't they? I mean, the women didn't have the crushing defeat in the same way on the scoreboard, but they had to put up with real despair, losing to Argentina in the semi-finals, and produced a performance that was terrific in its resilience as we're underway with Australia playing in their traditional green and gold from left to right in this first half. This is the world's top ranked side. This may be the Olympic semi-final, but they are ranked number 1 and they have real firepower in their ranks as the ball is taken on by Jonty Clark, one of the players who got on the scoreboard in the pool match between these two. We need to probably remind you about that scoreline, because the Australians played GB off the park for the first 45 minutes. They were 3-0 up. It could have been 5 or 6. And then back came the British side as they have it via Kirkham. Feeds it inside the circle, and it's nicely taken out by Orchard of Australia inside the 25. Far left-hand side of the field. GB playing all in red with blue socks from right to left in this opening half. Ben Hawes, one of the stalwarts of this team, getting on in years, but super fit as they all have become in recent years. The ball is now with Ashley Jackson. He's the kind of superstar of this show. He's the one who generally is putting away the goals from the penalty corners. He has fabulous stick work. He has played in Holland. The Dutch league is comfortably the best in the world, as Jackson feeds it back for Fox to crack it inside the circle, knocked away by the Australian goalkeeper Nathan Burgers, and here come Great Britain again inside the circle. Moore tries to get the touch on it, and there's a 16-yard hit awarded to Australia. Early stages 0-0. Mel Clulo.
Much more positive start by Great Britain, even not just from the semi-final but from the pool stages as well. I think because you've got so much nervous energy, that's what you want to do. You want to start playing fast, with the ball, without the ball, to get yourself into the game as soon as you can. And I think they'll have taken some confidence from the fact that the Australian back four did buckle in that pool match, and signs of confidence for Great Britain there.
Yeah, and as we were reminding listeners a few moments ago as well, they buckled against Argentina of all teams from 2-0 up as they break forwards now via Ockenden, approaching the circle. Tackle comes in from Smith. Nice intervention just outside the GB circle, and it's here with Lewis, who feeds it back to Smith near the back line, and it's whistled across to the right-hand side of the field for Hawes, who piles it upfield over halfway to Rob Moore. This is Middleton on the ball inside the Australian 25, working it down the sideline, popping it to Moore, and some handy stick work, but nice defence from Australia too. And Joel Carroll retrieves possession for Australia, led by Rick Charlesworth, the Australians, who is a legend of the sport, former Australian captain, played in 5 Olympic Games himself, and it's really as a coach that he has made a real impression on Australian hockey with the women. He took them to 2 gold medals in 1996 and in 2000. They won every major trophy going while he was in charge, as Jamie Dwyer breaks forward and tries to feed it inside the British circle. He took charge of the men, Charlesworth, 3 years ago, since when they've become world champions. They've won the Commonwealth Games, they've won Champions trophies galore. The one thing missing was the gold medal. They're inside the circle, and it's cleared away by Ben Hawes. Troubling times here for Great Britain, enduring a bit of pressure from the Aussie attack. Mel.
Yeah, I think this is good. This could turn out to be quite a feisty game. Clearly the Australians are still wound up at not being in the final, and it's their own fault, in all honesty. They went ahead in the game twice and ended up losing 4-2 to the Germans.
They're inside the circle again. Defence from Great Britain. Oh, that's brilliant from Jackson inside the circle, robbing the Aussies of possession, and they're herring upfield. This is Jackson who gets a stick on it, deflects it. Jonty Clark chasing up towards the back line. Can he keep it in play? Yes, he can, but the Australians are there and pick off the ball. But there you get the impression as to the speed of this game, the lightning counter-attack strikes that can be launched.
Absolutely. I mean, the men's game is so quick now with the self-pass, the passing abilities of the players, aerial balls, hitting, the disguise, slap pass, literally from one end to the other in 5 seconds easily.
Yeah, it's super quick, as Mel was saying. Self-passing is allowed from the sideline. We have rolling substitutions. There is no limit on the number of substitutions that can be made by the coaching staff. There's no offside. It's not like football. There is no offside. And the fitness of these guys now is second to none. Jamie Dwyer, one of the stars of the Australian team, rips it inside the circle, batted away by James Fair in the GB goal. Dwyer is one of those players who is just electric on the ball. Super quick and very speedy, great stick work as well, and he was the man who actually led them to gold in 2004 in Athens with a golden goal. I'll never forget that day. The entire team were mobbed by the Aussie supporters that day in Greece, and they went on to take bronze in Beijing. But they've come here for the big prize, and this is Dwyer trying to work it back from the back line. It's fallen to Carroll and Siriello on the edge of the circle. This is Swan on the ball, and again Britain's defence holds up, and Matt Daly is released down the right, over halfway, pushes it upfield for Barry Middleton, and then the interception from Australia on their 25-yard line. Ben Hawes now has it behind halfway inside GB territory, all the way back to Smith. And this is Lewis, who is the Irishman. Had to serve some time before qualifying for Great Britain. Change of allegiance. Had 3 years in the international wilderness before he was allowed to play, but set his heart on making London 2012. Just one of the many stories of application and determination through the course of this Games. 5 Live at the hockey at the Riverbank Arena. The bronze medal is on the line between Great Britain, ranked 4 in the world, and Australia, ranked number 1.
It's a game that's being played between the two 25-yard lines at the moment. No real attempts in the circle or at goal. I think James Fair's first kick will give him the confidence after the other evening. It was solid, it was firm, it was away from danger. And when your keeper's in form, that form then spreads to the rest of the team. It gives you a confidence that if he's not going to get beaten, then we're not going to either.
Yeah, and it's in stark contrast, isn't it? Even before the goals went in against the Dutch the other night, there were a couple of really bad defensive lapses from GB in the early exchanges as Daly breaks forward up towards the 25 and approaching the circle, pops it onto the foot. Oh no, the hand, in fact, of Liam de Jong. The umpire confirms as much. I thought that hit the foot. Back it comes inside GB territory. Lewis with the tackle, sweeps it wide for Harry Martin, who's just 19 years old, and for all the demolition job that the Netherlands did 2 nights ago, Harry Martin was a shining star, Mel Clulo.
He was. I think he's had an outstanding tournament, not just the other evening, but I think he can be proud of his first Olympic Games. 19 years of age, but he's had the coolness, the calmness of a 28-year-old. It's been brilliant to watch him, and he's certainly got a long career ahead of him.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing him in Rio and beyond as the band strikes up away to our left-hand side. Tremendous colour all around the Riverbank Arena. Little pockets of green and gold with the Australian supporters. This is Govers marching forwards and spreading it left to Butterini, and it's ill-controlled and over the sideline, and the GB fans enjoyed that.
I think the crowd's got a huge part to play today. This is what happened in the pool game. The moment Australia started to make mistakes, the crowd started to cheer them, and that just inspires the team.
Here come Australia, just outside the British D, and winning the free hit 5 metres out from the circle. British defence taking up position there, man-on-man marking. Glenn Turner is hovering near the goal mouth. They've got so many very good attacking players, Australia. Their goals have come from pretty much all over the pitch. They've scored 25 in 6 matches, but we'll be looking out for Dwyer, for Siriello, particularly for Ford and Turner up front. But There are so many other players who've got on the scoreboard through the course of this fortnight here. Ockenden and Butterini to the fore as well. And GB have won possession of it, and they have a good attacking platform here just outside the Australian circle. 0-0. We've played 9 minutes of this bronze medal match. Ben Hawes sweeps the ball back to the halfway line where he finds Ian Lewis. Lewis goes aerially back to Hawes on this left wing, just inside the Australian 25. He pops it forwards to Mackay. Mackay working hard, surrounded by 3-4 Australian players. Wins the ball too, he did well. Pops it back to Daly. And that's hopeless from Daly over the back line. I don't know what that was all about.
No, he didn't collect the ball on his stick as he wanted to. I think he was trying to, in one movement, collect the ball up and sling the ball across the circle, and unfortunately for him, his stick's come over the top of the ball and he's pushed it about 2 yards off the back line.
The Australians have now pushed it over the sideline on the far side of the field, so Martin feeds Lewis to Smith, and here is Hawes again on the halfway line. He was actually the drag flick specialist a few years back before the arrival on the scene of Ashley Jackson, who has become the face of this GB side. Terrific talent. That's Alistair Wilson trying to control the ball wide out on the right flank. He's the boyfriend of Fran Halsall, who hasn't had a terribly happy time of it in the pool, as the ball is fed upfield, and Daly is scrapping for possession with Matt Swan wide out on that flank. Swan wearing a yellow headband and some garish yellow zinc across the nose. It's quite a gusty day. Earlier on, very breezy. Some flags away to our right, sitting on top of the stand, were almost being pulled off their masts earlier. Now it's died down just for a moment or two as Butterini gets a deflection onto Ockenden, but very good work from Ashley Jackson. He's tireless, isn't he, in midfield?
He is, and he's crucial to this team, as is Barry Middleton. I think the top teams know who the best players in the Great Britain team are, and they mark them out the game. And one thing Ashley Jackson needs to do is learn how to deal with multiple players around him. And the best thing is, once the ball's coming towards him, is he gets rid of it as soon as possible and then gets ahead of them, and then he takes out a number of Australian players.
11 minutes played here on 5 Live. Australia 0, Great Britain 0. This for the bronze medal. See if Great Britain's men can emulate the women from yesterday. They've been having a terrific time of it in various different television studios and being mobbed by supporters, quite rightly, celebrating their success today. All that hard work finally coming good as the Australians attack inside the British circle. This is Butterini. Lovely stick work from Butterini. Cleared away. No nonsense by Lewis over the sideline. The stick skills of some of these Aussies has to be seen to be believed. Sometimes you just imagine that the ball is actually glued to the end of the stick. Just have complete control, and it's the ability to work that ball on the stick surrounded by defenders which is so critical. And we were talking, Mel, weren't we, the other day about the fact that Britain, as the ball is hammered upfield and over the back line beyond the Australian goalkeeper, this team, this Great Britain team, have competitive spirit in bucket loads. They have an attacking, aggressive, adventurous game plan. They have all the best support cast in behind them, but we just think that maybe they're lacking a little bit in the skill department on the real little tiny pieces of finesse which make the difference inside the danger zone, inside that D. We better resume that conversation in a minute because Jamie Dwyer has been let loose up front, and there was a little bit of concern there as the ball from Dan Fox fell straight into Australian hands, and it is Fox who's running it out of defence now over halfway and moves it to Catlin, and the tackle comes in from Devin. The skill levels, discuss.
Yeah, I think the difference is with the Great Britain men, you've got Barry Middleton and Ashley Jackson, who are two world-class players who have those stick skills, but the top sides in the world have 7, 8, 9, 10 players with those stick skills, and in one sense it's, you know, that's a highlight that you could look at and say it's an area that Great Britain need to work on. But then different teams play different styles of hockey, and perhaps the Great Britain style is not to have so many of those flair stick skilly players. It's about working as a team and breaking down the opposition as a team.
This is Ford working it down the back line for Australia inside the GB circle, and the tackle comes in. They have the long corner, and Ford is hovering there rather menacingly just in the goal mouth. Dan Fox is marking him carefully as the Aussies work it all the way around the back. via Swan on halfway to Devin, 0-0 still, 20 minutes of the first half still remaining, and it's taken on now by Carroll. Good tackle from Dan Fox. He scored a terrific goal earlier on in the tournament. There's a little bit of space here for Mark Knowles. This spells trouble. Again, it's Jackson who's working hard in defence, and a vital stick on the ball from Ashley Jackson, the blonde-haired midfielder who has made such a very big impression in this game. That's a wonderful aerial ball to Middleton inside the circle. Can he get it away to Clark? Brilliant intervention there from Devin of Australia, and that was a fabulous counter-attack. What a great little bit of execution and vision as well from Jackson to look up and see Middleton in all that space.
Absolutely, and it's possibly the first time that those two have actually connected on the pitch and set up a golden opportunity, which fortunately for Australia, Devin was more than prepared to dive full length to intercept. Otherwise, it's potential goal time for Great Britain.
They've met 12 times at Olympic Games, these two. 4 wins apiece and 4 draws. 3-3, of course, in the pool stages here. 3-3 in the final pool stage in Beijing as well. And in fact, Eddie Ockenden, the skipper here today, scored with a 68-minute equaliser in that match in China. That's 2 minutes before the end of the match. 70-minute matches, 35 minutes each way, with a 10-minute half-time in the game of hockey. As Fox takes it on, can't control it, over the sideline it goes. This is Goads, tall man, spiky hair, feeds it forwards for Turner. That runs over the back line, out of reach of the shaven-headed Turner. So a 16-yard hit to Great Britain with 19 minutes of the first half remaining. It's still goalless, and really no genuine opportunity of a goal from either side as yet. Clark leaves the ball nicely from Middleton. Nice understanding between those two, but then Middleton is muscled off the ball, but the umpire awards the decision in his favour. GB press forwards. Wilson, poor first touch, popped over the sideline by Orchard of Australia. Wilson with that shock of blonde hair, working it down the right. GB all in red as he feeds it. Well, that's meant for Lewis. It's going to end up evading the stick of Lewis, and James Fair comes out, uses the stick outside his circle. Very rare you actually see a goalkeeper running outside of the circle, but the intervention there from the British goalkeeper, who's wearing a light blue top, obviously heavily padded down the legs, and the gloves on too, the black helmet, and the ball whistles at them at some 100 miles an hour on occasions, certainly from the set-piece penalty corner routines, as GB win the ball from the sideline. This is Jonty Clark trying to feed it upfield for Middleton, and Carroll is in there with the tackle for Australia. But it's good to see Great Britain launching these counter-attacks at speed, Mel Clulo, as exactly the reverse happens here with Australia on the ball. Dwyer feeds it infield, trouble, Orchard with the shot, and it's buried. That's a brilliant shot from Orchard. James Fair was well beaten, and Great Britain can have absolutely no complaints about that. A decisive strike from the Australians, who lead by a goal to 0.
Clinical side to Australia there, and probably showing why they're the world number ones. We knew that they would be disappointed at not being in the final, but James Fair's got a glove to that, and it's come off of his glove and gone in the goal, so he is going to be bitterly disappointed with that goal.
Simon Orchard winning his 110th cap today, 39 goals for his country, and the bronze medal on the line here at London 2012. Something to excite the Australian fans inside the Riverbank Arena here. Capacity of 16,000. We've had capacity crowds pretty much for every single session, which has been fabulous from a spectator perspective, an atmosphere perspective. I think the figure is 630,000 people who will have passed through this venue during the course of the fortnight, which is an incredible number. And they've done very, very well at marketing their sport, and indeed this particular venue, which has a mini pitch out of the back, which many of the youngsters can have a go at, as GB are robbed of possession, trailing by a goal to 0 now. The ball is moved onwards. This is the goal scorer, Orchard, breaking through midfield over the 25. GB backing off, and then Orchard fires it over the back line. Mel Clulo.
I think Great Britain need to put that goal behind them and try and do what they've done for the last 20 minutes, which is putting the Australians under pressure. And really, that was the first golden chance of the game, which, to be fair, was absolutely executed by Orchard. But like I say, James Fair's going to be disappointed to concede that 9 the other evening when he didn't, I think 2 or 3 of them he'll be gutted to have let in, and that one likewise. But Australians with their tails up, but we've seen the comeback from Great Britain before, and it's certainly an option now.
Yeah, tremendously determined group of players as Rob Moore takes it on and tries to feed it wide to Middleton, but the Australians are there swarming all over the ball in their green and gold strips, and Knowles, one of the older players in this squad, rips it forwards, and Butterini tries to take it on, but Wilson is there for Great Britain. Middleton has to come back and collect the ball behind halfway. Fox looks up, turns and tries to pirouette past Govers. Slightly shaky ball from Fox to Hawes, and then Hawes has let possession slip, and this is Govers, and Hawes is going to have to be very careful. A little bit nervy in defence, Mel Clulo.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those passes, to be honest, that have given the Australians an opportunity, and I think if you can be calm and composed and keep the ball around the back, make those forwards run around a lot, in the end they tend to lose interest and just drop off.
Australia inside the British D and working it nicely via Turner, and a clash of sticks, and the ball has been awarded to the Australians. Australia 1, Great Britain 0, with 15 minutes still to play in the opening half here at the Riverbank Arena in this particular corner of the Olympic Park. It's half-time in the men's football final between Brazil and Mexico. Here's John Murray.
Half-time, we might have a surprise. It is Brazil 0, Mexico 1. And the Mexicans are leading through one of the fastest goals ever scored in this famous stadium, either new or in its Empire Stadium days. It came after 28 seconds after a casual piece of play from Manchester United's Rafael. Mexico won the ball back, and the Mexican number 9 Peralta shot in low into the bottom corner. That rocked Brazil. It took them a little while to establish themselves in the game. Hulk has been brought on in place of Alex Sandro, and then they did create 1 or 2 chances, but it's Mexico who are in front at half-time, in front of pretty much a capacity stadium here at Wembley. It is Brazil 0, Mexico 1 at half-time.
Thank you very much indeed, John. GB on the ball here at on halfway via Glenn Kirkham, but the Australian snaffle possession, and this is Ciriello, the thick-set player, moving through the midfield, and released wide out is Govers. This is dangerous. James Fair's out of his goal. Can Govers flip it into goal? No. Cleared away by the British defence, and Smith, absolutely magnificent there, under huge strain. And earlier on, while we were away at the football, Smith with another vital intervention at the back, Mel Clulo. Great Britain are depending upon him right now.
They are. He has had a great tournament at the back, and Australia will be disappointed not to have scored that one. But it's interesting, their first goal, Orchard just came in and absolutely let rip, and I think there Govers had that opportunity to do the same thing, and he tried to play his mate in.
Govers is on the ball again with his left arm heavily tattooed, working it down the right. I learnt earlier on today that he plans to join the police SWAT unit when he's done with hockey. Not a man to be messed with necessarily. The Australians leading by 1-0 here with 13 minutes of the first half remaining, and they are applying the pressure all the time right now. The ball is crashed across the face of the circle, and it's over the stick of Nick Catlin, who began this tournament really brightly, just faded a little in the recent matches. Ball is taken on by Turner, good defence from Lewis, and now GB move upfield on the counter. And this is Catlin, down the right, over halfway, getting the ball away to Daly. Daly's stripped of possession by Liam de Jong, and the Aussies can regroup. Rick Charlesworth looks on from the sidelines here, the legendary Aussie coach. Turner to Swan, and this is trouble for GB. Ashley Jackson is there in enough time though. Long corner Australia.
Ashley Jackson's doing a tremendous amount of work at the back, but we need to see him much further up the pitch if Great Britain are going to stand a chance of getting back into this game.
A lot of defending going on from the Great Britain side at the moment, all in red, and lots of red-shirted supporters here as well today. The white in good evidence as well. The GB hockey fraternity have been calling for their spectators to turn out in lots of red. They're not quite in the same league as the Dutch, who appear head to toe in orange, as we've seen repeatedly through this competition. Again, very good defensive work from Great Britain. This time it's Dan Fox who whistles the ball away over the halfway line, but the Australians seem to be booking in for bed and breakfast inside the GB circle right now, Mel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Great Britain do need to press up and try and win the ball much higher up the pitch, and the deeper they drop back on the pitch, it's just inviting Australian pressure onto you.
We saw how dangerous that can be with a number of different teams here who've decided that they're going to man the barricades and try and keep attacking sides out. Eventually the dam simply has to burst. Can Britain break on the counter? No. It's snaffled by Devin of Australia, who whips it wide to Butterini. Shaggy blonde hair. This is Turner working it down the back line inside the circle. Butterini is blocked as he tries to get his shot away. And this is Tyndall, who likes to play a muscular brand of hockey. I think we can pretty much leave it there. He's a thick-set player, looks much more like a rugby player than a hockey player, and his hockey does tend to reflect that at times. But when he's given a little bit of space up the other end of the pitch, the ball does tend to stay hit. As Australia whip it inside the circle, and Hawes is alert to the danger, but it's gone there for Devin, and still GB desperately battling to clear it away from trouble. And Rob Moore's done the job.
Yeah, I think once Great Britain men win the ball, I think they need to just keep possession. Australia works so hard to get numbers around the ball carrier that there have to be other players on the pitch that are available. And at the moment, Great Britain are working so hard defensively that when they get the ball, they almost within 3 passes are giving the ball straight back to Australia.
This is Devin, tall, wiry-haired figure. Moves it forwards, right upfield, approaching the circle. That's gone over the back line for another long corner, and back come GB again inside their 25, defending all the time at the moment. Australia leading by a single goal to nil thanks to Simon Orchard's strike in the 19th minute. And again, they're working it up towards the D. So far, no penalty corners, and that at least is something for Jason Lee to be relatively pleased about, because they have an excellent set-piece routine, the Aussies, as you would expect. Ciriello, the man to keep an eye out when they come around, as Govers lunges full length to try to gain possession of the ball, but Tyndall is there alongside Jackson, who sets off at great pace, but then the ball is stolen by Carroll. Oh, and now Jackson's got his stick on the ball just outside the 25, moves it upfield to Catlin, working it down the left, approaching halfway, now inside Aussie territory. Middleton making a run up the right, trying to create some space. Lots of nice movement off the ball here from the British boys. Middleton, barged into from behind there by Ockenden, gets up on his feet. People say this isn't a contact sport. Beg to differ. Ball is taken on now by Smith. Inside the circle, just too wide for Tyndall, but it's gone off by a deflected stick of Australia. 8 minutes to play in the first half. Australia 1, Great Britain 0. Mel Clulo.
Slightly more positive signs by Great Britain, but again, once they've worked it up to this end of the field, it's just the patience and the composure to make that final connection towards the circle, but much better pressure higher up the pitch. Hopefully they can win it up there and spring a counter-attack from 30 metres out, not 70 metres.
And they need all their pace and acceleration on the ball, don't they, the GB team? What Jason Lee, their coach, has been talking about for so long, as Harry Martin finds himself in a little bit of space, pops the ball inside the circle. Martin's still going. It's a penalty corner to Great Britain. Well played, the teenager, Harry Martin. He's taken that a full 40 yards upfield, and he's won the first set piece of the match for Great Britain, a chance to level.
Fantastic skills by Harry Martin. He was like a bulldozer going through that Australian defence. He managed to get the ball up in the air, and he just kept jinking it over all the different sticks that were flying in, and in the end he works it into the circle. Penalty corner, and Ashley Jackson is on the field.
Great Britain's men have scored 8 penalty corners out of their 16 goals at this competition. 8 from 25 set pieces. So a strike rate of 32%. Only the Netherlands actually have a better conversion rate from the penalty corner. And this is where the ball is fed in from the back line to the edge of the D. For those of you who haven't followed hockey in the past, it's then stopped by a specialist stopper, and then one of the players lurking in behind, which will be either Jackson, Martin or Tyndall on this occasion, will launch it goalwards, or perhaps push it wide to one of the other players who'll be running into, near the post. Here it comes. It's going to be Jackson with the drag flick, and then it's buried into the back of the net. Great Britain have the goal, and it's Lewis who has got the all-important strike. Australia came rushing out in defence. They all thought it was going to be Jackson on the drag flick, but Lewis was waiting on the near post, and he levels for Great Britain. 1 goal apiece with 6 minutes left to play in this opening half.
Absolutely fantastic piece of skill by Ashley Jackson. He really did disguise at the top, was absolutely fantastic. The deception he put on that, I for one thought he was going to drag flick it into the roof of the net. And as the Australians are running out and jumping to try and block it, he calmly plays the ball to Lewis, who slots it home.
Great stuff from Great Britain, and despite having to really dig in defence, have come up with the goods here to level the match with 5 minutes left to play. And there's no question that the Australian hockey psyche has not been quite what it should have been here at the Olympic Games. We've mentioned on a number of different occasions the fact that they have let slip big leads here in the pool stages. 3-0 up against GB in the pool, drawing 3-all, 2-0 up against Argentina and drawing 2-all in the pool. So a few questions being asked by Great Britain of the Australians, and of course with home support they are roared on every time they get the ball move upfield. This is Tyndall, sweeps it to Middleton on the back line. Middleton finds Martin, and the Australians hold firm and they win possession of the ball as a little tussle between Ciriello, who's now squaring up to Barry Middleton, who does not flinch. Ciriello is an imposing figure, and certainly 1 or 2 words were exchanged. Here come Great Britain again. Martin caught in possession, and it's Ciriello on the ball, who's now going to become the pantomime villain for the rest of the match, you feel. Here he is again inside the GB circle as the boos ring out around the Riverbank Arena. Australia 1, Great Britain 1. No need to tell you who's got the ball. It's Chris Ciriello. This is Dwyer. Oh, another fabulous tackle from Jackson. What brilliant defensive work he's done here. Jackson runs into Carroll, pops it onto the foot. GB break forwards. Fox needs to continue the movement with some urgency here. Jackson over the 25, feeds it infield. Lovely ball for Daly, and these Aussies scramble back through De Jong and pop it over the back line. GB looking much happier about life in this little spell. Jackson takes it on, trying to dive through a forest of green and gold clad players from Australia, and it's the Aussies who are awarded the decision by the umpire. 4 minutes of this first half remaining. It is 1-1. Mel.
Good passage of play by Great Britain, and that reaction from Ciriello proves that Australia are not happy campers when they're put under pressure, and fair play to Barry Middleton that he just stood there nose to nose with what can only be described as the Hulk, in my opinion.
Jonathan Overend wasn't expecting that. He thought this was a genteel sport. He's smirking. We're showing you what really goes on out here at the Riverbank Arena. This is what we've been watching for the last couple of weeks. There's Ciriello on the ball, finds his captain, that's the goal scorer Orchard on the ball. Back to Ciriello. Wilson makes the save inside the circle and deflects it away over the sideline. 1-1. Bronze medal on the line here. Dwyer, trouble, and cleared away by Smith. Very impressed with Smith and Lewis at the back for GB, Mel, not just today, but I know that might seem a strange thing to say when the Netherlands put 9 goals past Great Britain, but because of the way they play, the style of their attacking hockey, once they went 3 or 4 down, there was always an inevitability, or a possibility, we should have said, a likelihood even. It was going to go one of 2 ways. Either GB were going to drag their way back in, or the score got ugly, and that's exactly what happened.
I think unfortunately for Great Britain, they caught Holland in probably the best form of their life, and there's nothing really that Smith and Lewis could have done. They just got passed around. They were international cones that evening.
Here come Australia. They're in the circle. Nice ball popped back under the arm by Glenn Turner, and again it's Smith with the vital stick on the ball. just outside the 25. Middleton pops it onto the foot of Butterini. It's taken on by Wilson. He's looking for the aerial ball downfield. That's going to drift past the Australian goalkeeper Nathan Burgess. A little ooh and an ah from one or two supporters in here who perhaps don't know the rules. You can't score a goal unless you've got a stick on it from within the D. So we don't have any long-range strikes in the game of hockey. 1-1, a minute and a half left to play in the first half. Swan battling away in defence for Australia. Martin popped it onto his own foot, so Swan takes it quickly and rips his way down the right wing. Feeds it infield for Orchard, the goal scorer. Glenn Turner making a nice run inside the circle, diving full length, gets the shot away. Good save from Fair. And it's a penalty corner that's been awarded here for a GB foot. So the Australians, on the stroke of half-time, have the opportunity to nose their way in front.
That's a phenomenal piece of skill by Glenn Turner. He dives full length to just reach the ball, and whilst he's on his stomach, the ball pops up and he flicks it with his reverse to get a shot at goal. Absolutely fantastic piece of skill.
Lewis was the man who unfortunately got his foot in the way of the ball, and the Aussies are now clustered around in a huddle on the edge of the D discussing tactics as GB don the face masks and prepare to gather inside the goal mouth. James Fair takes off his helmet to make sure that everybody's clear about their roles here. This ball can move at up to 100 miles an hour from the drag flick. Ciriello is their master exponent of this particular art. To his right is Govers. Turner waits wide to the right. Here we go. Ciriello with a drag flick, and that's saved. Saved wide by James Fair. Just a little touch of the left boot, sending it over the back line for a long corner. And Smith has gathered possession here for GB, and he's just going to batter that down the other end of the field and away from the danger zone with 10 seconds left to play in the opening half. Danger averted for the British side here. It is 1-1 at the break as the countdown is on to the hooter. So, Australia taking the lead after 19 minutes through Simon Orchard. Lewis from the penalty corner routine after 28. It's level at the break, Mel Clulo. What are your thoughts?
I think you can tell there's a medal on the line and not 3 points. I think it started quite cagey, and then Australia built up the momentum, took the lead with a well-taken goal, although I think James Fair will be disappointed, and then Great Britain started the momentum again. It's almost as if they need to be a goal down before they start to play. Ashley Jackson's come into the game far more. He showed some great little skills, but Harry Martin to win that penalty corner for somebody so young, he's having, I think he's having the time of his life at the moment.
Half-time here, Jonathan, 1-1.
Well, James Fair, the goalkeeper, with all that padding, comes off the pitch down beneath us here, and like you said, he'd have been disappointed with the goal, Alistair, but that save at the end could be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I mean, the penalty corners are such a big source of goals. It sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but with that set-piece routine, and they have a number of different routines which they'll have been practicing, honing to perfection. You have to cover every single base, every single angle, and James Fair has had to be alive to all kinds of threats this afternoon. The defence has been, well, it's been manful. They've been under a huge amount of pressure, but I think they'll take some confidence from that, and they will know that the Australian psyche here over the last 2 weeks has not been as strong as it might be. They are a little bit brittle. Have been, can be.
And I jested right at the start that you wake in your sleep dreaming of penalty corner routines. Well, not that one for Great Britain, because that took everybody by surprise, didn't it? It was fantastic in its in the way it was conceived, but crucially in its execution as well.
Yeah, there was disguise in it, which is important, and you've got to keep the opposition guessing. Jackson has been nailing them from the back of the D throughout this competition. GB actually haven't displayed too many different routines. That was a nice one. It was very well worked, and Lewis was there to put it away.
Alistair Eakin, Mel Clulo back with second half commentary in a short while. It is 1-1 at half time, and just to remind you, they are playing here inside the Riverbank Arena for the bronze medal in the men's hockey. You're listening to 5 Live at the Olympic Games, and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rebecca Pucchiello. Police investigating the disappearance of 12-year-old Tia Sharp have made 2 more arrests. Officers found a body at the home of Tia's grandmother yesterday, a week after the schoolgirl went missing. Our correspondent Sophie Hutchinson has more.
Stuart Hazel, Tia's grandmother's boyfriend, of course, was arrested on suspicion of murder, is still being questioned by police. Her grandmother also now arrested on suspicion of murder, taken to a police station in South London. She's now being questioned. And a third person, a 39-year-old man, arrested on suspicion of aiding an offender.
In Afghanistan, NATO says an Afghan worker has shot dead 3 coalition soldiers in the south of the country. The shooting yesterday at a military base shared with the Afghan National Army happened shortly after 3 US Marines were killed by an Afghan wearing a military uniform. The Ministry of Defence says none of them were British. The American Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has said Syria must not become a haven for terrorists. After talks with Turkish leaders in Istanbul, she said their joint goals were the end of bloodshed and President Assad's government. The Republican candidate for the US presidency, Mitt Romney, has chosen a supporter of deep spending cuts as his running mate. Paul Ryan, a congressman from Wisconsin, says he'll unpick President Obama's healthcare reforms. David Cameron has set out plans for competitive sports to be made compulsory at primary schools in England. The Prime Minister wants to end the all-must-have prizes culture. Labour's Minister for Schools is Kevin Brennan.
As soon as the coalition government came in, the first act they did was to try to cut all of the funding for school sports partnerships, which enable competitive sport to happen and have enabled competitive sport in our schools to grow hugely in recent years. The last school sports survey showed that the vast majority of children were doing competitive sport compared with a few years ago.
And the British Olympic Association has announced that the gold medal winning sailor Ben Ainslie will carry the flag for Team GB at tomorrow's closing ceremony. He's become the most successful sailor in the history of the Games. That's the latest news. Sport now with Will Perry.
Rebecca, thank you. Well, I can tell you I'm quite a distance away from the Riverbank Arena where the hockey's going on, but you can hear that roar right down London Way towards the Olympic Stadium, albeit 800 metres away. Let's bring you up to date with what's happening so far today. British Swimming Performance Director Michael Scott has confirmed he'll lead a review of the team's performance at London 2012. UK Sports set a target of 5 to 7 swimming medals, but GB, of course, only won 3. There were 2 medals for Great Britain, and this morning in the canoe sprint, Ed McKeever won gold in the men's K1 200 metres. John Schofield and Liam Heath took bronze in the K2 200 metre final. Britain then remained third in the medal table, 59 medals in total, 26 of them gold. USA stay top with 95 medals. Tom Daley qualified in 4th place for the final of the 10-metre platform diving. That's at 8:30 this evening. The third event of the modern pentathlon, the riding, is underway. Britain's Nick Woodbridge went into it in 8th place. Teammate Sam Wheel is in 14th. Julie Bresset of France won the women's mountain bike event at Hadley Farm today. Britain's Annie Last was 8th. Sailor, as you heard, Ben Ainslie will carry Team GB's flag at the closing ceremony in the Olympic Stadium tomorrow night. The Syrian 400-metre hurdler Ghafran Al-Muhammad has been thrown out of the Games for failing a drugs test. Over on 5 Live Olympics Extra, there's coverage right now of the men's football final between Brazil and Mexico at Wembley. Mexico lead by a goal to nil. Away from here, these are some half-time scores from the SPL. Aberdeen 0, Ross County 0, Dundee 0, St Mirren 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Kilmarnock 1, Motherwell 0, St Johnstone 0. Earlier Rangers were held to a 2-2 draw away at Peterhead in their first match in the 3rd division. Manager Ali McCoy says if the boys thought this was going to be a cakewalk, they know where they are now. And Tiger Woods will go into the 3rd round of the US PGA Championship in a 3-way share of the lead on 4 under par.
Thank you very much indeed, Will. This evening we're inside the Olympic Stadium with Mark Pugac, Mo Farah going for double gold. His race in the 5,000 metres at 7:30 among the highlights tonight. Very, very blustery here on the Olympic Park, so much so all my notes for our half-time sequence have just flown across the stadium here. So some lady in section 103 now knows that we're about to hear from John Hunt. John.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yes, very early stages of the riding, the 3rd of the 5 elements that make up the modern pentathlon. Just watching a Ukrainian rider just go round with a couple of obstacles down. Heather Fell, of course, silver medalist from Beijing, is watching on with us. Just probably the most interesting point so far, Heather, is that the horse that Sam Wheel is due to ride has just gone out for his first ride under a Polish rider, and the horse looked pretty proficient, didn't he?
It did. It's definitely the nicest round we've seen so far, and that wasn't necessarily because it was the best rider we've seen. So just one pole out of these 12 fences. I think Sam would be incredibly happy if he ends up with the same score.
What do you make of the course generally, Heather?
It seems to be flowing. There's a lot on the right rein, but there are some related distances we're seeing the poles at the related distances when the riders just aren't quite sitting up in between fences and just bowling on and not really doing anything, and that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to show up the riders' faults, not the horses, and so far I think it's doing that.
Lizzie Greenwood-Hughes has a special guest.
Well, I've got two actually, John. I'm joined by two very important ladies, Jabina Maslin, who owns 18 of the horses here and also trains the British team, and also Claire Forgatz, who is the course designer for the show jumping. I'm just going to start with you first, Jabina, because we've had a look at the list of horses here, and you've said you haven't got any, you don't own any of those that the Brits are riding, but you tell me that the leader, Chao Zhonggong, he has a very nice horse there, Sweet Touch.
Yes, that's a very straightforward horse. Yes, he has picked a good one.
What about Sam Wheel's Jaramas?
That is a very nice horse. He should have a good round on that one.
And Nick's got Umberto de Forquez.
Now that horse I don't know so well, but I've been told that it is a nice one.
But you do train them. How do you think they'll find it out here at the Olympics?
I think they'll be quite all right. I think Sam will ride very well. Nick might get a little bit hooky, but that's all.
Because none of the riders have actually been able to ride in the arena, but the horses have, haven't they?
The horses were test jumped yesterday afternoon, and then, no, this is the first time the riders have actually got on them.
How do you come up with horses that are going to be able to put up with unknown riders? They only have 20 minutes to get to know these horses.
Very difficult. I try and provide horses that have been ridden by all sorts of different people. So we bring on eventers that have retired, hunting horses, and show jumpers that will not make the grade show jumping. So when we teach a lot on these horses.
OK, and just looking at the list, who's got the best horse then out of that lot, do you think?
Oh, that's asking something. Darkland, I think, is the best horse.
Andrei Moiseev. OK, thanks, Jabina. And I'm going to talk to Claire Forgatz. Claire, you design lots of show jumping courses. How do you go about designing one for the pentathletes, though? Because it's got to be fairly easy to get to grips with, I guess.
Yeah, it's a case of designing the course for the horses. So if the horse can make it easy, it is down to the rider to navigate round the course at the right speed and take the right lines.
OK, well, that's all we've got time for. Thanks very much, Claire. Back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed, and we'll keep you posted, of course, from the modern pentathlon throughout the rest of the afternoon. The conclusion expected just before about 7 o'clock this evening. And with perfect timing, Alistair Eakin, 3, 2, 1. Australia 1, Great Britain 1. The gold medal on the line, second half.
35 minutes left to play, and the GB side have had to do their fair share of defending in the opening spell, but vitally got that equalising goal thanks to Ian Lewis from the penalty corner routine with 7 minutes left to play in the opening half. This is Butterini on the ball for Australia. Feeds Swan wide out on the right, and they, of course, after a change of direction, are playing from right to left in this second half as the ball is taken off Australian sticks by James Tyndall. Tyndall now has possession of it as it's fired upfield, and Barry Middleton is there. This is Glenn Kirkham working the stick wide out on the left flank, and Mackay under a huge amount of pressure. The Australian defence likes to swarm all over the player on the ball, and they've done very, very well, and they've got lots of players upfield here with Goads racing, charging forwards. Orchard feeds Butterini, edge of the circle, great tackle from Ben Hawes on the reverse stick, just waited for it, extended the stick at the vital moment and took possession of the ball. And this is Middleton in a little bit of space, but look how many Australian defenders are back, 7 of them rushing backwards as Tyndall drives up towards the circle, and Australia come away with the ball. 1-1, Mel Clulo.
Timely interception by Ben Hawes, because Australia definitely had man over in the circle, but what a reverse stick tackle that was. He just planted his left hand on the floor, ball taken, and then he started the counter-attack and ended up on the left wing. So total hockey shown by Ben Hawes.
Total hockey. We saw some total hockey the other night, didn't we, by the Dutch, and reminiscent of their footballing sides of the 70s. Everything they tried came off. Everything. This is Ciriello, the pantomime villain, who earlier squared up to the GB skipper. That's why he's getting a reception here that he is from the crowd inside the Riverbank Arena as the ball is fired over the back line, and GB are able to regroup from the back, and by Alistair Wilson. The bronze medal up for grabs here with half an hour left to play. It's whipped forward by Hawes, taken on by Carroll, though, of Australia. Kirkham rolls around as he tries to get a stick on the ball, and it's then fed wide to Ockenden, straight over the sideline for GB. Lots of supporters here wrapped up in their Union flags. It's very, very windy, as Jonathan was mentioning earlier on, and it's really picked up in the last few minutes or so. The ball has found Ali Wilson. He feeds it to the right. Jackson's going to have to cover quite a lot of ground here, and the speed with which they have to chase these players is quite something. Talking to Jason Lee before this competition began, as GB are inside the circle. Tyndall's on the ball looking for the penalty corner, hasn't been awarded it. In fact, it's Australia who come away with the 16-yard hit. He was talking about this high-intensity running, Mel, that they have to do, and of course footballers have exactly the same, but he was suggesting that whereas in a football match the footballers might run perhaps 10-15% of the time at high intensity, at absolutely full tilt, the hockey players are doing it around 30 to 40%, and that's probably why we have the rolling substitutions in place, just because the fitness levels, high as they are, can't cope with that all the time.
Absolutely, you want to play at the highest intensity possible, and those statistics will be based on GPS data that's taken by the sports scientists, and just, I think, shows how far the game of hockey's moved on.
Butterini on the ball for Australia, lifts it into the circle, that's not allowed, and GB will regain the ball. Ben Hawes is having a blinder at the back. He really is.
He is. I mean, he's one of the eldest players in the side, and he's been to the Olympics before, and he's using his experience wisely.
Australia have it through Devin and Ciriello just outside the GB 25, shadowed by Jackson. He feeds the ball away to the right where he finds Jamie Dwyer, and then that's lifted via a deflection from Ian Mackay, and the Aussies will come again. James Fair covering that near post for Great Britain in the GB goal. 1-1, half an hour of the match remaining. De Jong is waiting wide out on the left, but Kavanagh finds Swan on the right wing. Yellow headband, he rips it inside the circle, and it doesn't quite fall for Ford. It was a very, very good cross.
It was. We see it more and more in the game, is the reverse stick crossing, and it's so difficult as a defender to try and close it down. You used to just having to worry about the open stick, and now players have learnt these skills on the reverse.
Rob Moore getting in a bit of a tangle in midfield, and he's furious he hasn't won the decision from the umpire. In fact, it's De Jong who moves away with the ball, and he feeds Orchard, and here we go through Devin again. Little dummy to his left. Devin releases Ford down the left wing, just about outside the circle. Now inside the circle, Ford to Turner. Good save from Fair. Blocked by the goalkeeper, and Fox has it on the end of his stick now for GB down the right. Well played, James Fair.
Absolutely, that's two great saves he's made. One at the back end of the first half, and now one at the start of the second half. So showing what a quality goalkeeper he is. But Glenn Turner, ever the optimist, managed to get a shot from the back line, which you just don't expect forwards to shoot from there.
Great Britain have possession of the ball, and it's Daly who's skipping clear of a couple of Aussie defenders. This is Catlin working it nicely, and this is Middleton now, fires it inside the circle. Has that hit an Australian foot? No, just the deflection from the stick. For a moment it looked like there might have been an Aussie foot in the way, and a penalty corner was going to be forthcoming, and I think many of the crowd felt that way too, hence the oohs and ahs.
Yeah, they were hoping, and it looked like it could have been, but you could tell by the Great Britain boys' reaction that it had hit the stick. But you know, when they get the Australians under pressure, they need to try and get something out of it, whether it is a penalty corner, but just a shot at goal, something out of it that raises their confidence, gets the crowd going, and puts the goalkeeper under pressure.
Kavanagh plays it infield for Jamie Dwyer, and back to Kavanagh and all the way for De Jong, the Aussie sweeper, on their 25-yard line. It's fed upfield where it's cut out by Smith. This is Turner again, working it infield, running into a bit of trouble, and then moving it onwards for Knowles. The ball is snaffled by GB. Catlin turns, and then the Australians gain the ball, and this is Middleton now on the ball, trying to sweep it away to one of his teammates. They win the decision from the umpire, and there are bodies sliding all over this water-based AstroTurf, the synthetic pitch, of course, which they play on here. It's been in place for a while now. I think the synthetic turf introduced back in the 70s, Mel. I think 1976 was the first Olympic Games to feature a synthetic pitch. This one is water-based, which means that if you fall on it, as opposed to falling on a sand-based AstroTurf pitch in which you'd pick up really nasty grazes, cuts and bruises, with the water base, it reduces the friction, and so you can slide knowing that you're not going to carve your body into various different pieces. That said, we've seen some nasty injuries in this fortnight as the Aussies are under pressure, and the shot comes in from Daly. It's gone via an Aussie stick over the back line. Frantic scramble with 5 players huddled in about a 1 metre square area of the Australian circle. That's an aerial ball, and Wilson's done very, very well to watch that carefully in the air, but is he going to receive a card? He is. What colour is it? It's a yellow. That's 5 minutes in the sin bin for Alistair Wilson for raising the stick. Now, when the ball is headed your way aerially, Mel, you have to wait for it to come down below shoulder level. And that's why he's been dispatched to the sin bin for 5 minutes. And it seems quite a harsh penalty, given that the other option available is a green card, which is a 2-minute spell off the field. Better just continue with commentary here because the Aussies are pressing, and the ball is then fired away aerially. That's going to run in the direction of the Aussie goalkeeper, Burgers. Mel.
Usually, yes, it would be a green card, but in that situation, the aerial ball, Glenn Turner was in behind Ali Wilson. Correct decision, because technically it is a professional foul. He stopped a goal scoring opportunity, so 5 minutes in the sin bin.
And the umpires here throughout the fortnight have been very quick on any raised sticks. If you do raise it above the shoulder at any point, to be honest, you're running the risk of the whistle being blown and spending some time off the field, as Ali Wilson is doing right here. We of course remember the opening match of the women's campaign, which involved Kate Walsh and her broken jaw. Took a stick in the face in the opening match, sat out 2 games and then came back to win a bronze medal. It was one of the most heartwarming stories of this Olympic Games. Real commitment and courage shown by the GB skipper as the Australians drive it out of defence. And this is Jamie Dwyer moving upfield over halfway. Look at those little legs go. They are just going at such a rate of knots. Lovely stick work as well, and then Ashley Jackson is back and takes it up for Great Britain. Now then, we've got some rugby league which kicks off in around about 20 minutes time in the Super League. First against second, Wigan are at Warrington, and here's Dave Woods.
Hi Alistair, good occasion here as well. Full house at the Halliwell Jones Stadium. Colourful, the primrose and blue of Warrington, the cherry and white of Wigan, and waiting for that kick-off. As you say, first against second. If Wigan win here today, they will be 5 points clear at the top and just 1 win away from clinching the League Leaders' Shield with only 3 matches left to play. So absolutely vital that Warrington get a victory to narrow the gap to just the 1 point. Gareth Carvell and Ben Harrison returning to a more or less full-strength Warrington side. Brett Finch makes a surprise return to the Wigan 13, as does Harrison Hansen.
Thank you, Dave. Updates from Dave here on 5 Live throughout this afternoon. 4:45 the kick-off at Warrington. This is Australia on the ball, 1-1, 24 minutes left to play. The bronze medal up for grabs here as Swan breaks free for Australia. He's got Goads outside him, Dwyer waiting inside the circle. Fox gets down on one knee and puts his body in the way there. Orchard skipping inside the D. Good tackle from Lewis. Now then, the umpire inside the circle is going to want to have a discussion with his counterpart on this near side because he was unsighted. And question marks as to whether the initial decision will be overturned here, Mel Clulo.
Well, he didn't give one initially, the German umpire, and he did look to his colleague to see whether he'd seen anything, and he said that he hadn't. So they've gone, Australia immediately have gone for the team referral.
So Dan Fox, who basically got down on one knee to get the tackle in, question is whether he was deliberately blocking the player or whether it was inside the circle or outside the circle. He was pretty much right on the circle.
It's the foot on Lewis. Ian Lewis has come in to make a forehand tackle, and it does look as if there's a reverse stick piece of skill that's popped the ball onto his foot.
Yep, penalty corner awarded to Australia, and the goal scorer Ian Lewis was the man whose foot was picked out by the Australians. So 20
moves too quick to see, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's speedy. It's very, very speedy. And the Aussies will fancy their chances now. They have had one penalty corner so far in this match. Siriello's drag flick was saved by James Fair in the British goal. And Siriello is there again. Govers and Carroll alongside him. Goads wide out on the right, Dwyer to the left. You suspect that it'll be either Govers or Siriello. Liam de Jong will inject the ball from the back line. Siriello moves away to the right. It's going to be him with the drag flick, and the whistle is blown.
Great Britain are going to have to defend the next penalty corner with 3 defenders because Ben Hawes, the number 1 runner, has broken the line, and they introduced a rule in hockey to stop teams from breaking the line and running the clock down. So unfortunately for Ben Hawes, he's gone to the halfway line. Great Britain are defending with 3, and that's very fortunate for Australia because Siriello didn't get hold of that drag flick at all.
So that's the regulation now. If you break the line in defence and move off the line inside the goal before the ball is injected, you are told to get out of it and up to the halfway line. So the Australians will have another shot at it. Here it comes. This is Govers who flicks it in and up towards the goal, and the defence is firm, and James Fair manages to get enough stick on the ball, and ultimately it's come off the stick of Ockenden, the Australian skipper, over the back line. Anxious moments though, defending a man down in the penalty corner routine against the likes of Siriello and Govers. Not ideal.
No, it's not when you've got the likes of Jamie Dwyer looking for deflections and Goads as well. So great defensive man down.
Govers again is lying prone on the pitch as the Aussies move it wide to the left, and the whistle has been blown. There'll be 1 or 2 British supporters who looked at that move and thought, oh, here we go. Dwyer in acres of space, one-on-one with James Fair. That was only going to end one way, but the ball is whipped inside the circle via a deflection. That's hit Richard Smith's foot just outside the D. Fortunately for him and for GB. 1-1, 22 minutes left to play. We may see a video referral here by Australia. And now then, more explanation required. Each team has the opportunity, rather like in tennis, the challenge system, you have one opportunity per match. One opportunity which you keep if you are correct in trying to overturn the initial decision. To have a look at the video technology, which the umpires are doing now, and they will establish if Richard Smith was indeed inside the circle. He was. That will be a penalty corner awarded to Australia, and the Australians will hang on to their video referral, Mel Clulo, for the remainder of this match.
Yeah, they will. I mean, from the replays, it looks as though Richard Smith's foot is on the half his foot's on the line and half of it's off the line, but on the line is the strikers. So yeah, we can see it from ours, but just obviously being a bronze medal game, video umpires taking a little bit more time looking at all the different angles. I think they get 7 camera angles.
Yeah, they have 7 different angles. We get shown 2 different angles on the monitor here, and indeed up on the big screen away to our right hand side here at the Riverbank Arena. It seems a fairly clear-cut decision, and one of the problems with the technology, or has been here, as the penalty corner is awarded, is the length of time it's been taking to come to the decision. A bit of tension and nerves for each side can add to the drama, can't it? But the longer it takes, you feel the sport needs to take a little bit of a look at that, because it's been a bit lengthy. Now then, Great Britain are clustered inside their goal, defending this penalty corner again. Will it be Siriello, will it be Carroll, or will it be Govers for Australia? Liam de Jong on the back line, feeds it in, it's stopped. It's going to be Govers with the drag flick, looking for the deflection, and the ball is ultimately bundled into the back of the net, and Jamie Dwyer has got the all-important touch on it. Is that the goal for Australia that gives them the bronze medal? 20 minutes left to play, and the Aussies lead by 2-1.
It actually looks as though Jamie Dwyer picks up the rebound. James Fair saves it onto Barry Middleton.
A combination of Middleton and Dwyer's stick, ultimately, wasn't it? The initial save was a decent one, but the rebound, yeah, it's found Dwyer and Middleton, and Dwyer's going to claim it for what will be his 182nd goal in Australian colours, the highest Australian scorer, surpassing Mark Hagar here at this Olympic Games. Dwyer, and they're 2-1 up. And there are 21.5 minutes left to play. This is Ford for Australia. Inside the circle, pops it back inside to the rest of his teammates. Goads is there, so too Jackson. Jackson weaving a passage out of trouble and winning the decision from the umpire as it hits an Aussie foot. They're wanting the video referral again. Crowd don't like it. That's inevitable. Do they have a case, Mel Clulo?
I think they possibly do. I think, to be fair to Christian Blash, he was unsighted. Don't know how, because he's about 6'9".
That's
tall.
the umpire.
Sorry, the umpire. Yeah, he's about 6'9" and massive. But I think Goads, as he's come in with his skills, he's played the ball between Great Britain players' feet, and he's asking for an obstruction. I think it's Dan Fox.
Yeah, Fox again, who has been getting himself in awkward positions in this second half, hasn't he? And again, the decision goes Australia's way. They will have another set piece from which to extend their lead. 2-1 the score at the moment. Bronze on the line. 21 minutes left to play. The Mexicans are leading Brazil by 2-0 at Wembley in the men's football final. That match, if you want to listen to it, continues on 5 Live Olympics Extra. The Australians issuing a few last instructions between themselves. A plan is hatched. Butterini this time is up in the line alongside Carroll and Knowles, with Ciriello and Govers off the pitch. So different strike force here for the Aussies. And Russell Ford will inject the ball from the back line. Australia leading 2-1. Here it comes. It's going to be swept in by Carroll and onto a British foot, or an arm, as one of them is protesting. Will they, the British team, call for the video referral? It looks like they will not.
No, I think the question that the Australians are asking is this a penalty stroke? Because as Goads makes the deflection, to be fair to Rob Moore, he is down very low as the post player, and there was certainly no element of danger. I think James Fair was behind him, so the correct decision is penalty corner.
Joel Carroll with the initial sweep up towards the goalkeeper. And Butterini and Knowles are looking eager here, with Goads, the man who's going to be chasing in towards the post, looking for the deflection. Here we go again. James Fair making himself look big inside the GB goal. Australia, here it comes. Butterini, the dummy, swept in by Carroll and deflected wide for a long corner. Good defence from Great Britain.
Yeah, clearly they've done their homework on the Australian penalty corners, because they seem to get out there very quickly, and Ian Lewis it was that got the block in to send it over the back line for the long corner.
19 minutes for Great Britain to do something about this scoreline. They trail 2-1. If they manage to get the equaliser, if it goes to 70 minutes and they are still level, there will be a period of extra time of 7.5 minutes each way, and that is a golden goal period. If a goal is scored in that spell, then that will win the match. Thereafter, there is a rather complicated penalty shootout of sorts. It's not your regulation shootout. If it comes to it, we'll try and explain it. Essentially, players start on the 25-yard line, bang in the middle of the pitch. The whistle is blown. There is then an 8-second period in which they have to put the ball in the back of the net, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. It's a bit different. It happened for the first time here at this Olympic Games, as Australia break forward again via Ford. It's come off the body. Ockenden is awarded the free hit just outside the circle. Waiting up front are Turner and Ford. Ockenden, the skipper, inside the circle. Good tackle from Lewis.
Yeah, great play by Ockenden. His individual skills once again shine through, because he managed to dazzle his way past 3 British defenders. But Great Britain really need to push out now. They're doing what they did in the first half, which seems to be getting deeper and deeper in defence, and then it's so much further to try and counter-attack.
Turner robbed of the ball by that man Hawes, who is having one of his very best games in a red shirt. The ball is launched aerially and it's taken out of the air by De Jong. Now then, James Tindall is calling for a decision from the umpire here, because he thinks De Jong's stick was raised, rather as Ali Wilson has had to serve 5 minutes in the sin bin. He's back out there by the way right now, and he's having to make a tackle as the Aussies break inside the circle. Shot comes in, brilliant save. Russell Ford got the shot away, and James Fair leaping to his left into action in the British goal. Australia 2, Great Britain 1. This for the bronze medal at the Olympic Games of London 2012. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live as Tindall is on the ball for Great Britain, all in red, moving in a hurry from left to right in this second period of the match. There are 17 minutes remaining. Dan Fox whips it across the face of goal. That's Harry Martin, I do beg his pardon, and it's undeflected and out over the sideline. Australia have possession of the ball from within their 25. Tyndall is still arguing with the umpire out there about the raised stick from earlier on, or perhaps he's aggrieved by something else now, Mel Clulo.
I think he thinks it's a Great Britain ball. As the ball came across from Harry Martin, I think he thought it came off or got a deflection off an Australian stick, but the umpires gave it to Australia. But to be honest, I didn't see the point in him arguing with it. He had more of a case with the high stick. We haven't seen a replay yet to know whether it did or didn't raise his stick above his shoulder.
Great work again in defence by Lewis of Great Britain, but the Australians are heaping on the pressure right now. Rick Charlesworth has got one foot on a bench, the other foot on a fence which is overlooking the pitch right by the Aussie dugout. He looks ready to charge on and play himself, the Australian coach. Dwyer, the reverse stick shot, and it's deflected high thanks to Richard Smith over the back line and over the goal for a long corner. You do not give Jamie Dwyer any space at all in the circle. He's lethal. Tyndall feeds Jackson on the counter-attack. Jackson lays it off with the backhand to Ian Lewis. That's the reverse stick, and you can use the side of the stick on the reverse, as Harry Martin is given some space up the right. He weaves a passage through Devin. Martin approaching the circle. Devin desperately defending. Martin plays it back into the Australian player, who has to dive out of the way, and Swan takes it up for the Aussies now. He loses his footing. Rob Moore is penalised. Is that going to be a card? I think if that is, it's very harsh.
No, Ciriello took the ball, the self-pass from the wrong place, and the umpire wanted to bring it back because they do let a certain amount of yardage go, but that one was a little bit excessive.
Australia 2, Great Britain 1. The final tonight will be played at 8 o'clock, a match you'll be able to hear in full on 5 Live Olympics Extra as the Netherlands take on Germany for gold. The Australians, bronze medalists in Beijing, gold medalists in Athens, and prior to that 2 more bronzes and a silver dating back all the way to Barcelona, and they're closing in on another Olympic medal. It's not the colour they would have liked, but it's a medal nevertheless, and to finish 4th, as everybody knows, at the Olympic Games is the very worst place to be. 15 minutes remain and Australia are leading by 2-1. Mel Clulo.
It's much better play by Great Britain at the moment. They're creating chances. Harry Martin's come into the game, but for me, Ashley Jackson's been... I know we keep going on about him, but he really is the one that can unlock this Australian defence, and the amount of pressure on his shoulders is immense, but this is the time when he really needs to deliver.
Loose clearance from Ben Hawes, but then he atones for his sins and takes the ball over the 25-yard line, feeds it on to Wilson. Wilson turns and heads back in the direction of his own goal. Plays it back for Lewis. A little bit of possession hockey for GB. Careful. And that's a nice ball up the right to Fox. Fox always slipped on the surface, and Australia are able to counter-attack through Dwyer over halfway. He's got Butterini to his right. Turner making a run towards the circle. Smith with the intervention, but it's not legal. Turner again for Australia. Throws the dummy. Smith doesn't fall for it. Brilliant from Richard Smith. Had to keep a very close eye on the ball. The dummy there, in a sense, that's what I mean, is as Catlin is not allowed to take the ball forwards, the raised stick again as he tried to take the aerial from out of the sky. The dummy in hockey is just the swish of the stick in one direction, and then the ball is then pulled back in the other direction, or indeed it might stay in the same place, which is what it did there. Richard Smith, quite rightly, just left his eyes on the ball and ignored the stick. Good defence from Great Britain, but they need to conjure a chance, otherwise their chance of a medal will fade, and fade fast. 13 minutes remaining and the Australians are 2-1 up. It's gone a little quiet at the Riverbank Arena, and this is Dwyer, who's got some space, gets the shot away. Fair makes the save, and then it's put into the back of the net by Govers, and that may well be it for Team Great Britain here at the Riverbank Arena. Govers on the rebound after the Dwyer strike. James Fair batted it away, but it was directly into the path of Govers. Australia 3, Great Britain 1. 12 minutes of the match remain.
Unfortunately for Great Britain, Ali Wilson completely and utterly mistracked the ball, and all he actually ended up doing was he took the pace off the ball, which landed at Jamie Dwyer. And I mean, it's a fantastic piece of skill by Dwyer initially. He bounces the ball into the turf.
GB break forwards just outside the circle there, stripped of the ball by De Jong. De Jong is moving quickly upfield. This is the goal scorer, Kieran Govers. He gets it away for Turner. Wilson this time has enough about him to prevent the ball making its way to Turner inside the D. 12 minutes left, 3-1 the score, and GB staring down the barrel. Would the Australians let a lead like this slip in a match of this consequence? Surely not. Carroll has the ball for the Kookaburras, as they are known. Orchard down the left to Govers. Lovely little deflected pass for Ockenden inside the circle. Ockenden, the skipper, working it nicely. Well tackled by Great Britain. Rob Moore has done nicely. Now urgency needed from Jason Lee's side. Jonty Clark up the left. He's stopped in his tracks as he's surrounded by Ciriello and Swan. Clark moves it square for Rob Moore. Nice control on the stick from the dark-haired Moore. Intervention from Govers on the lunge. That's flown into the air, and Jackson can't gather it. It's over the sideline. GB ball. Wilson swings it inside the circle, and Middleton can't control it. Over the back line it goes. 16-yard hit.
This could be an interesting 11 minutes. Great Britain have got to press up, obviously, to get the goals back, to be in with a chance of winning the bronze. But Australia are one of the quickest teams in this tournament. So it could be a little bit of excitement, I think.
Great Britain finished 5th in Beijing, 9th in Athens. That was a new low, really, as far as British hockey were concerned. 6th in Sydney, 7th in Atlanta, 6th in Barcelona, and of course the golden year of 1988, Sean Curley et al. It's an awfully long time ago now, 24 years since that moment, and it looks like they're going to be out of the medals here at their home Olympics of London 2012, unless there is some dramatic intervention. 10 minutes is quite a long time in the game of hockey. There can be goals going in at great pace, and we have seen 1, 2 and even 3 goal deficits wiped out quite fast. Sometimes teams just have the wind behind them and the defences lapse, a little bit of panic sets in, and anything can happen. But the Aussies are looking confident, and Ford has it. He's got 2 men out inside him. It's fallen for Goads. Goads into the circle, and the ball is just moving at too quick a pace for him, and he's pushed outside of the D. It's now being worked by Russell Ford inside the circle, and now outside, surrounded by red shirts. Middleton takes things into his own hands, and then there's a stick tackle, and Great Britain will have the ball.
3 versus 2 for Australia there, and in my opinion Russell Ford made the wrong decision. Jamie Dwyer had led ahead, got onto the baseline. Ball should have gone to him for Dwyer to then find Goads, but fortunate for Great Britain, but they've really got to push up and go for this game now.
Yep, Jason Lee has criticised them in the past, their coach, for being too passive at times. I don't think you can level that accusation at them today. They have tried to play this quick, pacey game that they have adopted in recent times. The Aussies have been pretty clinical, all in all, as befits a side ranked 1 in the world. Devin takes it up for Australia, just inside the British half, with 8.5 minutes left of the match. The Aussies winning the decision from the umpire down here in front of us, wearing his garish yellow shirt and black trousers. British hockey fans have gone a little quiet. Bartarini making his way down the right wing and popping it onto the foot of Dan Fox just outside the circle. Bright day here at the Riverbank Arena. Gusty wind, just calmed down from earlier on. 16-yard hit awarded to GB. Way to our right, the shining structure that is the Olympic Stadium, the Orbit, the Aquatic Centre And the vast concourses there filled up with people. The big screen away to our right as well. Great Britain on the ball, but inside their own circle through Wilson. Wins the free hit, taken by Moore. Moore has found room here for Lewis up the right. Lewis pushes it all the way upfield for Tyndall. And an important stick in there from Carroll. Tyndall again approaches the circle. You just feel that Great Britain have to try and win a penalty corner here to get back into things. If they can do it quickly, anything is possible. But the Aussies are just not letting anybody inside that D, Mel Cluley. They're guarding it with their lives.
Absolutely, and the one goal for Great Britain, if they could get it, would lift this crowd, which is what happened in the pool match. But the Australians today are proving much harder to break down defensively.
Reminder that Mexico are leading Brazil by 2-0 in the men's football final at Wembley this afternoon. Commentary is over on 5 Live Olympics Extra right now. GB on the ball. Lewis cracks it inside the circle, and the first touch is a poor one from Middleton, and De Jong takes it away for Australia. 7 minutes left. Mo Farah, of course, in the 5,000 metres final at 7:30 this evening, and Tom Daley going for gold in the diving. That's going to be after 9 o'clock tonight. Tune in for that. Harry Martin has the ball taken off him by Carroll, and Australia just strolling upfield. Now a bit of urgency injected by Orchard. Orchard is moving towards the D. It's Fox who gets in the way, and the Aussies have it still. GB, all of them back in defence now. The entire side clustered just inside and just outside the circle. There are 6 minutes remaining, and the medal hopes are fading for Jason Lee's side. Matt Daley, who was given a little bit of extra time to get fit for this Olympic Games, had a nasty knee injury and was out for a long time. Jason Lee held off naming his squad, hoping that he would be fit. Hasn't had the impact on these games that he would have liked. The ball is spread wide to the left, and GB drive upfield via Smith and Catlin. Swan chipping away, just diving in with the stick, jabbing like a boxer. Catlin hangs on to the ball. Fox moves it wide to the right to find Kirkham. Kirkham pops it infield. Catlin is there, but they're in a confined space, and the Aussies have won the free hit. 5 minutes left to play. Australia leading Great Britain by 3-1, and it looks like the Kookaburras are headed for bronze. That's an aerial ball which has gone straight out of play over the sideline, taken quickly by Fox. Lewis in midfield, turns, nearly loses the ball, pops it past Orchard. That was nice from Ian Lewis, fires it upfield but cut out by Knowles. And the Aussies launch yet another counter-attack at great speed. It's Jamie Dwyer who's like Billy Whiz on the ball. Good tackle coming in from GB. Lewis, just waited a little bit too long, but wins the hit, and this is Catlin. Catlin approaching the 25, over the 25. Options to his right in the form of Middleton. Middleton down the back line, pops it into the centre, and it's cleared away by Swan.
Fantastic play. Australia are pushing Great Britain to where they actually want them to go. Oh, Great Britain are going with a kicking back. Sorry, I was just waiting to see what was happening.
Yeah, we have a substitution of the GB goalkeeper. Now, this means that they can play with 11 outfielders, and the kicking back is going to be Richard Smith. As James Fair comes off the pitch with 4.5 minutes left to play, there will be no goalkeeper in the British goal. Richard Smith, if he is inside the circle, can use his feet. If he's outside the circle, he's just like everybody else and can only use his stick. He has had to don a special luminous yellow bib, and this is an attempt, clearly, to push up and have as many people up the field as possible to try to gain a numerical advantage and convert that into a goal, as Daley moves it inside the circle, and the tackle is good from Swan. Shot comes in from Clark, and it's wide over the back line for a long corner. Mel, is this a sensible move? It's probably the only move that Jason Lee can make, as again Ciriello pops it over the back line. Long corner. Quick answer.
I think it is the right decision, and it's good that he's done it with 5 minutes to go.
It's brave, but then if you're going to lose 3-1, you might as well lose 5-1, 6-1, 7-1. It doesn't matter. I mean, of course it matters, but it doesn't matter, if you see what I mean, as the ball is booted away by Burgers in the Australian goal. Smith a vital intervention with Turner heading upfield. Catlin's working it down the right. Desperate defence from the Aussies at the moment. They're the ones who are really on the back foot as GB press for a goal here, trailing 3-1. 3.5 minutes left to play. The Australians know if they can work it upfield, a goal is almost certainly assured, but the umpire intervenes. And Lewis has the ball just outside the 25, fires it in, deflected over the back line by Australia. Long corner again. Mexico are the winners of the men's football. They've beaten Brazil at Wembley. GB on the ball. Details to come from John Murray and Mike Ingham a little later. Here comes the cross from Middleton. That's skewed off an Aussie stick over the sideline. Camped inside the Australian 25. Ben Hawes works it up towards the circle, taken out by Swan. Swan thinks about clobbering it with the reverse stick and then thinks otherwise and moves it down the left. 3 minutes left. Australia 3, Great Britain 1. The Aussies headed for a bronze medal. It will be GB in 4th unless there are some miraculous events in the next couple of minutes. Jamie Dwyer has it. Trouble for Great Britain. No goalkeeper, remember. Turner tries to weave his way infield, and Richard Smith has done well. It's hit Turner's foot, says the umpire. The crowd desperately urging their team forwards here. All in red, Great Britain moving from left to right in this second half. Catlin on the ball just over halfway inside Aussie territory. Spreads it wide to Lewis. No time for pretty square balls now. We've got to get in the danger zone. And if they don't, this match is over. It may be over already. They have to expend every last drop of energy. Ciriello lifts it to Tyndall. Tyndall then has the ball, pops it onto Ciriello's foot. There will be a free hit just outside the circle. The clock ticking down, less than 2 minutes to play. Kirkham tries to sweep it inside the circle. Every single Australian bar one is back inside the 25. Long corner to GB. Clark rattles it across inside the D, and it's cleared away again by the Aussies. Lewis feeds it wide to the left to the kicking back Richard Smith, who has that luminous yellow bib on to differentiate him from all the other players out there. But Australia have gained possession of it, and it's fallen for Goads, who if he can control it, he would be one-on-one with Lewis, but he can't, and the ball goes over the sideline. There's less than a minute, or a minute and 20 still to play here, Mel. Is it possible? Surely it's not possible.
If it is, they need to score within the next 20 seconds to give themselves an opportunity. But to be fair to the Australians, they are defending so well. They're still working so hard and getting numbers around the ball carrier. And for all the possession that Great Britain have had, Burgess hasn't had to make a save in the goal. No, and they've just lost the ball, GB, on their own 25. And this is Devin charging upfield, playing the ball with one hand on the stick. Tyndall wins possession of it. Does he? No. It's taken on now by Devin of Australia. The game is up. There are 40 seconds left to play. Devin again popping it onto the foot of James Tyndall, and the Australians close in on yet another Olympic medal. They were desperately disappointed to be beaten by the Germans 4-2 in their semi-final. They arrived here hoping and believing that they were the best side in the world and that they would claim the biggest prize, the golden prize. Rick Charlesworth has made this his life's work. So successful with the Australian women, turned his hand to the Aussie men, and they will come away with a bronze medal today as they play out possession of the ball just inside the GB circle. There's 5 seconds left to play, and there is going to be a crushing disappointment for GB's men. Well beaten on the day by 3-1. They finish 4th in London 2012. The bronze medal is awarded to the Australians, and they are worthy winners thanks to goals from Orchard, Dwyer and Govers. This remains GB's best finish at an Olympic Games since the gold in Seoul in 1988. They're ranked 4th in the world. They've justified their seeding. What they haven't done is overachieve in the way that so many athletes have done so spectacularly in the last fortnight here at London 2012, Mel Clulo. But there could be no arguing that the better side on the day won that match. 3-1 the scoreline. Absolutely. Both teams would be hurting at the fact that they haven't made it into the final, but I think Australia just showed that cutting edge and that the class that they have in their side. And we've said it before, I think Great Britain have got a really good team. with a couple of world-class players in it. I think Australia have got an excellent team, but they've got 7 or 8 world-class players in it, and they have the experience in bronze medal matches, the Australians. They've been in big game situations so many times, and maybe Great Britain just lack that.
Bronze for the Australian men then here at the Riverbank Arena. Bronze for GB's women yesterday, but a 4th placed finish for the men. Jonathan.
Thank you, Alistair. And of course, this time next week, full-time scores on the opening day of the Premier League season will be trundling through to us. And you wonder if some of them will be watching the move of Jason Lee, the British coach there, taking his goalkeeper off with 5 minutes left. Sometimes you think if they did that in football a bit more, it would be make for some exciting finishes, wouldn't it?
Liven things up a bit,
Liven
wouldn't it?
things
Can't
up.
see it happening, but it'd be nice.
Football this afternoon is at Wembley Stadium, and we have gold medal winners. John Murray.
And Mexico are the gold medal winners, unless I'm very much mistaken and something's happened somewhere in the last few minutes. I think it's Mexico's first gold in any sport at these Olympics. And what a win to beat Brazil in the final at Wembley in front of over 86,000 people. They scored in the first minute. That was a big help through Peralta. Mistake by Rafael at the back. Brazil took a long time to get back into it, and Mexico found themselves 2-0 up with 15 minutes to play when Peralta headed powerfully in for his second goal of the match. Substitute Hulk scored one right at the end, and Oscar, Chelsea's new signing, had a chance to make it 2-2 with a header that he should have scored with, but he didn't. There was no extra time, and Mexico are the champions. They've beaten Brazil 2-1.
Warrington against Wigan in Super League. Here's the latest with Dave Woods.
Minutes and Warrington lead here by 12 points to nil. An electrifying start. Ben Westwood with the opening try after Lee Breers had made a 50-yard break from a lost ball, and Ben Harrison's gone over from a Chris Hill break as well. Hodgson's kicked them both. Warrington deservedly lead here. 12-0, 11 minutes played.
We're off to the modern pentathlon down in Greenwich shortly. The 2 British competitors will be going for Britain in the next half an hour or so, and John Hunt will join us after the latest news. Worth reminding you, of course, that at this time next week it will be the return of Sports Report. Right now, 5 o'clock, and it's the news.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rebecca Bucchiello. Police investigating the disappearance a week ago of the schoolgirl Tia Sharp have apologised to her mother for the delay in finding a body at Tia's grandmother's house. Officers say human error was to blame for the discovery not being made until yesterday. Detectives are now questioning the 12-year-old's grandmother, Christine Sharp, and her partner Stuart Hazel on suspicion of murder. A 39-year-old man's also been arrested accused of assisting an offender. The name has been released of a soldier who was shot dead in Afghanistan's Helmand province on Thursday. Lieutenant Andrew Chesterman was with 3rd Battalion, the Rifles. The US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton says Turkey and Washington have common goals, that the bloodshed in Syria must stop and President Assad's government must end. Speaking after talks with Turkish leaders in Istanbul, she said Syria must not become a haven for terrorists. Mrs. Clinton says the international community must step up the pressure on Damascus.
Yesterday in Washington, we announced sanctions designed to expose and disrupt the links between Iran, Hezbollah, and Syria that prolong the life of the Assad regime. We urge other governments to support our sanctions with additional actions of their own.
A female hurdler from Syria has been disqualified from the Olympics after failing a drug test. The 400-metre hurdler Ghafran Al-Mohammad tested positive for a banned stimulant. And a number of extra tickets for the closing ceremony of the Olympic Games will go on sale tomorrow. Organisers held some back because they've been able to predict exactly how many seats will be available. The film director Stephen Daldry is the overall head of the Olympics and Paralympics ceremonies.
Once we start putting the stages in, which we'll do, as I say, 11 o'clock tonight, we'll start figuring out how many seats we got left over to do with sight lines, and then we'll release those in the morning. How many? It depends on what happens at 11 o'clock tonight. But it'll be more than I think more than a couple of hundred, wouldn't it? It would be about 1,000, we're guessing.
And that was the film director Stephen Daldry speaking there. Sport now with Will Perry.
Rebecca, thank you. So, as you heard, Great Britain's men missed out on a medal in the hockey. They lost 3-1 to Australia in the bronze medal match to finish 4th. The Netherlands played Germany in the gold medal match at 8 o'clock this evening. Mexico have beaten Brazil 2-1 at Wembley to take the gold in the men's football. The British swimming to review the team's results at London 2012. UK Sport set a target of 5 to 7 medals in the swimming, but Great Britain only won 3. Performance director Michael Scott has told 5 Live, "We had high expectations coming into the meet, but we are collectively disappointed with our performances at the Games." There were 2 medals for Great Britain this morning in the canoe sprint. Ed McKeever won gold in the men's K1 200 metres. John Schofield and Liam Heath took bronze in the K2 200 metre final. So Britain remained 3rd in the medal table, 59 medals in total, 26 of them gold. USA stayed top with 95 medals. Tom Daley qualified in 4th place for the final of the 10-metre platform diving. The final tonight at 8:30. The 3rd event of the modern pentathlon, the riding, is underway. Britain's Nick Woodbridge went into it 8th place. Teammate Sam Wheel in 14th. Spain won the sailing gold in the women's match racing class. Great Britain finished in 7th. Syrian 400-metre hurdler Ghafran Al-Muhammad has been thrown out of the Games for failing a drugs test. Away from here, these are full-time scores now in the SPL. Aberdeen 0, Ross County 0, Dundee 0, St Mirren 2, Motherwell 1, St Johnstone 1. The latest is Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Kilmarnock 1. Earlier, Rangers were held to a 2-2 draw away at Peterhead. And Tiger Woods will go into the 3rd round of the USPGA Championship in a 3-way share of the lead on 4 under par.
This is 5 Live.
London 2012, day 15.
And this is Jonathan Overend live at the Riverbank Arena in the Olympic Park. I'm with you for the next couple of Saturdays, actually on 5 Live Sport. First day of the Premier League season next week, and we'll bring you all today's football scores inside the next half an hour. Rangers drawing 2-2 away at Peterhead in their first match in the Scottish League 3rd Division. Just doesn't seem real, does it? Here at the hockey, Britain just miss out on the bronze. It's won by Australia. Great scenes though in the last couple of minutes as both teams took themselves on a lap around the pitch here, and the spectators, whether they be from Britain or from Australia, on their feet acclaiming both sides for their efforts here this afternoon. Still to come on 5 Live, Mark Pugac inside the Olympic Stadium from 6:30 with Mo Farah going for double gold for Britain in the 5,000 metres, the women's 800 as well, the men's sprint relay, the women's 4x400 with Britain in the final of that, off at around about 8:25. Tom Daley in the 10-metre platform diving final. Luke Campbell against John Joe Neville. Britain against Ireland in the bantamweight boxing gold medal match at 8:45. For now, though, we're going to head to Greenwich. The modern pentathlon has been happening all day and will finish later this evening. And we're at the show jumping phase. Heather Fell, who won silver for Britain in 2008, and John Hunt are there. And the British athletes off shortly, John.
They are, yes. We're just watching a Belarusian called Dmitry Malakaya go first, and then it'll be Sam Wheel. So observations from Heather Fell. 1 clear round so far from 21 athletes. What's the standard of riding been like here at these Olympic Games? Your first impressions, Heather?
It has been surprisingly low, I think, because the test jump went very smoothly yesterday, so these horses are obviously proven that this for them is a much lower height than they're used to jumping. Yes, obviously they're used to having riders who would know how to ride them, day to day, and we've just seen a stop there for the Belarusian athlete and a slight fence demolishment, so the bell has been rung whilst they rebuild the fence, and he has to wait the fence to be put back together and the bell to be rung again, and then he's got to make sure he gets his momentum ready to jump that fence as soon as it is rebuilt. But no, going back to the others so far, we have only had 1 clear, as you mentioned, John, and I think it is posing more problems than we expected, which is, I personally think it means it's a well-built course, because it's been proven that when ridden well, the horses are good enough, and it has been rider error so far.
It's interesting, Jonathan. The idea is that these horses are all of very like ability, and that the emphasis is very much on what the riders do with the horses to get them to jump. And let's not forget that they have just the 20 minutes to acquaint themselves with the horses, and some are doing it better than others at the moment, as this Belarusians round is almost complete.
That really is a titchy amount of time, Heather, isn't it? In the grand scheme of things, the normal relationship between riders and horses.
It is, yes. So we just saw a demolishment through that treble. He took all 3 poles out of those 3 fences. But yes, 20 minutes. I mean, we are used to it as pentathletes. That's what all of these riders will have been doing, and quite a few of them who haven't come from riding background will know no different. But still, it is that challenge. And for people watching it, especially those from a horsey background, might forget that and wonder, why these people are finding it a little bit difficult. And also, you have your 20 minutes in the warm-up arena to get used to your horse, but horses quite often change when coming into an arena as large as this with such great big crowds. The horse's temperament can change completely, so you might have thought that you've got to know how your horse reacts to your aids and feeling relaxed with it, and then you come in here and you almost feel like you're on a different horse.
Sorry, Jonathan, that Belarusian just had 8 fences down, and he gets 20 penalty points for each fence, and effectively that makes his handicap in the run that comes next, the run-shoot combination. For every fence down, it's effectively 5 seconds worse off he is with every other rider and runner in the race for gold here this afternoon.
So this really is the key stage. As you say, you can handicap yourself almost out of medal contention.
Yes, it's actually having a lot more effect than we thought, and this is going to be changing the positions quite dramatically. I mean, that Belarusian we just saw, he's going to be out of the runnings now. And actually, we have just got Sam Wheel entering the arena. This is the first Brit to ride, and you can hear the crowd going quite crazy for Sam. Just hopefully.
All yours, John.
We wish Sam well. Jonathan, I heard you mention you would be running through the football scores this afternoon. Could I just give one away at the moment? It's Leeds United 4, Shrewsbury Town 0. I mentioned that because Sam Wheel's brother, Chris, was in goal for Shrewsbury this afternoon and couldn't make it to the Olympic Games to watch his twin brother in action this afternoon. So sounds like he's had a bit of a miserable afternoon at Leeds this afternoon. Let's see how Sam gets on as he clears the first of these 15 fences. We would love a clear round here for Sam to gain ground on virtually every other athlete so far when it comes to the combined run and shoot in about an hour's time. And he's very neat and nimble. This horse only got 1 down for his first rider when we saw him earlier this afternoon, Heather Fell.
Yeah, this has definitely been this horse's round earlier. It's the nicest round that I've seen so far today, and Sam is a very capable rider, so we're going to be hoping for the best round of the day, and so far so good.
Don't forget, after Sam, though, there'll be another 12 or 13 athletes, including all of those currently in the leading positions after the fencing and after the swimming. And Sam is still clear. This is, without wanting to tempt fate, Heather, this is nice, isn't it?
It is looking very good. He just touched the last part of that treble, but had luck on his side, and the pole stayed in its cups. Oh, and that was unlucky.
He just clipped it with his back hoof as he was just coming down. It seemed as though he'd measured it perfectly well. That was the 6th last fence.
It was. He approached that nicely. He was on a nice stride, so that really was just bad luck, I'm afraid. But there's just 2 fences left to go.
Yeah, and Sam hopefully can get over these last 2. He'll only get 20 penalty points. He's over. Well done, Sam Wheel.
What a nice round.
And that will give him confidence, and as I say, he'll improve his position in the handicap heading to the run shoot with most of the riders we've already seen.
Yeah, so far the riders we've seen would have been behind Sam before, and now he will have increased his lead on them.
Which is excellent news. Just to remind you then, Nicholas Woodbridge, he goes next at around 22 minutes past 5, and the big guns, the likes of Moiseev, Lesun, Zavoda, and the Chinese who leads this event so far, Chow, they are the last ones to go, and the riding phase of the modern pentathlon, Jonathan, will be over at around 5:45.
OK, thanks for the heads up on that, John and Heather. Back with you very shortly indeed. Yes, John mentioning Leeds 4, Shrewsbury 0, one of the results in the Capital One Cup, which is this season's latest name for the League Cup. Lots of, whatever did happen to Rumbelows, all the matches, plenty of them as well, will bring you results in a few moments' time. But first of all, let's go to Wembley and reflect on the main match of the day, if you like, certainly in terms of attendance. Full house at Wembley for Mexico 2, Brazil 0. Mexico with the gold medal. Have they received their medals yet, John Murray?
No, they haven't. And actually, Jonathan, what you said there has just reminded me that this time next week I'll be sitting at the Hawthorns watching Premier League football, which just seems bizarre, having watched here at Wembley Mexico beat Brazil to win the Olympic gold medal. So Brazil's wait for their first football gold medal is going to go on to their own Rio Games in 4 years' time. and it is Mexico who have won their first football medal of any kind in a sport that is such a big deal for them too back home in their home country.
Well, it's set up now, isn't it? It's set up, Dion Dublin. 4 years' time. There we go. Where will they play that?
Yeah.
Will they be in the Maracanã?
It seems to just fall into place for them, doesn't it? Let's go home. Let's win it on home soil. You know.
Do you think they'll be playing games in the Brazilian equivalent of Coventry as well?
If so, you're there.
It was Mexico's day today. They deserved to win the game. They played better. They defended better. Brazil in patches did give us a bit of an insight to what they can actually do and the way they can play, and their individuals who we know are very, 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 very talented. But Mexico overall, better team performance by a mile.
And in the end, Jonathan, it was Mexico who were playing the sort of football that you might normally associate with a Brazilian team. Although in saying that, Hulk did get a goal back right at the end, and Chelsea's new signing, Oscar, had a great chance to make it 2-2 with a header. What was he, Dion? 5 yards out,
yeah,
but he put it over the top.
No, exactly, 5 yards out, level with the near post. He should have scored. It should have been 2-2, and we should have been in extra time. But that was the way that Mexico defended. They deserved the look they got towards the end of the game.
All right, guys, thank you very much indeed. As John says, he will be at the Hawthorns next week. I'll be at the Emirates, and 5 Live Sport, first day of the Premier League season, will bring it to you. And, of course, at this time, we will be into Sports Report. Here, however, are today's League Cup results. As I say, the Capital One Cup is how we now have to get used to it. First round, Bury 1, Middlesbrough 2, Carlisle 1, Accrington 0. Cheltenham 1, MK Dons 1 has gone into extra time. A couple of other scores have gone into extra time as well. I might as well give you those first of all. So these latest scores: Doncaster 1, York 1, Hull 1, Rotherham 1, Notts County 0, Bradford 0, and Sheffield United 1, Burton Albion 1. Also goalless between Watford and Wickham. Couple of other scores look level on my sheet here as well, so I presume they're also in extra time. Rochdale 2, Barnsley 2, and Wolves 1, Aldershot 1. In terms of the results, Bury 1, Middlesbrough 2, as I say, Carlisle 1, Accrington 0, Crewe 5, Hartlepool 0, Leeds 4, Shrewsbury 0, we've told you about, and Walsall 1, Brentford 0. In Scotland, a full programme there: Clydesdale Bank Scottish Premier League, Aberdeen 0, Ross County 0, Dundee 0, St Mirren 2, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Kilmarnock 1, Motherwell 1, St Johnstone 1. In the Irn-Bru Scottish First Division, Airdrie United 4, Dumbarton 1, Cowdenbeath 0, Dunfermline 4, Morton 2, Livingston 2, Partick Thistle 3, Falkirk 1, Wraith Rovers 2, Hamilton 0. And in the Scottish Second Division, Alloa 1, East Fife 1, Ayr 1, Stenhousemuir 1, Brechin 1, Albion 0, Queen of the South 2, Forfar 0, Stranraer 1, Arbroath 1. And finally, in the Scottish Third Division, Berwick 0, Elgin 0, East Stirling 0, Queen's Park 2, Montrose 2, Clyde 3, Stirling 5, Annan Athletic 1, Peterhead 2, Rangers 2. And that is something you are going to have to get used to this season. James Alexander-Gordon in 7 days' time and throughout the season mentioning Rangers pretty much in the last batch of results. Extraordinary. Let's hear from the Rangers manager, Ali McCoist, in fact, who was clearly upset when he spoke after that draw at Peterhead to Charlie Mann.
I can't tell you how disappointed I feel at the way we defended today. You know, I think we'll always get chances, and we missed a lot of chances today as well, which, you know, could have and maybe should have got us the 3 points. But at the same time, there's only one team taking any credit today from the match, and that's Jim McInally's Peterhead, without doubt.
I mean, I know that you've got the players up for the game and prepared them properly. Have they let you down today?
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. They've let themselves down in the way they defended. I felt we certainly didn't match the aggression of Balvis when he came on. That is a major concern. I just said to the boys on the television there, if and it's a big if any of our boys thought that this league was going to be a cakewalk and they just turn up and get 3 points, well, they know what it's all about now, because that's a big reminder, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, have you gone through them in that dressing room?
I wouldn't say I've gone through them, no, but I've certainly told them how I felt. Quite certain I've told them how I expect them to defend, and that today was not the way a Rangers defence should defend away from home against anybody.
Well, that is Ali McCoist, the Rangers manager, talking to Charlie Mann. Not the best of starts to their new life, Rangers in the bottom division of Scottish football. It's 5:15. This is 5 Live at the Olympic Games. They're mopping up here in the Riverbank Arena. Britain having lost to Australia 3-1 in an entertaining match, bronze medal playoff here at the Hockey. The Olympic Stadium away to my right here. The floodlights are on, and we will be inside the stadium in just over an hour's time with Mark Pougatch for a fantastic evening in prospect at the track and field. Let's talk sailing for the time being. Britannia may have ruled the waves for the past 3 games, but it was really Australia who took the plaudits in Weymouth this time around. GB finished with 1 gold and 4 silvers. Australia, however, got 3 golds. Let's have a word with the team leader of British Sailing, Stephen Park. Stephen, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Must just get a word first of all on Ben Ainsley being chosen to carry the flag at the closing ceremony tomorrow night. You must be very proud.
Yeah, it's a great honour for Ben, and of course for the sport, and recognises, of course, the massive contribution he's made to the sport and to the Olympic movement over a number of Olympic games, winning medals at every games he's competed in since '96.
Well, it is an incredible achievement, isn't it? When you look at the record, the sort of achievement that in years to come people will think scarcely believable, scarcely possible. 4 golds in a row, 5 medals in a row. Does he have 1 more games left in him, do you think?
Well, I think it's as I say, time will tell whether he has or not. It's getting increasingly difficult as the boats that are being selected for successive games become more and more physical, and are therefore aiming more at a younger sailor rather than one that's becoming more mature, as Ben is. But it is a fantastic performance to have won all those medals, particularly bearing in mind that within sailing, of course, you only get that opportunity to win 1 medal per Olympic Games.
But in terms of the overall picture, Stephen, what is your end of regatta verdict for Team GB?
I think we've delivered what we set out to do. We had a target of 4 medals at this event. We've come away with 5. We were competitive in a number of events, and I think we were unlucky in a few. That it is highly competitive sport. Although we've dominated for the sort of last 3 Olympic Games and really made it look quite simple, it never is that simple. The margins are incredibly small, and if you don't perform absolutely excellently throughout the regatta, or the luck doesn't go with you, then of course you're going to slip up. But we've been competing for the gold medals right through to the last day, including the 2 events we had yesterday. As you said in your introduction, Australia have come away with 3 golds. We've only managed to get 1, but we have, of course, won 5 medals, which is more than any other country. And that is on the basis of being competitive in all 10 of our Olympic events.
Sure. So that's the thing that you want to focus most about. The number of medals, whatever the colour. Not focusing too much on the fact that obviously they won fewer golds this time than Beijing.
It's not a matter of focusing on that. I think that from a team perspective, it's about trying to get your competitors into a position where they're able to compete for gold. We know that we've got a number of sailors who are in a position to do that, but on any given day things have to go their way, and they need to perform absolutely at their best, and of course that's what we're striving for, and we need to do that across all of the events if we want to be able to deliver consistently. And this week we didn't do that to the extent that we were able to win gold in all those events, but I think coming back with medals in 50% of the events that we actually competed in is certainly a very creditable performance.
How has it worked for you down there in Weymouth, Stephen? Have you felt sort of detached from the games as a whole, or have you really felt in amongst it? You've great crowds, haven't you?
Yeah, the crowds have been fantastic down in Weymouth, and to be honest, LOCOG have put on an excellent show here for the sailing. The volunteers have done a cracking job. The Olympic Village itself has been great, and the venue itself has been probably the best Olympic sailing venue that we've had, for the last sort of 30 years. So, if not ever. And it's been a really fantastic experience, and the sailing has been top notch. So I don't think we can have really any complaints at all.
And in terms of the future now, what's your position first of all? I've been reading some rumours about where you may or may not be going in the future, but you're a sailing man, aren't you?
Yes. Well, right now we're just preparing the team to go up to the closing ceremony tomorrow, so everyone will be there for that, and I'm sure that'll be a fantastic evening, join with the rest of our colleagues from other sports. And then for me, it's going to be pretty much straight back to Weymouth and Portland and preparing for the Paralympic Games, which of course starts in just a few weeks' time.
And after that?
And after that, we're putting together now the plans for the 2016 campaign. We've obviously been working on that for a little while. We're expecting our first competition in Rio in January 2013. And looking forward to working that over the next few months with colleagues, and hopefully we'll be successful in our bids for UK Sport Lottery funding, and concluding the ongoing negotiations with sponsors to secure the finance and funding we require to be competitive in 4 years' time.
Thanks for joining us this evening. Thank you, Stephen Park, who is the team leader of British Sailing. Plenty going on tonight. I've mentioned the Olympic Stadium action, including Mo Farah. I've mentioned Tom Daly, Luke Campbell against John Joe Nevin in the boxing at XL. Elsewhere, it's the women's handball gold medal match, Norway against Montenegro. It's the women's basketball gold medal match, France against USA, and the women's volleyball gold medal match over at Earls Court, USA against Brazil. I would think there's going to be a fantastic atmosphere for that. Let's talk to the captain of the GB women's team, Lynn Beattie. Lynn, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening. Hiya. How are you doing?
You had a fantastic experience, of course, at your first Olympic Games, the first Olympic Games for either the GB women or the men, and you got that brilliant win over Algeria. How do you reflect on your Olympic debut?
It has been absolutely fantastic. Just to be at a home Olympic Games and to compete in front of a crowd of 15,000 home fans has been absolutely fantastic. And of course, to get that win at the Olympic Games that no one expected has just been, that was our gold medal really. So it's been absolutely fantastic, and we've had loads of support and sort of Twitter messages and Facebook coming in just to say how much people love the sport after that match.
We were talking to a couple of girls from the British handball team earlier. They said their British handball website crashed a couple of times during the first week of the Olympic Games. How have you found it in volleyball? Has there been a real upsurge in interest?
There has, absolutely. I mean, just everywhere we're going just now, we've just been walking about London recently, and people have been tapping us on the shoulder and saying that they've never played volleyball before, but now they're absolutely hooked. They've been going to try and find their nearest volleyball club, and for us that's huge, because not only for coming into the Olympics, we wanted success on the court. The thing for us was to create that legacy, and it seems to be that people have fallen in love with the sport, and the Olympics have been that launch pad to sort of create that legacy. So it's absolutely fantastic news.
And just quickly, who's going to win tonight, do you think?
Oh, my money's on USA, I think. Obviously, Brazil are the reigning champions, but USA have looked pretty strong throughout the tournament, so it'll be an interesting match.
And are you going?
Yes, yeah, we're going. We're just having some pre-match snacks just now and heading over there later.
All right, don't get caught on Kiss Cam. They like their entertainment there inside Earls Court, and the spectators buy into it as well. 6:30, the start for USA against Brazil.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Lynn Beattie there is the captain of the British GB women's volleyball team. So let's head back to Greenwich then, the wonderful, wonderful show jumping and dressage arena there at the Equestrian Centre. It'll be a shame to take it all down, won't it, John Hunt?
It will, yes, and hopefully it'll stay intact if Nick Woodbridge, currently halfway through his ride, can go clear, and it'll be able to withstand the cheers. He's on a bouncy little grey horse that got 3 fences down in the earlier part of the round, but generally a really good exuberant jumper, and Nick's holding him together quite well here, Heatherfell.
Yeah, he looks like a really fun horse to ride, and the 3 poles that he had earlier were very obviously rider faults, and he just went too fast. I mean, for this horse, these jumps are tiny. You can see that he's clearing them easily, and Nick's keeping him together and just really holding him and not letting him get too fast or flat, and so far so good.
4th last, he's over safely, and now towards the 3rd last. Still clear. Oh, he's in too tight there. Yeah, that was on the cards a long way out, wasn't it?
That was Nick's fault there, and he'll know that.
Yeah, so he's got that down. So that's going to be 20 time penalties, but if he can get over the last 2, he'll repeat what Sam Wheel did a short while ago. He's over the 2nd last and now down towards the last.
Oh, and he put an extra stride in there. He got 5 strides in, but got away with it.
He did, and a big cheer.
Oh, but look at that time.
It's a slow time, so he's picked up 24 time faults, so that's effectively like getting 2 fences down, isn't it?
It is, but so he saved having having the extra fences down by riding very carefully and holding the horse and making it very tidy, but unfortunately did actually incur some time penalties at the same time.
Well, there are 7 more athletes to come. At the moment, Woodbridge is the leader in the clubhouse, Samwell joint second, so they're going to be in the top 10 when they begin the combined.
So whatever happens now for the next 7 rounds, our boys are guaranteed a top 10 start, which is brilliant, and hopefully they're going to rise above that from some of the rides we've been seeing. I can't imagine we're going to have 7 clears from now.
Exactly. So, Jonathan, there we are. We'll obviously let you know as this jumping phase comes to an end. 7 more riders to come. They're the 7 that occupy the top position so far after the fencing and swimming. But as we've seen with a lot of these horses, there's a lot yet to play for.
Thank you, John. Every time you mention Woodbridge, I'm expecting Woodford to pop up at any moment, but that's just the tennis obsession this end. We'll be back with you. It's building to a very exciting conclusion, the modern pentathlon, a result shortly before 7 o'clock, and of course we'll follow it closely here on 5 Live. We're going to talk swimming for the time being, of course, because there's been so many success stories for Great Britain in this Olympic Games, medals popping up that we weren't expecting, sports that have excelled that we weren't expecting. And in the swimming pool, you've got to say, a general feeling of disappointment at the end of the meeting over there at the Aquatic Centre. We've been hearing today from the British Performance Director, Michael Scott, who spoke this morning to Mark Chapman.
Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon.
I have all the stats in front of me. 23 finals by our swimmers, more than any other European nation. In 7 finals, we finished in the top 5, but didn't get a medal. And in the end, 1 silver and 2 bronze. How do you sum it up?
We had high expectations coming into the meet, but we are collectively disappointed with our performances here at the London Games.
You released a statement this morning saying there'll be a full performance debrief. How does that happen? How do you put that into place?
Well, the performance debrief is to have an open and honest look at how we can improve going forward. As you mentioned, we have more finalists than any other European nation. We were 3rd overall, but we weren't able to convert our 4th and 5th places into podium performances. So we need to understand why that happened so that we can improve in the future.
What have our actual swimmers been saying to you?
Obviously it's mixed in terms of their performances. Most of them realise that collectively as a team we didn't meet our high expectations coming into this meet. During the course of the last 4 years, we've had our best ever World Championships, Commonwealth and European Championships, but we failed to continue this trend at the Games, and we need to fully understand that going forward.
We spoke to Danny Kerry on 5 Live a little earlier on. He's the women's hockey coach for Team GB. He said after Beijing, when they didn't do particularly well, that all their athletes put comments into a review anonymously, and that however hurt he was by it and however painful it was to read what they were saying about him, he was spurred on by it. Will you do something similar?
Our athletes were already handed such a form this morning, and they'll return those over the coming days. So we had that process, and we have that process in place on a yearly basis, regardless of whether we are successful or don't achieve our expectations as we have here.
Do you think our swimming domestic level is competitive enough? Mark Foster was talking about how when the American swimmers arrive at a big games, that they're already attuned to the atmosphere, because college trials and college swimming is such a big event, is so passionate.
We'll look at all facets of our program, including our competition program, to make sure that we answer that question, i.e. are we race toughened when we come into the meets? Are we doing enough racing? There's certainly a lot of good racing opportunities in Europe, and we need to look at whether we've taken full advantage of those during the past 4 years.
But do you have a gut feeling, without being told by the swimmers, whether our trials, our domestic swim events are passionate enough, competitive enough?
Certainly the organisation, the standard of our trials this year was the most competitive of all time, but that's once in a year. What I think we need to look at is more regular competitive competition, both in Britain but also in Europe.
Well, that's Michael Scott, who is the Performance Director of British Swimming. Let's speak to Steve Parry, part of our swimming team, of course, if he hasn't become our full-time beach volleyball correspondent, Athens bronze medalist from 8 years ago. Hi, Steve. I don't know about you, I always get a bit worried when I hear about these root and branch reviews and wonder how effective realistically they can be. What do you think?
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, the people that are doing the review are all part of the system anyway.
They're reviewing themselves.
Yeah, and it's in effect you're having an internal review. Now knowing the guys that do, they're open and honest people, but I hope they get someone on the panel that is also external, that can help them be as objective as they possibly can. Because, for me, I just think I'd sum it up as a missed opportunity, Jonathan, because the swim team were absolutely flying. They've had the best Europeans, best Worlds, and best Commonwealth Games in a long time since Beijing, and I was looking at them coming into this meet, and I thought, you know what, they have got the chance to take the stage week one and win a hat full of medals. Now, for some reason, that didn't happen. But just to give you another stat, we got more finalists than Japan. But Japan came away with 11 medals. So for me, that says something about the conversion. Why are we getting our hand to the wall that fraction, 100th of a second later than the other teams?
Well, it's interesting because to contrast this with the sailing that we were talking about a few minutes ago, when the chief there was basically saying it's all about being in the position to win medals. And in the sense, having swimmers in the final is in position to win medals, isn't it? So, but you feel it should be all about getting the medals home.
Yeah, I mean, it's if there was an American hat in a 50-50 battle coming down the last length, you thought to yourself, the chances are it's going to go America's way. Now, we were willing that for the Brits all the way through, but it didn't, on the majority of occasions, it didn't quite go our way. And I think, the comment that Mark Foster made about the competition and that tough racing that the Americans do week in, week out, is really, really interesting. I think that will probably get a lot of airtime in this review.
I saw him talk earlier about sort of like the reaction of his swimmers afterwards, because I know listening to you in the first week, you were expressing surprise sometimes, hearing sort of the lack of disappointment in the voices of the swimmers who came to talk to you. Do you think that was kind of like a deliberate ploy to keep a sort of positive team spirit and not show outward emotion? And then having answered that, do you think that was the right thing to do?
I mean, we're all media trained. Everyone gets the opportunity to go and have media training and say the right things. But, I mean, I was getting the sense that from the people that were watching the swimming, when swimmers were getting out and saying, you know what, I'm happy to be here, a fifth place is good, whereas the cyclists and the rowers and everyone else will not settle for anything other than gold. I just wondered whether we've got the tone right. There's no doubt it's exceptionally hard to win an Olympic medal. However, having said that, I just think the opportunity of a home games was a fantastic one. There was just two things very quickly. The Americans had their trials 6 weeks before the Olympic Games. They had them the month before. Now, they came to this meet and did over 60% of their swimmers did best times here. Now, we only had 3 people on our team that did best times, and we've got to ask ourselves a question: why couldn't we replicate what we did at the trials back in March here? And that might have something to do with it as well.
Thank you, Steve. 5:33. It's 5 Live at the Olympic Games, and it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rebecca Pucchiello. Police have apologised to the mother of Tia Sharp, who went missing a week ago, saying human error delayed them finding a body at Tia's grandmother's house. 4 checks of her home were carried out. The 12-year-old's grandmother and her partner have been arrested on suspicion of murder. A second man is suspected of helping an offender. The name has been released of a soldier who was shot dead in Afghanistan's Helmand province on Thursday. Lieutenant Andrew Chesterman was with 3rd Battalion, the Rifles. The US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton says Turkey and the US share a joint goal of ending the violence in Syria. Speaking after talks with Turkish leaders in Istanbul, she said Syria must not become a haven for terrorists. The Republican candidate for the US presidency, Mitt Romney, has chosen a supporter of deep spending cuts as his running mate. Paul Ryan says he'll unpick President Obama's healthcare reforms. And the director of the Olympics closing ceremony has been describing his plans to create a tribute to British music. Kim Gavin says the show will be an elegant mashup of anything from Adele to Elgar. George Michael, the Pet Shop Boys, Jessie J and the Spice Girls are expected to perform. Sport now, here's Will Perry.
Rebecca, thank you. Well, I can see the Riverbank Arena over to my right-hand side, which is emptied out and looks a bit of a sorry state at the moment after Great Britain finished 4th in the men's hockey after a 3-1 defeat against Australia in the bronze medal match. The Netherlands face Germany for the gold medal at 8 p.m. Mexico beat Brazil 2-1 in the final of the men's football at Wembley after 2 goals from Oribe Peralta. After Great Britain won just 3 medals at the Aquatic Centre at London 2012, British Swimming have announced they'll carry out a review of the Games. UK Sport had set a target of 5 to 7 swimming medals. Performance director Michael Scott told 5 Live, "We're collectively disappointed with the performances." Ed McKeever won gold for Great Britain in the men's canoe sprint K1 200-metre final this morning. John Schofield and Liam Heath took bronze in the K2 200-metre final. Britain then remained 3rd in the medal table. 59 medals in total, 26 of them gold. USA stayed top with 95 medals. Tom Daley goes into the final of the 10-metre platform diving at 8:30 tonight after qualifying in 4th place. Spain won sailing gold in the women's match racing class. Great Britain finished 7th. Away from here, Rangers needed a late equaliser to salvage a 2-2 draw against Peterhead in their first match in the Scottish 3rd Division. And Justin Rose is 4 under par through 9 holes of his 3rd round at the US PGA Championship to take him to level par overall. Tiger Woods is in a 3-way share of the lead on 4 under. He tees off his 3rd round at 8 p.m.
And a look to the roads now. In Berkshire, the M4 westbound, a van has overturned. That's before junction 10 for Woking and Bracknell. 1 lane's closed and traffic is queuing. Tailbacks are said to be around 4 miles. Staffordshire, the M54 westbound, junction 1 for Wolverhampton Cannock. There's been an accident. 1 lane is closed. That's on the entry slip road. To North Yorkshire, the M62 eastbound, that's between junction 34 Selby for Doncaster and junction 35 Langham. 1 lane is blocked because of an overturned vehicle. Traffic is slow and the matrix sign set to 40 miles per hour. And finally, in London, do expect delays because of the Olympics around Central and many other parts of the city. Rebecca Pucchiello, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live. Every story.
You're listening to a 5 Live budget special. We're joined by 6 5 Live listeners who are giving the MPs a run for their money.
Every government should stop these loopholes from these people doing it.
Right.
No, don't say absolutely right, because no one's done it. And it's been going on for about the last 40-odd years.
Every moment.
Well, Mitt Romney has clinched his place as Republican challenger to Barack Obama.
Every event.
Flashlights all around like a firework display. What a superb performance once again by Usain Bolt.
And still to come, the US presidential election in November. Plus, the Premier League returns on August 18th. Don't miss a thing.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
And this is 5 Live Sport. It's Jonathan Overend on this Saturday afternoon on the Olympic Park. I've just walked out of the hockey stadium here, and the flags above me here are almost blowing off the flagpoles. It is a really, really blustery day on the Olympic Park. Wonder if that'll have any impact over in the stadium tonight. Britain just missing out on bronze in the hockey this afternoon, and the players just actually to our right-hand side meeting up with their friends and family who are all here cheering them on today. Let's get half-time news from the Super League. It's Warrington playing Wigan this afternoon, and Dave Woods is there.
Well, it's a terrific match, Jonathan, as you expect, first against second. Warrington lead 16-6 at half-time, and for the most part they've been utterly dominant in that first half. Westwood and Harrison, the 2 Bens with tries in the opening 7 minutes, 12-0. Chris Riley then had a try ruled out by the video referee, but then Wigan, who'd been under the cosh for an awful long time, scored a fairly soft try. Gareth Hock from a tap penalty allowed to force his way over from close range. Charnley with a goal, 12-6, but moments later Joel Monaghan at the other end restoring that healthy lead for Warrington from what did seem like a suspiciously forward pass from Brett Hodgson, but he scored in the corner. So Warrington lead at half-time, thoroughly deservedly so, 16 points to 6.
Thank you, Dave. We'll go to the USPGA Golf very shortly and also look ahead to tonight's gold medal match in the bantamweight division. Inside Excel, there's been a fantastic atmosphere all week, all fortnight for the boxing, and none more so than tonight when Luke Campbell fights John Joe Nevin for gold, Great Britain against Ireland. But for the time being, let's head back to Greenwich. The modern pentathlon continues, and here's John Hunt again.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, 2 riders to come. The Czech rider David Spoda and the Chinese Zongrong Chao. And at the moment, the world champion Alexander Lesun and Robert Kaza, the Hungarian, are on exactly the same scores. They'll be the leaders at the moment into the combined event, which follows in an hour's time. Nick Woodbridge is currently 5th. Sam Wheel in 7th place. As Svoboda begins his round, Heather Fell watches on with particular interest, Heather, as we remember the awful things that happened to him at Beijing.
Yeah, this athlete, he's an incredible all-rounder and had set off in Beijing in the riding a long way in front, and it basically all went incredibly wrong, and it is actually one of the most pentathlon watched YouTube clips, I think, which isn't something we should be proud of, but it was a disastrous ride, and I'm sure that's probably on the back of his mind. But so far he's cleared the first 6 obstacles nicely and smoothly. No poles yet. No, he's looking good.
He is at the moment. Just tell you that the Hungarians, Kaza and Morosi, both went clear. Svoboda's just had his first fence down, but the Hungarians in this crowd went absolutely mad, and there are a lot of Czech fans as well in this arena who would be cheering on Svoboda here.
You can definitely feel the tension is starting to build. The crowd know that these are the riders. And Svoboda just got that fence incredibly wrong, but just a pole, and he was lucky. No, that one went as well, which he just got a little unbalanced and too far forward. So the poles are racking up and taking those valuable points that he's going to need to be in medal contention.
At the last now, Svoboda's over safely. He's just outside the time, so he picks up 10 time penalties as well. But that round is good enough to see him now jump to the lead. And what that now means is that everybody else shuffles down in positions and indeed in time, because the penalties they've accrued so far will be converted to time handicaps behind the leader. So at the moment, Svoboda leads going into the combined run shoot.
And you can see how happy he is with that. I mean, that's 68 penalties, which you might not think he'd be too pleased with, but I reckon he's comparing that to his last Olympic riding experience.
Indeed, yes. So as things stand, he will lead. He'll have a 9-second advantage over Lesson and Kaza. Morosi, another 2 seconds back. 5 seconds after that will be Moiseev. And Nick Woodbridge at the moment is set to start 25 seconds behind the leader, David Svoboda. But that can all change now, Heather, as the last athlete comes in. The Chinese, Zongrong Chao, who has been really impressive. He had a really good fence and a pretty decent swim as well. Now we'll see what he's made of, won't we?
We certainly will, and the Chinese and the Asian athletes don't always get on so well in the riding, so this round is going to be key to see if he can retain that gold medal starting position, because Lisanne is going to be hot on his heels, as are Morosi and Moiseev as well.
So his round is about to begin. The final athlete in the modern pentathlon jumping section to go. Chao it is, world rank 22. He's reputed to have a pretty strong combined run-shoot act, so if he can hold himself together over this next 80 seconds or so, Heather, he's still right in contention.
Yeah, he's just getting a little bit too fast there and paid for it with a pole through the double, and he needs to just make sure he gets it back and doesn't get too carried away, especially with the treble coming up. We'll see some poles if he goes in as flat, and he just got the stride completely wrong on fence number 5 and went through that top pole. But he's back on track and it's cleared fence 6, and now he's coming around to that treble where the tempo and making sure that he's not too fast is going to be key here, John.
My calculations, if he gets another one down, there'll be very little to choose between him and Svoboda for the lead, and he's very quick into this.
Yes,
yeah, very
that
quick
was
into
bound
it.
to happen there, wasn't it? He just got far too fast and cleared the first bit, but then was too close to get over the second. And it's looking a little bit hairy now as another pole goes. He's just getting a little bit out of control, and another pole. I think this is going to end up a little bit of a cricket score, and he was lucky over number 10. 2 fences left to jump, John.
2 to jump. My reckoning is that Svoboda will remain with the lead, but we'll just see Zongrong Chao over the second last, just at the last. He's got that down. He is inside the time, but he had plenty of fences down there, and that means at the end of the show jumping for the Czech Republic, it is David Svoboda who will have a 1 second advantage over Zongrong Chao, who's in second place. Alexander Lesson, 3rd position for the Russian. He'll be off 9 seconds in the handicap, together with Robert Kaza. And in terms of the British interest, Nick Woodbridge will be 7th to go, 25 seconds behind the leader, and Sam Wheel 9th to go, 39 seconds behind the leader. That's how the handicap will unfold. It's not impossible for these boys to get in the shake-up yet, is it, Heather?
It isn't, and if it was just pure running, we'd know definitely a lot more of what was going to happen. But with the shooting involved, under this pressure, it is the Olympic Games, and we'll see different reactions to athletes maybe getting a bit too excited with the shooting and being up there. So I think there's still all to play for our British boys, and anyone starting in the top 10 is in with a shout of that podium. Maybe not the gold. I think pretty much, well, I say now, but I think Le Sun is going to take the gold medal. He is such a strong combiner. But we're going to see a very exciting race.
We are indeed. So the British lads, Woodbridge and Wheel, 7th and 9th, with just the combined event of running and shooting to go, Jonathan, and that'll take place in about an hour's time.
Thank you very much indeed, John. They've been watching it actually here on the big screen, which is this fantastic double-sided screen inside the Olympic Park, which is planted on stilts in the middle of the River Lee. It was a fantastic idea, whoever came up with that. So it means that people can set up rugs and picnics, or just sit on the hill, basically, on two sides of the river. But I know when we were here on Tuesday as a family, that there wasn't much of a space to look, and some people were saying, why do they put trees here? We can't see round the trees. Well, that's because the trees are going to grow for hundreds of years, and people are going to enjoy this space after the Olympic Games when it turns into the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park. And I think it's going to be a wonderful space and just a huge transformation of this part of East London. We're looking out over the Olympic Stadium at the moment. Mark Pugac will be inside there, taking over on 5 Live from 6:30. Wonderful night of athletics ahead. Tom Daly, Luke Campbell, diving and boxing as well tonight. These Capital One Cup first round matches have finished after extra time. Notts County 0, Bradford 1, Rochdale 3, Barnsley 4, Watford 1, Wickham 0. Wolves 1, Aldershot 1 is still in extra time. They had a delayed kick-off there, and it looks like these are heading for penalties. Cheltenham 1, Milton Keynes Dons 1, Doncaster 1, York 1, Hull 1, Rotherham 1, and Sheffield United 2, Burton Albion 2. More here from the Olympic Park in a few moments' time, but for now let's head to Kiowa Island. The third round of the USPGA Golf is underway. The leader's out later. Let's join Ian Carter.
Hello, Jonathan. Yes, another breezy day here, though nowhere near as hostile as the conditions that the players endured yesterday when really heavy, hot winds swept across the ocean course here at the final major of the year. We're into the final 36 holes of Major Championship Golf for 2012, and who knows, it might yet produce a British winner, because Ian Poulter is best placed at 3 under par, just one shot behind Vijay Singh, Tiger Woods and Carl Peterson at the halfway stage. The Welshman Jamie Donaldson alongside Rory McIlroy at 2 under par, within 2 shots of the lead. And so Justin Rose has managed to muscle himself into the picture as well. 5 under par for the 10 holes that he's played so far, and so he's moved to 1 under par for the championship and within 3 shots of the lead. Jay Townsend's been watching this PGA Championship unfold with us here on 5 Live, and Jay, that scorecard of Justin Rose's first and foremost really does suggest that low scoring is possible again today, when it most certainly wasn't yesterday.
Well, I think Justin Rose is playing exceptionally well, and I think he might fool a couple of guys into maybe taking some chances. Still pretty tough out there. It's not the win that we had in the second round, but it's going to be challenging. I think Justin Rose is really doing himself a great service going out there. If he can hold on to this round and get it into maybe even one more and get it to 2 under par, he will certainly have a great opportunity to win his first major.
Well, yesterday, Vijay Singh, the 49-year-old, carded the lowest round of the day. He was at 3 under par 69. Tiger Woods was thrilled with his 1 under par 71 as well to get into that lead at 4 under par. Ian Poulter bogeyed the last in his round of 71 to get to 3 under par, and he gave us a pretty stark assessment of just how difficult conditions were.
It's brutal. I mean, it's absolutely brutal. You know, the way the wind blows on this golf course, there's so many from start to finish. You can't really use the wind at all. It's not helping any shots. So you're always fighting against it, cutting it against the right to lefts and trying to draw it against the left to right. You know, when you do that, you can get out of position. You can, double cross it and find yourself a long way away from target. And obviously, this course is penal.
That's Ian Poulter. And Jay, he is someone who's reserved his best performances of the year so far for the major championships. 2 top 10s, one at the Masters, one at the Open Championship. Can he really contend over the weekend now?
As you guys like to say over on your side of the pond, he has a lot of bottle. Yes, he can contend. I thought a couple of years ago at Birkdale, when Harrington went on to shoot 32 in the back 9 and win the Open Championship, Poulter holed a putt on his 72nd hole. He was playing a good bit in front of Harrington that day, and I thought he had holed that putt to win the Open Championship. You could tell by his reaction he thought so too. So if you think about the fact that he thought he had that to win, and he holed it, short putt by any stretch of imagination, it was in that 8 to 12 foot range, where it's holeable but well, and he did it. That goes to show you that given the opportunity, when it really is his to win, he can hole it.
We must talk about Tiger Woods, who's been an absolute demon with the putter. 48 putts in 36 holes so far. Even so, he's not actually found these greens terribly easy.
They're tricky to read because they're so straight. They don't break much, and it's different. I'm sure there's a lot of guys making a lot of putts out there, but there's no grain. That's also another thing too, that we're cut in the south like this, and you expect grain, but there's really no grain here.
That's Tiger Woods. Jay, is this the weekend that the long wait for his 15th major finally comes to fruition, to an end?
He's had 22 and 26 putts, as you said, a total of 48, and he's only tied for the lead. There's an old saying, maybe so old that you don't even know it. It goes something along the lines of, there's two things that don't last long: dogs that chase parked cars and pros that putt for pars. Tiger's going to have to hit it better if he's going to have a chance to win.
I love it when old man Jay gets into his rhythm. So we're going to be live on 5 Live Sports Extra tonight from 9 o'clock and tomorrow with the final major of the year. Who are we going to be calling home, Jay?
I think it's going to be Ian Poulter, and also don't overlook Rory McIlroy. Both of those guys in the tough conditions have hit more greens than any other guys at the top of the leaderboard. I think they're going to be the ones to watch.
Well, that certainly would make for a final sort of weekend of major championship golf of max excitement. We're a little bit under the radar, of course, Jonathan, but it's a leaderboard that we survey as we head into the third round of the PGA Championship here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Ian. And, well, we've talked all fortnight, haven't we, about what on earth would happen at Sports Personality of the Year this year. So many contenders, of course, in the Olympic Games, and it was just Ian Poulter's luck, wouldn't it? Or anyone, McIlroy, if they win a major there, that it surely wouldn't be their year. Same surely would have been true if Andy Murray had won Wimbledon, but we shall wait and see. Someone actually made a suggestion to me the other day that maybe the entire GB Olympic team of gold medal winners should go up and collect it sort of en masse as a sort of collective award, scrap Sports Personality this year, and just make it one big celebration. Maybe that's something we can discuss with John Inverdale, who I know is joining us. John, of course, presenting superbly as always from the Olympic Stadium, is in position tonight. Big night of track and field ahead, John. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's going to win it, do you think, this year?
Well, I tell you what this is absolutely no kind of benchmark for what may or may not happen, but you know that these special stamps that have been made for all the gold medalists, and I, in a kind of nerdy kind of way, went to the post office yesterday to try and buy each of the individual stamps, just for, I'm not quite sure why really, because I wasn't going to send them to anyone, but just sort of stick them in a drawer, and then 20 years time find them and think, oh yes, I forgot I had these. But anyway, I went to buy them all yesterday, and they had them all bar 3. 3 had completely sold out.
Who were?
So who do you think?
Oh, that's a good question. Jessica Ennis.
Yep.
Mo Farah.
Nope.
Bradley Wiggins.
Yep.
So we've got 2 of the 3.
Yeah.
Andy Murray.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so I actually think at this early stage that if you were having a bet, and we're of course never allowed to pass comment on this at all, but I think actually Wiggins, Ennis, Murray as a 1, 2, 3 is actually probably what might happen on December the whatever it is. But I'm not saying that stamp sales are the be-all.
Do you think equal quantities of everyone's stamp were produced? That would have to then come into it, wouldn't it?
That's a John Humphreys kind of question. The answer is, of course, I have not the faintest idea. But I thought it was interesting nonetheless. Not monumentally interesting, but vaguely. But I think
you're involved in these sort of things, John. I mean,
yes,
you carry great influence at the BBC. I mean, that would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Just to sort of scrap the normal format and just say, tell you what, let's abandon the 1, 2, 3. Let's just celebrate everybody.
Yeah. Well, I think if Mo Farah comes into the equation if he wins here tonight, I think, because to double up in the 5 and 10 would be a monumental achievement. I think only 6 people have ever done that from looking at my notes here. And the thing I think about Mo, though, is he did look a bit heavy-legged in that heat a couple of days ago, and I wonder whether the enormity of what he achieved a week ago just took its toll on him a bit. And also, the questions are going to have to be asked about British athletics, because amidst all the euphoria about winning medals in the canoeing and this, that and the other, Charles Van Comeny, the head of British athletics, did say that he would resign if Great Britain failed to get 8 medals at these games. And at the moment we have 5. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility that Mo doesn't get a medal at all tonight, because this is a very, very competitive race. And then a week is a long time in athletics. And last week we had 3 gold medals in 44 minutes. And since then it's been a bit of a dearth, just 1 silver for Ohuragu and then a bronze for Robbie Grabars. So you have to think, actually, wither British athletics at the moment.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because we were talking in the last half hour about sailing, where the performance chief was saying it's all about getting yourself in contention for medals. And then we were talking about the swimming and saying it's not about being in the finals, it's about getting the medals. And you sense that there is a different mindset between the sports.
Yes, but I also think that, you were talking about how many stamps have been produced for all the athletes. Let's not forget that athletics is the most competitive of all the disciplines in the Olympics, and swimming, I would guess, off the top of my head, is probably the second most. So in a sense, medals are a lot harder to win in the pool and on the track than anywhere else, in purely numerical terms. And we've invested huge amounts of money in cycling, in rowing, in sailing, and we're seeing the rewards of that. Nobody from Grenada is going to win a cycling gold medal or a rowing gold medal, because those countries, but we have a Grenadian, winner here on the track. So I think it's you are not comparing, you are comparing apples with pears, and I think that's when we keep talking about our successes across the board in the Olympics. I think you have to sort of grade almost which medals are worth more than the others. That's not to disparage anybody who's won a gold medal, because it's the most monumental achievement in whatever you do, but it is a lot easier to win medals in some sports than it is in others.
I suppose if you continue that theme, you could say there's no way Great Britain are going to win a gold in the taekwondo. Except we did. But that is the great thing, isn't it, John, about these games? We have surprised ourselves, and the team have surpassed themselves with success in so many sort of unexpected areas.
And the one thing I would also say about the Olympics, which I think it is changing a bit from the days when Eric the Eel and his sort of compadres, we used to get those on a regular basis. I was at the rowing for the first week, and the rower from what was his name, Hamadou something, can't remember. Anyway, the guy from Niger, who had never rowed before going to the Olympic Games, or until 3 months before the Olympic Games. We don't get too many of those anymore. We don't get the 18-second 100-metre people, which in a way is a shame.
It's a shame in a way,
It is a shame in a way, but having said that, never underestimate for the smaller countries what an Olympic medal can mean. And I would just say that I actually just bumped into, as I was leaving the stadium last night, the chef de mission for Guatemala, as you do. And I asked him how their games had been going. You're treading on eggshells a bit, because they might have had some horrible scandal that we hadn't reported, because why would we? So I said, how's it been going in Guatemala? He said, the greatest games ever. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, we got our first ever Olympic medal in the 20-kilometre walk last week, and the guy was rung as he came off the track. He was handed a phone, and the president of Guatemala, whose name I confess I don't know, was on the phone to him. A national holiday has been declared in Guatemala for this guy, who also actually took part in the 50k walk today. I don't know how he got on, but the president is personally going to meet him when he gets off the plane on Tuesday, I think it is, in Guatemala City, the capital. And the whole nation has gone absolutely crazy over a guy on the 20-kilometre walk. And that's what the Olympics does. Wherever you are in the world, little moments like that are what sets this event apart from everything else.
Taekwondo the other night, Afghanistan celebrated their first Olympic medalist of 4 years ago. He got another one again, and it was almost like the president was in the crowd there. A little pocket of them were going absolutely crazy. A couple of things I want to just ask you about, John. Well, it's great to have a chat with you, and often in the presenter's chair you don't get the opportunity to put forward your opinions, but I know you're passionate about sport, the development of sport, and particularly kids' involvement in sport. How do we build on this, John? How do we make sure that it does inspire a generation, as the posters tell us it will?
Well, that is the fundamental thing, and next week, in fact, LOCOG has got a battle bus going around the country. I'm actually involved in it with Sharon Davis, Daley Thompson, and many of the Olympian medalists of the last week are going to be on the bus, going to all different sports clubs all around the country saying, get involved, get involved. But the key thing about it, it's not just about getting kids involved, because I'm sure lots of parents listening, if their kids have been saying, I want to go and play volleyball, should we say, you turn up at your local volleyball club. If it's not well run and there aren't enough coaches there, the kids get cheesed switched off very quickly, and they lose interest and they don't take the game up. And that's across the board for all sports. So the key thing for every sports organisation in this country, no matter how big, no matter how small, is you need to get the structures in place so that clubs are well run, so that when all this avalanche of people suddenly arrive on their door and say, I want to row, I want to play hockey, you're ready for them. The structure's there, the coaching is there, the sessions aren't boring, the kids are inspired, they enjoy it, they want to go again, and once they get suckered into it, it'll be part of them for life. Then the key thing is, when the games end, you have to do this now, because the weather's all right and people are going to enjoy it. If they turn up in a fortnight's time and the club is badly run and it's a bit of a shambles because the guy who normally is in charge is on holiday, when they come back in September and October and the weather's not so good and it's a bit chilly and it's raining and they I don't fancy this very much, you've lost them.
Absolutely.
So now is the moment.
This is the thing, we always talk about at Wimbledon, isn't it? I mean, we have to sometimes take a step back and realise that kids, they do whatever's on the TV at the time. And this has been a brilliant Olympics in terms of showing everything, giving everybody the opportunity to watch everything. And now, as you say, now is the time.
Well, now's the time.
In a couple of weeks' time.
And it's not just about the kids, though. It's about parents are almost more important than the kids. Because if a child says, I want to play handball, I mean, I'm told that the handball website has crashed because so many people want to play the game. But I've no idea how many handball clubs there are in this country, but the answer is not very many. A lot of people suddenly wanting to play handball. Well, if the parents go along and they like it and they've been invigorated by these games as well, then because they are the people that ultimately have to take the children to the sessions, and they have to do it on a Tuesday night at 8 o'clock when perhaps they'd rather sit at home and watch the telly. If the parents are invigorated and they see the fact that the children are inspired by this and really want to play and engage with other people from a companionship point of view, never mind just from a competitive point of view, then they will do that too. So it's absolutely, there are two elements to this. It's getting the children involved and inspired, but it's keeping the parents involved and wanting them to stay involved, so that when the children waver occasionally, the parents go, no, hang on, keep going, I'll take you. And that's how, when the child is thinking, oh, I'm not so sure about this, it's actually the mum and the dad saying, come on, I'm taking you, you're going. And that's how they stay in the sport.
Just a final thought, John. You were in Atlanta, weren't you?
I sure was.
Hosting the 5 Live coverage. Not the greatest games, I think it would be fair to say. And how many golds did we win?
One. And
26 today for Team GB.
I know, and it's it was quite interesting because I was talking to a couple of senior journalists, Patrick Collins and Paul Hayward, on the way in here tonight, and they were saying that we were talking about the Atlanta Games, and they said it's a lot easier writing feel-good pieces on the newspapers than it is writing endless inquest pieces about where did this go wrong, where did that go wrong, why are we useless, why are we hopeless. So the lottery funding has been key, but also what's been fundamental is targeting sports where we think that we have expertise not just in the boat or on the bike, but the technological know-how around it, and that's been very, very well planned, and we're reaping the dividends here.
Absolutely. John, many thanks indeed. Have a good evening. Should be a cracker.
Thanks, Roy. Will, absolutely. Mo Farah, 7:30.
Absolutely. Full coverage across the BBC, of course, and I thought what John said there, absolutely key. From my experience at the Taekwondo last night, they were saying that the coach of Jade Jones, who won the gold medal, basically for the last 6 months, in the training sessions, replicated the style of fighting of every single possible opponent in her weight category. They had meticulously planned for that match, and I just think that's a classic practical demonstration of how important coaches are across all of sport, as John was saying there. This is 5 Live. We are live in the Olympic Park. I'm up near the Velodrome at the moment. The first time I've seen it up close and personal. It is an extraordinary architectural success, and the BMX track just away to our right is where in the far distance the Olympic Stadium will be. In there in half an hour's time with Mark Pugach. Right now, on 5 Live, it's news time.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Rebecca Pucchiello. Police investigating the disappearance a week ago of 12-year-old Tia Sharp have apologised to her mother after admitting they should have found a body sooner. Human remains were found at Tia's grandmother's home in South London yesterday during a fourth check inside the house. It isn't yet clear whether the body had been moved. Tia's grandmother, 46-year-old Christine Sharp, and her partner Stuart Hazel, who's 37, have been arrested on suspicion of murder. He was detained by police after being spotted in Prasanna Jayakumar's shop.
He came in crying, actually, and then he was crying and he was knocking his head with his hands like that, and he was telling me, I'm Tia's granddad, that I'm looking for her, and will you please help me? And I felt really sorry for him at first.
A 39-year-old man's also been arrested, accused of assisting an offender. The name has been released of a British soldier who was shot dead in Helmand Province on Thursday. Lieutenant Andrew Robert Chesterman was with 3rd Battalion, the Rifles. The Afghan President Hamid Karzai has condemned the most recent attacks on NATO soldiers. An Afghan worker shot dead 3 coalition soldiers at a military base yesterday. The MOD says none were British. Some hours earlier, 3 US Marines were killed by an Afghan wearing a military uniform. Mitt Romney has formally unveiled his running mate for November's US presidential election. Paul Ryan supports big spending cuts and says he'll unpick Barack Obama's health reforms. David Cameron has set out plans for competitive sports to be made compulsory at primary schools in England. Labour says the pledge is meaningless without a commitment to rethink funding cuts for school sport. And more details have been revealed about tomorrow night's Olympics closing ceremony. Kim Gavin is the artistic director.
Generally, the whole show is called A Symphony of British Music. We wanted it to reflect on the UK music primarily. We think very, very strong in music. And I think that's the one message that I'm going to be saying, is that it's about how good British music is in the world.
Organisers say more tickets will go on sale tomorrow. They're waiting to see exactly how many seats will have a good view after the stages are built tonight. Before all that, though, the Olympic events continue. Let's get the latest and the rest of the sports with Will Perry.
Rebecca, thank you. Well, the sun is still high in the sky here in Olympic Park, and over to my right-hand side I hear the occasional roar coming from the basketball arena where the women's handball semi-finals are taking place. Let me bring you up to date with what's happened so far. Nick Woodbridge will head into the final 2 combined events of the modern pentathlon in 7th place, with teammate Sam Wheel of Team GB in 9th. The combined run-shoot starts in Greenwich Park at 6:45. Britain's Jo Jackson has been disqualified from the women's 20-kilometre walk for putting a foot out of place. Great Britain finished 4th in the men's hockey after a 3-1 defeat against Australia in the bronze medal match. Netherlands faced Germany for gold at 8 o'clock this evening. Mexico beat Brazil 2-1 in the final of the men's football at Wembley with 2 goals from Oribe Peralta. British swimming will carry out a review of the games after falling short of their medal target. UK sport had aimed for 5 to 7 medals in the pool. Britain won just 3. Ed McKeever won gold for Great Britain in the men's canoe sprint K1 200 metre. John Schofield and Liam Heath took bronze in the K2 200-metre final. So Britain's still 3rd in the medal table with 59 in total, 26 of them gold. USA stay top with 95 medals, 41 gold. Tom Daley could add to that for Britain. He goes in the final of the 10-metre platform diving at 8:30 tonight after qualifying in 4th place. Away from the Olympics, Justin Rose is 5 under par through 10 holes in his 3rd round at the US PGA Championship to take him to 1 under par overall. Tiger Woods is in a 3-way share of the lead on 4 under par. He tees off his 3rd round at 8 o'clock. And Blackburn's global advisor Shebi Singh says manager Steve Keane will be sacked if Rovers lose their first 3 games of the season in the Championship.
This is 5 Live.
London 2012, day 15.
And this is 5 Live at the Olympic Park. We'll be inside the Olympic Stadium with Mark Pugac for tonight's track and field athletics. I know BBC commentator Steve Cram already there, and he's going to have a chat with us in the next few minutes. Steve, evening, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, we're just warming up nicely here in the stadium. Actually, warming up for the event. It's probably a little cooler than it has been of late. Yeah.
God, it's breezy out here on the park. I'm severely regretting leaving my fleece at home. And we'll have a chat with you in a moment. But sure. Ed McKeever is joining us live from the Team GB house. And of course, Ed is our latest GB gold medal winner, the 26th in the canoe sprint this morning, 200 metres. Ed, thanks for joining us. I mean, what a day it must have been for you.
Yeah, it's been pretty non-stop since I woke up this morning, did my race, and then kind of been inundated with media messages and just general fan support. It's been fantastic.
Yep, that's what a gold medal does to you, but you wouldn't replace it for the world, would you?
No, not at all.
And gold before many people had their breakfast. I mean, what a perfect start to the day for Great Britain. Just give a little idea. You know, when did you get up? When did you get to Eton Dorney? What was your morning like?
Well, yeah, I woke up this morning really excited about 5:30, just kind of raring to go. And once I'd woken up, there was no chance of me sleeping again, just because I knew what was at stake today.
Right. So were you a little worried at that point? I know when I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, I'm thinking, oh, golly, I've got a big day ahead. I surely need another couple of hours.
No, I woke up just kind of keen and raring to go. I likened it to a kid at Christmas this morning.
Brilliant. And well, yeah, I mean, Christmas won't be better this year, will it? I mean, you've got that gold medal. And the start, I know you said that the start was always going to be crucial and that you were focused on those first couple of strokes. So what were the key thoughts in your mind right at that start?
Yeah, it's just listening for the ready, the set, and then the go as the bucket drops. It's just kind of getting away as cleanly as possible and getting the stroke rate up to 180 strokes a minute and just really going for it.
And you've been on such good form, haven't you, Ed? I mean, you've been on the podium at pretty much every event you've entered for the last couple of years. You must have been so determined to, continue that here. It would have been a huge disappointment to have had all that success but not do it at the Olympics.
Yeah, it would have been a bit disappointing, but luckily I'm sat here with a big smile on my face, and yeah, well, I've kind of done it, so happy in that respect.
So I mean, in that regard, was it more a sort of relief to get it over and done with? We've heard that from many GB athletes this fortnight. It was almost like, just want to get this done.
Yeah, well, there was a sense of that. The Olympics kicked off 2 weeks ago, and I only started racing yesterday, so
yeah,
it's quite frustrating watching everyone else go and kind of win their medals while you're still sat at home.
I can understand
waiting.
that, but also inspiring. It must have been.
Yeah, it is kind of totally. Well, I'm the 26th gold medalist for Great Britain, and that's unprecedented, isn't it?
Absolutely. And your nickname is Usain Bolt of the water. He goes tonight in the relay, the sprint relay. Do you think he's going to do it? 3 golds?
I think it'd be very difficult for him not to, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Ed, we appreciate your time. It's been a long day, I know, and it's not going to end anytime soon. Ed McKeever, many thanks.
Thank you.
The latest British gold medal winner there, Ed McKeever. Steve Cram, we're talking to in a moment. I have in my pocket the football scores from the League Cup, which went to penalties, and I know there were many of them. Here are they, if you've been hanging on for them. 5 of them, in fact. Cheltenham won, MK Dons won after extra time. MK Dons win 5-3 on penalties. Doncaster won, York won. Doncaster win 4-2 on penalties. Hull won, Rotherham won. Hull win 7-6 on penalties. Sheffield United 2, Burton 2. Burton win 5-4 on penalties. Well, that's a big win for them, isn't it, at Bramall Lane. Wolves won, Aldershot won after extra time. Wolves win 7-6 on penalties. Wow. Well, the Premier League begins next Saturday afternoon. I'll be on 5 Live Sport from the Emirates Stadium. But tonight is all about, well, I guess it's about 3 venues tonight. It's Tom Daley at the Aquatic Centre. It's Luke Campbell against John Joe Neville at the XL in the bantamweight division. And it's inside the Olympic Stadium with you, Steve Cram, with Mo Farah, the main event, kicking us off really at 7:30. Do you think he's got it in him to be the double gold medalist for Britain?
Well, I do. I think it's going to be tough, though. And when I came to these games, I don't often disagree with Brendan, but coming into this, I thought the 10,000 was his best chance, and that the 5,000 would almost be a bonus. Brendan was a little bit the other way around, so I think probably because Brendan holds Kenenisa Bekele in such high esteem, but the two of us, I think, are both agreed that this 5,000 is going to be really tough for Mo. The guys who from Ethiopia and indeed a couple of the Kenyans are probably better than those he faced in the 10, and Mo himself has said how tired he was, and goodness me, you've got to be a bit emotionally drained as well after what happened last Saturday night. But I think the reports are that he's picked himself up after the heats on Wednesday, and it'll come down to a last lap burn-up. I can guarantee you that. What I can't guarantee you is that he'll win.
Yeah, I thought Andy Murray's comment in his victory speech at the tennis was good, because he goes for a lot of 400-metre sprints, and I think he doesn't do them badly. But he said Mo Farah's last lap in the 10,000 metres after 9,600 metres was a good 10 seconds quicker than he could even sprint it in. It is amazing when you consider that, isn't it? The legs that they have left for the lap that really matters.
Absolutely, and that's what Mo has changed, if you like, since he's come to major championships in the past. To go back to 2007 in the World Championship final. I mean, if you finish in the top 8, you're a very good runner. But what he couldn't do was compete in the last 2 laps when they really kicked on, and the likes of Kenenisa Bekele and others were able to kind of turn on that last lap speed, which Mo has been working on for the last 3 or 4 years and is now able to do, and that's what he's got to do again tonight. But the difference now is they know Mo's the guy to be shot at now. They know what he's capable of. So the question is, will the Ethiopians do anything? Gebre Meskel is probably the best of their trio, and he was not far behind Mo, and he has outkicked Mo in the past. He was the only person who happened to kick Mo on a couple of occasions last year. So, I think that they'll probably be thinking, or will have thought about, a plan to stop him getting to the front and dominating on that last sort of 500-600 metres, which is what Mo likes to do.
Any chance for the British women, Steve, in the 4x400?
Not of winning, no. I think, the foot relays, goodness me, there's always all sorts of things can happen, disqualifications, etc. But I think they'll be bringing Perry Shakes-Drayton into the quartet from the team that qualified yesterday. That allowed a little bit of pace. I think they're a little bit off, probably, a medal, but they're not that far off, and therefore if anybody doesn't run well on any couple of the teams are in and around them, the Russians are very strong, the United States are strong, but we could be close to the Jamaicans and one or two others in a scrap for the bronze medal.
And what about the sprint relay, which closes it all off? What's going to happen? How fast is it going to be?
Well, we're all waiting for a world record, aren't we? The qualification yesterday, no Usain Bolt, no Tyson Gay for the Americans, but nearly every other team, and the British team, obviously Adam Jamili and Dan Talbot messed up the changeover, but they ran 37.93, which would have been the fourth fastest for a British team. Every other team practically that qualified for this final were running national records, really quick track. And with Bolt back in the Jamaican team, with Gay in the American team, I think we're in for a classic. And Jamaica to win in a new world record. There you go. I don't make predictions normally, but there you go.
Well, you've got to be bang on like Colin Jackson was earlier in the event, Steve. There you go. You've got to lay it on the line, and we'll hold you to it. I'm sure you'll be right as well. A word on the British performance generally, Steve, because obviously Charles Van Commenay, very direct before this, with his medal target, with his assertion that he probably wouldn't hang around if they missed it. Well, they have missed it, haven't they?
Well, they'll miss his own target. They haven't missed their own medal. Their medal target for UK sport was 5 to 8 medals with at least one gold, and that's what, obviously they've delivered that. I think we'll have at least one other medal tonight with Mo. What colour it is, we'll wait and see. I think Charles, I was quite surprised that he laid it on the line as emphatically as he did, and I think it'll be interesting to see if he's sticking by that comment, which was we'll win 8 medals and at least one gold. I think he was basing that on sort of 11, 12, 13, 14 good medal chances, and unfortunately since last weekend we haven't really been able to deliver on that, and I think that's been the disappointing thing. And last night we came very, very close in the men's relay. All in all, I think it's been a very successful championships for a great Olympics, to be honest, for athletics. But it will be nice if we could finish on a high here, and I think afterwards it'll probably take a month or two. I know you guys will ask the question, we'll ask Charles the question as well, and it'll be interesting to see his comment, but I think if I was him, I'd take a little bit of time to consider exactly what happened here and whether or not he wants to continue going into the future.
And we've been talking a lot about legacy, Steve, and moving on, but legacy in terms of it's more than just getting people into the sport. It's about getting people thinking about the sport all the time, remembering key moments. This for me is always one of the big things about sport, isn't it? Having those moments that will never leave your mind. And that Saturday night that you were privileged enough to witness will stay in your mind and so many other people's memories forever, won't it?
It will, in athletics. I actually said, I think, maybe, I can't remember which night it was, it might have been last night. No, it was David Rudisha night, and said, the sport's blessed at the moment. It's blessed because we've got Usain Bolt, it's blessed because we've got David Rudisha, but also we were blessed with probably the greatest night of athletics this country will ever see last Saturday. And I think this might not happen again for athletics. So yes, you're right, our sport has to capitalise on that, and the athletic clubs up and down the country have got to be ready for kids coming in, and we've got to try and encourage them to stay involved in the sport and see which events they like, and try and emulate the heroes, and try and play their part somewhere down in the future. Of course, we're all back here. We will be back here in this very stadium 5 years from now for the World Championships. And wouldn't it be great to see some, 18, 19-year-olds say, hey, 4 or 5 years ago I hadn't even started athletics and here I am running in the World Championships. It would be fantastic. So I'm sure that is going to happen. And you're right, though. The hairs were standing on the back of my neck watching David Rudisha on that 800 metres. But the noise and the sense of something unique happening last Saturday is something I'll never forget.
Brilliant. Have a good night tonight,
Thank
Steve.
you.
Great stuff as always. Steve Cram, the BBC athletics commentator, of course, former 1500 world record holder. Let's get some reaction to the hockey. We were in the Riverbank Arena a little earlier for the bronze medal match. It was a really entertaining match. It was 1-1 for a long time before Australia pulled clear with a couple of penalty corners in the second half. Let's hear from the British coach now, Jason Lee, who's been talking to Alistair Eakin.
Well, I mean, if you'd have said, 7 years ago when the Olympics was awarded to us, that you'd be in the top 4 in the Olympics, and by right, not just because we got lucky, we'd have been amazed, because at that point we were 11th in the world. Qualifying for the Olympics was a challenge, and our juniors in the world are ranked 10th and 5th in Europe. So we've come a long way in a short time. The top 3 in the men's game are really strong, and I think realistically we've done a fantastic job to be the top of that next group, and so the next job will be to break into that top 3.
Is it possible to break into the top 3 with the resources you have, for the players that you have, or have you hit something of a ceiling here?
Well, we're a sport that needs long-term preparation, so the players, it takes 10 to 12 years to develop a player for senior internationals, and then a team does the same. All the teams that have done well at this Olympics have strong junior teams, and we sit in contrast to that. So the work for us actually to start competing in the top 3 on a regular basis actually starts with the kids, I think. So I thought it was great news to hear the government committing to competitive sport in primary and secondary schools, because really that's the bedrock to an international hockey player.
Personally, for you, what happens next? Is that it? You've done 3 Olympics now, Jason. Are you going for Rio?
Well, it's 5, including the ones I played in. I'm iffy, to be honest. It's as emotional as I've ever felt going through this tournament. And even though this is the best we've done since '88, it's been almost the hardest, because it was a stretch target to get a medal, but we really went for it, and we knew we'd expose ourselves in doing that. The thrashing we took in the semi-final wasn't a possibility, it was a probability because of how we were going to try and approach it. And I thought we were very brave to take it on, and perhaps 4th was a fair result for actually where we could get to, and we needed a bit of luck and a bit of form on the day to maybe take it further, but I'm so proud that we actually committed to it.
Are you saddened now that it's all over and this is the outcome? I mean, how are you feeling? Are you a little empty now?
I won't lie, I think I've cried twice in my life. Once when my parents were arguing when I was 13, and this morning in the team meeting. But I cried because, for example, we did some work with some kids from the local area that were disadvantaged kids, and they sent us an email this morning sort of saying, thanks for teaching us how to stick together and just keep trying as hard as you can, never give up and strive for the best. And it got me, because I always thought that's what we were about, and I found it very emotional. It would definitely take a bit of energy and a time away from it to kind of get to those levels again.
Jason Lee there, the coach of the British hockey team, who were unlucky in their bronze medal match today, beaten 3-1 by Australia. Let's get the latest from Super League now. It's Warrington against Wigan. Dave Woods.
It's Warrington's game. They're moving back within a point of Wigan. They lead here as Hodgson steps up with a conversion. 30 points to 6. Stephen Ratchford had stretched their lead with a 90-yard thrilling run in the 54th minute. Ian Thornley with a try back for Wigan had given them a glimmer of a hope. And a moment ago, Richie Myler in the 67th minute dived over. Hodgson's added the goal. Warrington thoroughly dominant today, thoroughly deserving what is going to be a very healthy win here. 30 points to 10, 11 minutes left to play.
It's 5 Live Sport, and I'm out on the Olympic Park at the moment, right up at the northern section of the grounds, right by the Velodrome, which I think most of us thought is kind of think of as the end of the Olympic Park, but actually not so. And I just want to mention just for a second a venue that hasn't been used during the Olympic Games but will be used during the Paralympic Games, and that's the Eton Manor Tennis Centre, which is actually in front of me now. It's the first time I've actually got a glimpse of it. Now what it is, it's a new purpose-built tennis centre for the Paralympic Games, floodlit, hard courts, and it's going to be a wonderful new facility. It actually always has been a tennis club. So what's happened is they've got a complete refurbishment, and that is where the Paralympic tennis is going to take place in a couple of weeks' time. Great to get a look at it for the first time. Now, tonight on 5 Live, as well as the track and field, as well as Tom Daly, we've got the small matter of 8:45 of a visit to the ExCeL Arena for Great Britain against Ireland in the bantamweight division. Lou Campbell against John Joe Nevin.
And out
comes John Joe Nevin. He's only 23. He's got a big smile on his face, and he looks like he's really ready for this one, Bunsey.
Hit him with the left, hit him with the right. We gon' hit him with the left, hit him with the right. It's a fight, it's a fight. Head bust him, head bust him. It's a fight, it's a fight. Head bust him, head bust him.
As Nevin dances around the ring and just walks around, arms by his side, staring at the Cuban, mocking the Cuban.
It's a fight, head bust him, head bust him. It's a fight, it's a fight. Head bust him, head bust him.
Nevin's controlled the fight, and surely he's in the final. Brilliant display of counter-punching by John Joe Nevin. He's the coolest man in the place, and I'm sure he's going to fight for gold. John Joe Nevin wins it by 19 points to 14. The Irish eyes are smiling at Excel again. John Joe Nevin will go for gold at bantamweight. Here he comes then, Luke Campbell looks a little bit pensive. He's trying to smile, but you can see the nerves on Luke Campbell's face, can't you? If Luke's got half a smile, that's him happy as a sandboy, trust me. Oh, fantastic shot, Bunsey, straight away. Luke Campbell led with the left and then landed a big booming right over the guard of Shimizu. Into the final couple of seconds, the bell will ring, and Luke Campbell is through to the Olympic bantamweight final. And what a showdown we've got! Campbell versus Nevin for a gold medal.
Well, I think it's the final that many people were hoping to see, and indeed the final a lot of people were expecting to see as well. Let's talk to Mick Bromby, who is Luke Campbell's trainer. Big night ahead, Mick. How are you feeling about it all?
Yeah, at the moment, very relaxed. Haven't got into the arena yet. There's thousands of people making their way now down into the arena. So when I get in there just beforehand, the nerves will kick in a little bit, but, quietly confident.
It'll sound like millions.
There's
will. Some noise in there. It's been great, hasn't it?
Oh, what an atmosphere. I say England-Ireland. What a match.
And like I say, so many people were anticipating this would be the case. They've met twice before, haven't they? One each?
Yeah, one apiece. So very close, to each other. It's going to be a really, tactical match, I would imagine.
What's going to be the key to it? Where will it be won and lost?
Patience. Patience is a virtue. So what we've got to look at is drawing John Joe on, taking our time, not rushing things, making the shots count, and having a good guard.
A couple of great wins for them yesterday. I was in there to see them both, and you've got to say that Nevin's win over that Cuban was excellent, wasn't it? I mean,
yeah, it was. He's well classed. He's a great performer. Two, number one and number two on the planet. What else can you say? And I say it's going to be a fantastic contest. A fantastic contest in, I think, psychological as well as the physical part. I think.
I suppose from the British point of view, Mick, you've got to stop the Irish fans getting hold of all those tickets like they obviously did for the Katie Taylor night. I mean, that was incredible, wasn't it, how they all managed to get in?
Yeah, unbelievable. Katie's a great fighter, isn't she? The Irish love her. World champion, fantastic, Olympic gold medalist.
And how would you assess, just finally, the overall performance of the GB team?
Yeah, they've done great. We've got three obviously going for gold. Younger Go. I thought he might have done it, but, just got beaten by the Brazilian. It's great performances, really. So, three in the finals, in a bad for the GB.
Have a great night. It should be a terrific fight. Thank you, Mick.
Okay.
Mick Bromby is Luke Campbell's trainer. Just to confirm, Luke Campbell against John Joe Nevin. Don't miss it. It's with Darren Fletcher, Lennox Lewis and Steve Bunce at 8:45 this evening as part of a fantastic night here on 5 Live from the Olympic Games to top all Olympic Games, London 2012. We keep saying it, but tonight is going to prove why with that boxing gold medal match with Tom Daley in the Aquatic Centre, with Mo Farah, Usain Bolt and the rest of them in the Olympic Stadium. And we'll be going there shortly to talk to Mark Pougatch. Gordon Farker joins us. The reality is, Gordon, we just don't want it to end, do we? But it is the closing ceremony tomorrow night, and you have more news about that.
Well, yeah, you're right. You sort of mentioned those things that are still to come, and it's such mouth-watering stuff in anticipation. And the approach that they're going to take with the closing ceremony is the only way to end after this great, astonishing, astounding Olympic Games is a huge part party, and that's the brief that's been given to Kim Gavin, who is going to be directing the closing ceremony proceedings. Similar in many ways to the opening ceremony, in that it'll be sound and light, but really concentrating on music, which of course is a great strength, something which Britain is renowned for around the world and has been for many, many years. And that is what the closing ceremony is going to focus on, a great sort of celebration, but not just about the music. Kim Gavin was talking about this a little earlier on, and he was saying, look, don't just expect there to be one huge gig. It's a lot more than just that.
No, I think you'll find that there's a hell of a lot of music. There's a hell of a lot of show in the show. I think it's two different shows. Danny's was a cultural. He wanted to say who we are and what was important to him. I wanted to make a very exciting after-show party. I wanted it to be a celebration. We've got 15 minutes of the athletes walking in. We do have a lot of music in there without giving too much away. As I said, it's in 3 parts. We start with a big opening scene saying we're in London. There is more than just music. It's not just the songs, it's visually creative. And then there's 8 minutes of Rio, which is their handover. In fact, when we ran the show the other day, it felt like there was very minimal amount of speeches and protocol. It flows really well. I'm very proud of that. We start with the Elgar and we go through to Waterloo Sunset in the first sequence. That gives you an idea, but any more than that, I don't want to spoil the surprise.
And it's all the athletes, of course, who are going to form what he described as the mosh pit. And leading in the GB team will be Ben Ainsley, the most successful sailor from any nation, 4 gold medals and a silver as well, 4 in consecutive games. What an amazing athlete he is, and how fitting that he should be asked to carry the flag for the team in the final moments of this great Olympics.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Gordon. And of course, Mark Pougatch will be back in the stadium tomorrow night for the closing stadium. Mark's there now. Evening.
Good evening, Jonathan. Yes.
You know, as I hand to you from amongst these amazing flowers, wildflowers that they've planted out here, and the trees, and what's going to be, of course, the park here post the game. It is exactly that feeling, isn't it, with you? You know, why should this end? I don't want this to end. I want to stay here forever. Don't you?
I do, but you know what? There was a saying of my grandfather. I didn't know my grandfather, this one, but he told my dad, who told me, a great saying: always leave a party when you're enjoying it most.
Yep.
And that's what comes to mind. Do you know what I mean? That's what comes to mind.
In which case, it's all yours.
Yep, I know what you mean. It has been an unbelievable extravaganza of sport and companionship and sportsmanship and camaraderie, but we are getting towards the end. This is the last night of action in track and field. We'll be back here tomorrow night, of course, for the closing ceremony, and we are here a week on from that incredible night when Mo Farah won gold, and he returns for his second attempt this evening, the 5,000 metres final at 7:30. Now, just how quick can the Jamaicans go in the men's sprint relay? Usain Bolt and co going at 9 o'clock. Great Britain's women have a gold medal shout in the 4x400 at 8:25. There's Caster Semenya in the women's 800 metre final. Away from the track, just across the way, a big night for Tom Daley. Luke Campbell in the boxing, as we've been discussing as well. And the final evening of competitive action at London 2012 is with us here with the team in the Olympic Stadium, and it's all just around the corner. 6:32 now. Here's Rebecca Pucciello with the news.